lost. Really lost. That's it. Question one. It's
Christina's right
Christina.
there.
What? The other Christina. Wait. One more Christina to come with you.
Alright. So, question one, right?
After the question.
This
Vanai.
Whatever you're drinking or doing, you need to pick up after yourself and you throw it into a garbage bin. Do I make myself clear? Thank you. Next, we are going to have a full break for lunch. However, because of the delays of the breaks and getting everybody back, you can go ahead and take individual breaks when you feel that you need to. All right, because we got to get through the day today. We got to get to, obviously, Truman and then render a verdict. So we're going to go a little bit quicker today. And so breaks are not going to be a group break. If you need to take a break, you go right ahead and you take a break and then you come back, okay? And there's something else I needed to announce, but I forgot. I don't remember. Anyway, that's okay. If I think of it, I'll come back, all right? Jury, should I go over what your duties are? I think you're good, okay? We're gonna go through the last bit of prosecution witnesses. We have 4 left, and then we will move on to the defense, all right? All right, good luck to everybody today, thank you.
Let me just quickly announce the last few names. Quick attendance. Is Carlos Fix here? No? Is Arieta here? No. Is Aristo here? No. Alex Romaine? Are you here? Okay. Angelina, are you here? There she is.
Yes, he's here.
He's here. That's it.
Okay, great. That's all of them?
Yep.
Okay. Family, you okay? Is there more of you today or less of you today? Is there more of Semeli today or less of Semeli? Less?
Big Daddy. I really hope that wasn't on mic.
We would really hope that we get a trial.
I'm the one who says that it's only way the time. We're still waiting, right? Still waiting. Who is this? Please be seated. Quiet, please. And everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Truman Trial. Yeah. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We have a few witnesses that the prosecution would like to bring forth. So let's get to it.
The prosecution would like to call Joseph Stalin up to the stand.
Order, please. Order in the court.
Please state your name and title for the court.
Joseph Stalin, Marshal, Premier, and General Secretary of the Soviet Union.
Please bring forth evidence 1. Looking at pictures 2, 3, 4, and 5, Could you tell us about how the lack of support by the Allies affected the Soviet Union during World War II?
In many ways. The first one being the late entrance of the United States to the war, as it caused an early invasion of the Soviet Union by the Nazis. The second one being that the Allies didn't send any troops to the Soviet Union, letting them by their own luck in the most important theater. But this showed that the Allies didn't care about the Soviets, but they care about the British sending all of its soldiers to that side. The lack of help by the Lend-Lease, even though the Lend-Lease provided tanks and jeeps and food, it didn't provide a very good kind of armored vehicles. For example, the M26 Pershing, that was known as the only tank comparable to the legendary Tiger I of the Nazis. The Soviet Union only received one of those. Also, the lack of weapons given by the Lend-Lease made that two soldiers need to fight with one weapon, as you can see in picture 2. Picture 4. Also, that we need to go back to bayonet attacks, as in the Battle of Stalingrad, as the lack of weapons also. In which, in this battle, 1 million soldiers, Soviet soldiers died in a desperate effort to win to the Nazis. Also, in a desperate effort to win the battle, to make weapons, there was kit employment, as you can see in picture 2.
Please bring forth evidence 2. Evidence 2.
Yeah, no, the other one.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Previous slide. Yeah. What do you think about the employment of Werner von Braun by the United States?
It's unacceptable that any country pardons a war criminal that created a weapon that kills thousands of civils and used U.S. slaves for its construction. And even worse, that it employs Werner von Braun in its space program for the creation of missiles that have nuclear capabilities.
Did the Soviet Union deploy troops on other territories during the Second World War?
Only in Manchuria and in northern European states to arrive to Berlin.
What do you think of foreign intervention in civil wars?
It's inexplicable that any country enters a civil war, even if it's in its interest, only if the country has a prior agreement with the other country's government to help in its defense.
Please bring forth evidence 3. Yeah. Looking at picture 3, what do you think of the UN strategy of bringing soldiers into war from countries that have no involvement?
Bringing soldiers of countries that are not involved on the conflict is inexplicable and immoral because they are going to defend a country that most of the soldiers don't even know and doesn't represent anything on the soldiers.
Now looking at picture 4, what do you think of the Indochina War?
During the war, it was known that Roosevelt said to the people of Indochina that France should guarantee its independence after the war. But President Truman overrode what President Roosevelt said, publicly supporting France and allowing them to continue their atrocities on the Viet Minh people. Also, he sent support as an aircraft carrier. So there is a probability that the next big war will be in Vietnam.
Now let's bring our attention to picture 1 and 2. And Mr. Stalin, what are your thoughts on the Truman Doctrine, and more specifically, the war against communism?
If Truman and the United States allow that any war against communism is a United States war, they will be making the same as the Nazis did in Guernica, where they destroyed the city in the Spanish Civil War, as you can see in picture 1 and 2, before and after, and multiple atrocities made to the Soviet Union by the Nazis.
What are your thoughts on the domino effect?
The United States can justify something they have done also. When they gained independence in 1776, almost in the next 50 years, almost all continental America has gained independence from the Spanish Empire. So if they created a domino effect, why other countries can't?
Please bring forth evidence 4. What is your opinion on the United States testing the most powerful nuclear device?
The United States can keep on violating the Geneva Convention, a protocol of 1925, whenever they want, without any consequence, and even more without evacuating the people near ground zero and knowing of the destruction that a nuclear device can cause.
Could you tell us about what people were near the explosion and what they experienced?
A fishing boat, Japanese, Lucky 5 Dragon, was near the explosion. One of the fishermen stated, "A yellow flash poured through the porthole, wondering what had happened. I jumped up from the bunk near the door, ran out of the deck, and was astonished. Bridge, sky, and sea burst into view, painted in flaming sunset. I looked around in a daze. I was totally at a loss. Also, the governor of the Marshall Islands stated, approximately 5 hours after the detonation, it began to rain radioactive fallout at the capital. Within hours, the atoll was covered with a fine white powder substance. No one knew it was radioactive fallout. The children played in the snow like it was snow. They ate it. So, if the United States is doing this to their own people and territories, imagine what they are willing to do to foreigners.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Dear Mr. Stalin, do you consider yourself honest?
General Secretary, please.
Sorry?
General Secretary Stalin, please.
His title.
Oh,
General
sorry,
Secretary.
General Stalin. Yeah, do you consider yourself honest?
Yeah,
Thank you. Do you consider Truman a friend or also an honest person?
it depends.
Could you please state to what does it depend on?
He says the truth, but only what is important of the truth, not the whole thing.
Can you bring forward evidence 14, please? In evidence 14, we see that basically Truman liked Stalin, and in evidence 18, if you can put forward.
18.
18?
Yes. 18 of William Rhee, because there was a mistake.
I can't connect to William Lee.
Should I bring forward the...
You'll have to wait a second.
Yes. In evidence 18, we can see that you were helping him with some of his actions. So I want to ask you, why did you start becoming friends with the enemy of Kim Il-sung? Why did you betray him?
Can you repeat, please?
Why did you start becoming friends with Kim Il-sung, Truman's enemy, whereas you were working with him?
We were only working on Truman because we had a common enemy. We weren't friends. We were allies during that time, during the war.
Did you notify him?
Sorry, do you need time to read the evidence? If you do, go ahead. And which part exactly are we looking at?
It's on the second part.
Second part.
Thank you. Starting that the evidence is wrong, as I'm not any generalissimo.
Sorry?
I was never granted the rank generalissimo of the Soviet Union, so it's wrong. I don't know any generalissimo.
The witness claims
Okay.
that the source is incorrect.
Yep.
Did you intend, though, for the Soviet Union to become friends with U.S. and some years after to help with North Korea?
We didn't have to North Korea. We were granted that they could do this revolution, but we never helped.
Could you bring forward evidence 16 from Joseph Stalin?
16.
As you can see in this evidence, you're helping Kim Il-sung, and you're helping him with a $40-50 million warfare. Why did you need that money? And if you want, you can read the evidence.
As I understand, they are only asking for things. They are not asking for weapons. Any country would granted only $50 million. That's not that much. Even a less developed country can ask for $50 million, and as a global power, we will help him.
So you believe that $40 million for locomotives, engines are not going to help Korea to basically achieve the goal of expanding?
I don't understand why there isn't any problem. Didn't the United States with the Truman Doctrine help with millions to Turkey and Greece? I don't see any problem. They are working with their near allies, and we have a direct frontier with the North Korean government. We are only helping them.
The doctrine, though, was intended to help with what happened after the war. You're helping during war.
During Korean War, we were not part of the Korean War.
You're helping the Koreans, though, based on the evidence.
Yeah, we're helping them with the steam engines, electric locomotives. That's not war material, so we are not part of the war.
Okay, since your answers are not really clear, I want to move on into the evidence 18 of William Rhee.
Of who?
William. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So in part one, there's basically a statement concerning your opinion about United Nations, and could you also please let us know if you have any further opinion other than part one?
Anytime an attorney would like to refer to evidence that is not highlighted, this takes time to read an entire part. You were told to highlight the parts that you would like your witness to read out loud to the court. Okay? So please, if you would like to refer to something that you have not highlighted, then you need to explain the part that the
Okay.
person needs to read.
So basically, where it says we proudly profound sincere observance of the principles and obligations of the United Nations, and you say that it brings a peaceful world, I wanted to ask you if you have any further opinion concerning United Nations and its role to the world.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you have any opinion on the United Nations and its role to the world?
Yeah, that they
And this
are
is the last question, Counselor.
Okay.
that they are a good idea to prevent future wars, but they need to work to both sides, not only to the United States allies, and they need to also to work with communist countries because they need to be neutral. They can't only help to go against communism, but allow the U.S. to go to wars in Guatemala, Korea, and help the French with the Indochina. They need to be impartial.
Can I ask one?
We're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, next witness, please.
We would like to call Paul Tibbetts to the stand. Hello. So, who are you and what is your involvement in this case?
Good afternoon, all. I'm Paul Tibbetts, U.S. Air Force General. After much flying and experiencing different ranks throughout my career in the Army and the Air Force, I'm now here to express my rather forward involvement in a complicated case. I was the commanding pilot of the mission ordering the drop of the first atomic bomb in Japan, specifically the city of Hiroshima, at 8:15 a.m. Japan's local time, on August 6, 1945.
If we could please bring forth evidence slide 1. So, who ordered you to drop the bomb?
The dropping of the bomb was ordered by the U.S. Secretary of War together with President
Order.
Truman. Failure wasn't allowed and wouldn't be tolerated. We were told that we would receive orders along the way, from the beginning of the mission all the way to the end. Everything was going great as we were on our way to Hiroshima through the Pacific, receiving orders from the U.S. throughout. With our arrival over Hiroshima, we were given the green light, specifically from the President of the U.S., Harry Truman. Take part in an effort that could end the war, they said. To simply summarize, the U.S. was informed of our every move during our journey and was on top of the mission the whole time.
If we could please switch to evidence slide 2. What did you witness as an observer right after dropping the bomb?
When my little boy was released from the back of the aircraft, we were suddenly flying higher and with much more ease. Personally, due to the position of the aircraft, I wasn't able to experience much firsthand. However, many crew members like Kennan, our tail gunner, who was positioned at the back of the aircraft, were left shocked. The explosion was like a boiling furnace, exerting crazy temperatures over 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A big mushroom covered everything below. Fires were springing up everywhere, with the city that was just in sunlight moments ago now being completely covered under a blanket of smoke and fire. Even though miles away, it gave the appearance of something that was about to engulf us.
If we could please switch to evidence slide 3. So, was there any negative effect of the bomb on yourself and the crew?
After the bomb was dropped, our main focus was the upcoming shock wave. Many of the crew members were left in major disbelief and shock, as said before. Just after the blast, we felt a sudden heat wave on the aircraft, and we immediately all felt like we were melting. Karen expressed how he felt like he was blinded, and Fairby, although facing completely away from the explosion, felt like a giant flashbulb had gone off feet away from his face. The shock wave would require around a minute to fully reach us. Therefore, I continued my course and steered as far away as possible. We had resorted around 9 miles away from the site when Karen saw the shock wave approaching at the speed of, as he said, 1,100 feet per second. This was the moment we all had been bracing ourselves for, whether the aircraft would resist the shock wave or not. Our B-29 trembled, and I was fighting to keep us in level flight, with the echo effect hitting us moments later, it being like we expected, not really much. We were now back on path and had now dropped the first atomic bomb in history.
And lastly, if we could switch to evidence slide 4. Do you regret any of your actions after seeing the horror that they brought upon the people of Hiroshima?
This mission was very important for the US. If we were to fail, the events that were to follow would be more deadly, as they all said. Now, disregarding the fact that our actions and the choice of President Truman to follow through with the use of atomic bombs was inhumane, I don't regret my actions. They put an end to this war that could have taken a completely different toll in the near future. I'm saying based on results. The US itself could have been more affected, with Japan heading closer and closer as time passed. The casualties and destructions that could have taken place would have been, in comparison, more deadly. But aside from this, I'm not to forget that I was just doing my job and following orders. And lastly, seeing the horror and terror that my crew and I brought to the people of Japan haunts me to this day and will probably haunt me forever, as nightmares, memories, and thoughts will always be at the back of my head. However, as a soldier and military personnel, I'm supposed to push it aside, as morals are not to intertwine with war, but as it was something so unexpected, new, and deadly, trying doesn't necessarily mean I'll ever be able to achieve it.
Thank you.
Defense?
Hello, General Paul Tibbetts.
Hi.
So, I would like to ask of you, you said you have no regrets, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you also stated that you weren't informed that you were only told you were going to drop the bomb. You weren't informed of anything else. Is that correct?
I was informed.
What were you informed about?
I knew that the bomb was a uranium bomb. It was of much weight and it was going to cause damage.
Right, cause damage, right?
Yeah.
Did you know how much damage?
Not specifics.
Can we please bring up evidence 9? Here we have a quote, quote from Deke Parsons, and he told you just, 2 days before the bomb. Can you please read that, just that quote? He told you this and your crew.
The whole thing?
Yeah, you can read out loud or to yourself.
Let's read out loud.
Okay.
All right.
The bomb you're going to drop is something new in the history of warfare. It is the most destructive weapon ever produced. We think it will knock out almost everything within a 3-mile radius. No one knows exactly what will happen when the bomb is dropped from the air, even if it exploded at a planned altitude of 1,850 feet and might crack the Earth's crust. The explosion's flash of light would be much brighter than the sun and could cause blindness.
Right,
Yeah.
and so you knew this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you had nothing against it, right? There was no,
I was meant to follow orders. I've done many missions. I'm here to fight, protect, do whatever for my country, so.
All right, can we please bring up evidence 10? Okay, you say that you were here just to follow orders, but looking at this evidence, you did things that you were not ordered to. You actually overachieved and went out of your way to work on the project. So you weren't just
Can you read it
following-
out loud,
Okay.
please?
To carry out this new directive, Tibbetts selected 15 B-29s. He modified them dramatically, allowing the planes to fly further, faster, and higher. He altered the interior of the plane as well, making the B-29 capable of dropping an atomic bomb. On August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay dropped an atomic... Yes, we had to alter the B-29 so the bomb could...
Yeah, but
Job.
nobody asked you to do
Yes,
this.
they did.
Who did?
They asked us to... Okay.
Well, we don't have to argue. This is just for the jury to look at the evidence and they
Okay.
decide. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Prosecution, your next witness, please.
The prosecution would like to call Emperor Hirohito of Japan. Please state your name and title for the record.
My name is Michinomiya Hirohito, and I am the Emperor of Japan.
Please bring forth evidence 1. What is the estimated casualty number from the U.S. attacks on Japan?
So the US had launched a lot of air attacks to Japan, including the dropping of 2 atomic bombs on both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and also the bombing of Tokyo. In the Operation Meeting House, which was taking place on the night of 9th and 10th of March 1945, was the single most destructive bombing attack so far in the human history, causing a huge number of deaths of civilians.
Change the slide to evidence 2, please.
Approximately 70,000 to 80,000 people died directly or indirectly from the explosion of the bomb in Hiroshima, and another 40,000 people died from the bomb dropped in Nagasaki. Most of the casualties being civilians. The estimated civilian death number from the 2 atomic bombs are almost 4 times of the actual soldiers. As a result, there are approximately 120,000 people died from the atomic bomb themselves, not to mention the deaths caused by the aftermath of the bombs, such as illness brought by the radiation effects of the bombs.
Please bring forth evidence 4. 4. Did the Japanese still have enough supplies to let them continue fighting the war?
No. Japan did not have enough supplies to support them to continue fighting the war. Based on the analysis of air, fleet, and merchant ship losses, Japan had a huge inability to import essential materials for production. And since a large number of factories was destroyed under Americans' air attack, Japan could not even produce military supplies that were needed for the war. Also, the food supplies were running extremely low. Since Japan, as a small island, lack of raw and essential material itself, it basically relies on import essential material from overseas. However, due to the huge number of loss of merchant ships, Japan had no ability to import any material from overseas, meaning Japan did not have enough supplies to let them continue fighting this war.
Please bring forth evidence 5. After the dropping of the first atomic bomb, there was a 3-day period between that and the second one.
Yes.
Were these 3 days enough for Japan to consider surrender?
Definitely not. The 3 days between the dropping of 2 atomic bombs was definitely not enough for the Japanese to make the decision of unconditionally surrender. Even after the second atomic bomb was dropped, it still took the Japanese 6 days to consider and make the final decision of surrender unconditionally.
One final question. You're accusing Mr. Truman for being guilty because of the bombings of Tokyo and the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the atomic bombs.
Yes.
But what about the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese? What do you have to say about that?
The attack on Pearl Harbor was totally different from the Tokyo bombing and the dropping of 2 atomic bombs, as the attack on Pearl Harbor was a pure military attack that aimed for the battleships and other military targets in Pearl Harbor, which is one of the most important U.S. military bases. The attack on Pearl Harbor completely aims to paralyze the combat system of the U.S., preventing them from joining the war. Whereas in the case of Tokyo bombing and 2 atomic bombs, major cities, such as Nagasaki and Hiroshima and Tokyo, with most population of civilians living in it, were targeted and attacked, causing tremendous number of civilian casualties occur. The ratio of casualties between civilians and soldiers is 4-to-1.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good morning, Hirohito. Emperor Hirohito.
Yes,
Apologies.
Emperor Hirohito.
Okay, so before I start questioning you. I have this one question, and please keep in mind I'm going to refer to your answer to this question while I ask you the other questions, all right? So answer this carefully. Were you in complete power over your country, as in were you in control of military affairs, domestic affairs, and foreign affairs?
No, I was not. There was a Supreme Court. We need to make the decision together.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's begin from the start. You said that both Nagasaki had how many casualties?
Around 40,000.
40-something, and then Hiroshima, 70-something, right?
80-something, yes.
80-something, all right. Can we please bring up evidence 1? Battle of Okinawa, April 1st, lasted around till June 2nd, 1945.
Yes.
Had excluding civilian casualties, had 100,000 Imperial troops death. And this is just one example of what happened in the Pacific theater of many battles, right?
Yes.
So why do not surrender after this?
Are those people civilians?
No, they're soldiers.
Exactly.
Those soldiers were drafted.
Exactly, but the attack on Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Tokyo are civilians.
So you have no emotion for loss of soldiers?
So Japan would definitely surrender, but as long as America modified their terms of surrender unconditionally, they said they will remove the Empire of Japan, which is definitely an insult to the Japanese people, which is the reason why Japan didn't surrender. One of the reasons.
Okay. Why is it that you didn't want unconditional surrender?
Because the removing of the empire, which is in one of the terms in unconditionally surrender, is an insult to the Japanese people.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine. All right, the Potsdam Declaration, can we please move on to evidence 2? So, you were given the chance to surrender this time, right? But why didn't you take it?
As I said before, as long as
Objection. Ask and
America
answer.
modify their terms of surrendering, Japan will definitely surrender. In 20th of June, 1945, I believe, the Japan actually had a conference talking about how to defend our own homeland, and also considering surrendering.
Okay, so you didn't want unconditional surrender because of the reputation of your country,
Objection.
right?
Asked and answered.
No, just to clarify, I don't want to get any wrong information.
Yes.
So you cared about the reputation of your country, right?
I care about the people and the reputation of my country.
Would you sacrifice the people for the reputation of your country?
No, I would not, but as long as, yes.
Okay, can we bring up evidence 3? Operation Ketsugo, right? This was in response to Operation Downfall. This never happened, but this was what you were preparing to do. Can
Yes.
you please read the bottom part?
Do I read it out loud?
Yeah.
In addition to direct suicide weapons, the Japanese government had plans to mobilize all men aged 14 to 60 and women aged 16 to 40 to help defeat any Allied invasion. These would be soldiers armed with next to nothing, scrolling what weapons they could, from black powder muskets to bamboo spears. One Japanese schoolgirl was even told to use an awl against the invaders. These unfortunate men and women would effectively be suicide troops. Yes.
Right, so, okay. Jury, you guys are...
Okay, but this is a plan to defend that was basically the last strike of Japan. This is to defend our island if the American invade us.
Okay, no.
Yes.
No, this is before the bomb. Anyway, yeah, that's it. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the final witness that the prosecution will bring forth.
I would like to call Emperor Suzuki, Kantaro Suzuki. Please state your name and relevance to court.
I am Kantaro Suzuki. I was born in Osaka, Izumi Province in 1868. I've led a military life. As a veteran of the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars, I've been promoted several times. Finally, I became minister in 1945 after the resignation of Kuniaki, and I was a leader of the imperialist Japanese state when the atrocities on their citizens were committed.
Please bring forth evidence slide number 1. How and why do the atomic bombs break the Geneva Protocol of 1925?
The nuclear weapons displayed in the bombings at Hiroshima and Nagasaki are chemical by nature. That is, by definition, constituting the relation to chemistry and/or the interaction of substances as studied in chemistry. Fellow academics, is the radiation caused by the fission process in the bombs not an infringement of the treaty signed in 1925 by over 100 signatories, including the United States? And this signatory promised the prohibition of the use of heinous chemical warfare methods. For clarity's sake, the process, which is chemical, is not the explosion itself, which of course classifies as fragmentation, blast-type weaponry, rather the after effects. Coughing, blisters, non-immediate symptoms, death in high rates, nausea, and internal bleeding. This list of conditions appears similar to those of a certain weapon type, and that weapon type is choking agents, blister agents, and nerve agents. The catch is every single one is a A-bomb sickness effect. Now this confirms its placement into the chemical agent category.
Please bring forth evidence slide number 2. Were all high-ranking officials in the United States in favor of the decision to nuke Japan?
Of course not. In fact, decorated Supreme Commander of Allied Expeditionary Forces in Europe, Dwight Eisenhower, was against them as well as others. He had to say that it was unnecessary, that it wasn't a question of saving American lives at such extremes. And lastly, the war was already over, in his opinion. That Japan was searching for a more peaceful way of ending the war without losing face, which would cause even more chaos. One disturbing thing he mentions before ending the quote is how the attitude of American government is quick, hasty one might say, to assume animosity against even such a beloved general for just speaking his mind on the matter. That is democracy, according to them.
Could you please bring forth evidence slide number 3? Did the United States know the war could have been ended and deliberately chose to ignore it?
Before the dropping of the atomic bombs, almost all the major cities were already devastated and utterly ravaged by firebombs. This completely ignores not only the law, but the moral call for proportionality. 100,000 civilians were burned to death in one night in Tokyo, and even after this, not one but 2 atomic bombs were dropped. Moreover, the United States knew that they were seeking a way to end the war. So to conclude this evidence, not only was the principle of proportionality abandoned, yet the murdering of innocent civilians and the fact that Japan seeks surrender was disregarded. Peace was never an option.
Please bring forth evidence slide number 4. Is the usage of the atomic bomb immoral?
Total war, the most treasonous conception perhaps even ever practiced. The act of killing unnecessarily is evil. The act of genocide upon those who don't have a choice is beyond that. While the defense may claim that if war had gone longer, prisoners would have been detained, and this and if that. Every single argument is beginning with an if. Now, it is absolutely not an if that innocent civilians in the hundreds of thousands were slaughtered. And it is not an if that over 2.6 kilometers of city between Hiroshima and Nagasaki were decimated. The hypocrisy of the United States is laughable. How can one justify widespread terrorism while claiming it seeks peace? Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Defense, you're a witness.
Good morning. So if I'm not mistaken, you have no direct relation to the defendant, correct?
Correct. Well, I was his adversary in war, but...
Sorry?
I was his adversary in war.
Great, thank you. What political ideology do you support, just to clarify?
Objection. How is this relevant?
What's the question? What's the question again?
What political ideology does Mr. Suzuki support?
Overruled.
To see if he aligns with the defendant.
Answer the question, please.
To be clear, I'm not against democracy. However, democracy in this form and in this execution is not acceptable. So I don't understand how I should answer the question.
I just wanted to clarify for everyone here. Right. Are you aware of the word that caused the biggest mistranslation mistake in history?
Of what?
Are you aware of the word that caused the biggest mistranslation mistake in history?
No.
Right. Well, for context, Jay, when the ultimatum was sent to your country, you responded with the word mokusatsu. Do you know what that means?
Please elaborate.
Right. You don't know your language.
Ansatsu, you said?
Sorry?
What was the word, please?
Mokusatsu.
Mogosatsu.
It's your language, right?
I mean, could you please provide how it
Right.
was a mistranslation?
Evidence number 1, please. Well, you responded to the ultimatum that was sent to your country with the word mokusatsu. No one in the Potsdam Conference spoke Japanese, and everyone mistranslated that. Everyone thought you ignored the ultimatum.
Could you please specify what the word means, if you know it?
I do know it. It has 2 different meanings. It either means to treat something with silence or to ignore. Which of the 2 meanings did you mean when you said that?
Emperor Hirohito was the one who was in charge of this, not me.
That's you, right?
Yes, but he's my higher up. I receive orders from him.
All right. So that doesn't really answer my question. Which of the 2 meanings, though?
The counselor is asking, in your opinion, which of the 2 meanings did the emperor have in mind?
Between
Silence and ignoring.
Silence.
How do you expect the leaders from the Potsdam Conference who didn't speak Japanese to understand what you're saying if you didn't clarify?
I believe it should have been fairly clear. We said silence, and we did not respond.
So if you didn't even know what it meant, how should everyone in the Potsdam Conference
The
know?
question was unclear. It wasn't whether I knew what it meant or not.
Counselor, where are you going with this?
You didn't choose to reconsider at all.
We made a decision and we stuck with it.
All right. So
Objection.
as it was previous.
Please move on. Asked and answered.
Yes, sustained. Please continue.
Right. As it was previously mentioned by other witnesses, there was a 10-day period between the ultimatum and the bomb dropping, correct? So if it is true what all the previous witnesses said, when you didn't have enough time to surrender, why didn't you fix your mistake?
Well, imagine this. You're given the greatest honor imaginable. You're the leader of an ancient land, a protector of a great people and its tradition. And imagine showing weakness in front of a country like with such strong tradition and pride. How do you think the people would react?
So you care more about the reputation than the people?
No, I care about protecting the people. That's what our government cared about. We're protecting us from invaders, people who are seeking to invade our homeland.
Right. So as my colleague
Last question, we're running out of time.
Right. So my colleague previously mentioned Operation Ketsugo. I'm not even going to go into detail. I think you heard it if you were paying attention. My last question is, if Japan was preparing for total war, as everyone previously claimed, ignored the U.S.'s ultimatum or treated it with silence, but we couldn't really know that, could we? Was preparing to start a total war once again, right? Made the biggest translation mistake in history. You didn't even know what was going on in your country. What makes you think you can testify in this court against Truman?
I don't understand.
I think the question was clear.
Was that a question?
Was it not?
Objection,
so-
vague.
So, you guys, the United States wasn't looking for peace. Your leader was looking to crush our culture and our way of life. We were defending our culture, our way of life. It wasn't about what our opinion was of Truman. It was about saving our reality, the reality that was in front of us.
All right, Counselor, I think we have that answer there now. We need to move on. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everybody. We are going to move on to the defense witness testimony, so we're going to take a switch. But in the meantime, could I please see all the students that participated in context, for the exception of GM and David Mavropoulos, I think. Can you guys come through this door right here? Because we need to take you upstairs into the conference room. So all the context students, please come through this door. All right.
Don't we have a newsroom? Oh. No, we didn't.
Okay.
No. I'm going to overrule everything you say. Yeah? All right. Defense. Call your first witness, please.
Can we call up Sir George Paget Thompson? We got an order.
Order, please.
All right. Who are you and what is your connection to the case? And can you please state for the record?
My name is George Paget Thompson, son of the well-known J.J. Thompson. I was born on 3rd of May, 1892, Cambridge, England. I'm a British physicist and followed my father's direction and won the Nobel Prize on the discovery of diffraction of electrons by crystals. As World War II erupted, I was set as the chairman of the MAUD committee of the British government. My position was to research the possibility of atomic bombs, which helped reveal the start of an atomic weapon.
Can we please bring up evidence 2?
I also have here highlighted with the correct source.
Was the U.S. the only country developing a nuclear weapon?
Einstein informed the U.S. that Germany was in an arrangement of creating a nuclear weapon. This information was given out through a letter to Roosevelt. The purpose was to inform the U.S. of the use of uranium and how other countries, such as Germany, were in the arrangement of developing a nuclear weapon. It is very valuable since it proves that it wasn't only the U.S. planning for creation as such. Germany was already a step ahead of stopping the sale of uranium from Czechoslovakian mines which they had confiscated. By doing this, it improved their position of creating atomic bombs. This proves that the creation of the bomb had no malicious intent. It was just to protect their country and keep up with the Germans.
All right. Can we please bring up evidence 1?
And here I have highlighted.
How was the decision made of creating the bomb?
The MAUD committee of the British government worked together with the U.S. in order to reach that decision. Us, as the British opinion, we were very knowledgeable of the use of uranium and how it may differentiate the outcome of the war. The U.S. and the British government were obliged of creating this atomic bomb as other countries were moving forward and more people were dying. It is shown through the MAUD committee report about the decision and materials that were set into consideration as part of the construction of the weapon. After having the report sent out, the U.S. finalized their decision and moved forward towards the creation. The U.S. preferred to be in charge of using the atomic bomb towards Japan in order to put an end to the whole situation that was occurring, while no one knows if Germany were to use the powerful weapon, as if they would only use it for Japan.
Thank you. For this next question, can we please bring up or take in consideration both evidence 3 and 4?
Okay.
All right. How would this weapon support Truman's aim of having the least amount of casualties as possible?
Japan was already out of hand and had already taken the casualties to another level by all the invasions they had attempted. Their attack on Pearl Harbor to initiate the war brought themselves into these circumstances. Japan produced a disruption regarding British and American holdings. They were the ones who invaded the other countries, putting themselves in this position, from the point that they caused many deaths, such as in China, Korea, the British Malaya, and as mentioned earlier, the sneak attack on the U.S. The U.S. stepping up and collaborating with the British government to create a nuclear weapon would be the only way to reduce more casualties happening. Even though the atomic bomb did develop many deaths, the continuation of the war would establish an estimate of 70 to 85 million casualties, since no one would know when this would finish.
All right, and final question. Do you think that it is the right decision to send out this nuclear weapon, and why?
President Truman made the right decision by sending out this nuclear weapon because firstly, his aim was to end the war by having the idea that the Japanese would not continue with their expansion. He preferred to reach the least amount of casualties as possible. If the Japanese invasion continued, there would be casualties to a large extent than the decision that President Truman made. With the atomic weapon, yes, there was an amount of loss that was atrocious, but it would reduce the chances of an even worse result occurring. Secondly, Nazis, Germans, and the Japanese were all in a state of creating a compelling weapon like the US did. President Truman was in the situation where taking the creation and using it was the only decision to be made, since it would already eventuate. This is why President Truman had positive intentions, and by making the decision, it would be the only way to end the people that already started this in the first place.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just really quickly, evidence slide 2 needs to be struck from the record as it was declassified in 1979. Thank you. All right. Your witness, prosecution.
Sir, you are the chairman of the MOD Committee of the British government. Could you please tell us what MOD stands for and what does it do?
MAUD committee stands for Military Application of Uranium Detonation. This committee was basically introduced in World War II, and it was a British scientific working group focused on researching the bombs and if they were possible and feasible.
Please present evidence 4. Please read what is highlighted in red.
The MAUD committee concluded in 1941 that the development of a nuclear weapon was feasible, and George Thompson was authorized to hand over the conclusion of the committee to the American scientists.
Don't you find it suspicious that after discovering the possibility of a nuclear weapon, you are required to pass on your research to the U.S. scientists?
No.
Why not?
Because we were in collaboration with the U.S., and we were there to help them and provide information to create a weapon to stop the Japanese.
Please present. Please present evidence 5. As you can see, the underlined part, you were required to pass on the research, but they also kept you and other scientists in the dark. Do you think that the situation was handled properly, especially when the US government knew that Hitler was developing his own nuclear research?
Yes, because since they knew that Hitler was developing a weapon, they had to move faster. And by them take the information that we provided for them, they took and they put it in a safe to move on forward and move with the creation. And they wanted to keep it as safe as possible from other nations probably getting attached to the information and figuring out more ways to develop this weapon. And they had to move as fast as possible to stop the Japanese from continuing their expansion. So, yeah.
Yes, but on the evidence it says Oppenheimer discovered the Uranium Committee chairman, Lyman Briggs, had put all the reports in his safe and haven't even told the other committee members about them.
Yeah, what about it?
How would that move the research faster, as you said before?
Can you please repeat that?
Hiding the reports, how would that move the research forward and faster, as you answered in the previous question?
Because they got the reports, and instead of giving it around and letting other people figure out all this information, they kept it to themselves.
Only one person kept it to themselves.
Yeah, okay, what about it? So what?
Nothing, okay.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right, defense next witness.
We're calling Karl Compton.
Karl Compton.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Compton. Right. Please state your name and profession for the court.
My name is Karl Compton, and I'm an American physicist. I had the unusual opportunity to know the facts, yet I was without responsibility for any of the decisions made, since my role in the creation of the atomic bomb was a very minor one. I was a member of the group called together by Secretary of War Stimson to assist him in the test, use, and possible handling of the atomic bomb. Then, shortly before Hiroshima, I became attached to General McCarthy in Manila and lived for 2 months with his crew. In this way, I learned something of invasion plans and understood the costly struggle that was lied ahead. Finally, I spent the first month after V-Day in Japan, where I could ascertain both the physical and psychological state of that country.
Did the war end with the least possible casualties, and was the use of the bomb effective?
Please present the evidence slide 1. Okay, so yes, indeed, the war ended with the least possible casualties. Harry S. Truman's main reason for dropping the atomic bomb was to bring the war to a quick end in an effort to obviate the need for an invasion of the Japanese home islands and avoid extreme losses that were predicted. The events were as follows. On July 26, 1945, the Potsdam Ultimatum called on Japan to surrender unconditionally. On July 29th, Premier Suzuki issued a statement at a cabinet press conference, scoring a non-worthy of official notice of the surrender ultimatum and emphasizing the increasing rate of Japanese aircraft production. 8 days later, on August 6th, the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, the second on August 9th on Nagasaki. On the following day, August 10th, Japan declared its intention to surrender, and on August 14th, accepted the Potsdam terms. These events reveal that the Japanese showed no sign of surrender. However, it was a combination of factors that led them to. Some of the more informed Japanese officials realized that they were fighting a losing battle and that complete destruction lay ahead if the war continued. These elements, however, were not powerful enough to sway the situation against a dominating army organization backed by profiteering industrialists, peasants, and ignorant masses. The bomb introduced a dramatic new element into the situation, and when the second bomb dropped, it became clear that this was not an isolated weapon. With the dread prospect of a deluge of these terrible bombs and no possibility of preventing them, the argument for surrender was now convincing.
What do you believe would have happened if the war continued and there was no use of the atomic bomb?
Please present evidence slide 2. The war would have lasted several months, resulting in more casualties and destruction. The early timing of its use was fortunate for a reason which could not have been anticipated. There was a massive invasion plan in the works that would have been the greatest naval assault in history to captivate Japan with conventional land troops and occupation. If the invasion plans had proceeded as scheduled in October 1945, Okinawa would have been covered with airplanes and harbored crowded with landing aircraft poised for the attack. The typhoon which struck Okinawa that month would have wrecked the invasion plans with a military disaster comparable to Pearl Harbor.
Please bring forth evidence number 3. What is your opinion on Truman's warning prior to the atomic bombs and the surrender that followed after they were dropped?
After publishing my article in the Atlantic Monthly, President Harry S. Truman sent me a letter in complete support of everything that I wrote. He also claimed that Japan accepted the terms only after the bombs were dropped and that it played a major role in Japanese surrender. I can also read it to you. The Japanese were given fair warning and were offered the terms, which they finally accepted well in advance of the dropping of the bomb. I imagine the bomb caused them to accept the terms.
Lastly, please bring forth evidence number 4. Do you support Harry S. Truman's actions in relation to the atomic bomb?
I do support Harry S. Truman's actions, as I believe that the use of technological advancements, such as the creation of the bomb, played a major role in saving many lives. The specific data is seen on the evidence slide right behind me. The atomic bomb was used as a weapon, and it was the strongest weapon in possession. The use of it was not inhumane. Instead, it played a significant role in saving humanity. It saved millions of people, and it also stopped a war that no one knew how long it would take and what the result would have been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Prosecution, your witness.
Hello, Mr. Compton. Can you please bring forth evidence number 6? Number 6? Okay. As you said earlier, and as we can see here, if you read the first sentence, you spent after VJ Day, which means victory over Japan, by the way, you spent some time in Japan. So I assume that you would know the state of Japan at the time.
Yeah.
So evidence number 7, please. Can you read this, please? From the I cannot.
Yes, of course. On the basis of these facts, I cannot believe that without the atomic bomb, the surrender would have come without a great deal more of costly struggle and bloodshed.
So you're saying that the Japanese wouldn't have surrendered without the atomic bombs, right?
Yeah, it did play a major role in the surrender.
All right. Can we move on to the next slide, please? This is an article from an Australian newspaper. There was talks, as you see, of early Japan surrender after the dropping of the first atomic bomb and the Soviet invasion of Manchuria. Just like Emperor Hirohito told us earlier, the 3 days between the first and the second atomic bomb were not enough for Japan to consider surrender. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. And it might not have been enough, but even after the second bomb, it took them 3 weeks to surrender. And it was not because the atomic bomb might not have played a role, as you might have mentioned. It was because they had to prepare the people for the surrender. So it did play a role, even if it was after a long time.
It did. Can you move to evidence number 9? I think here you say otherwise. You're saying that the bombs had little to no impact on the people outside of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So which one is it?
Yeah, I can explain. So, as you can see, a survey has shown it did not have much immediate effect on the common people far from the 2 bombed cities. So it was the bombed cities that had the huge effect. The people the people got affected, but the cities and the mass destruction was the one that caused them to surrender.
Okay. But if it didn't have an effect, would you say that the Soviet invasion of Manchuria had played a role in the surrender of Japan?
Objection, relevance?
It is relevant. The surrender of Japan is relevant.
Oh, overruled. Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Yeah, it might have played a role, but I'm again explaining that the bomb did play a significant role in the surrender.
All right. I have one final question for you. Before the dropping of the 2 bombs, was there any indication on how many bombs would be manufactured and dropped on Japan?
No, but why would we indicate that? Because we
No,
gave them...
so you're saying that if Japan wouldn't surrender, you would keep bombing them with atomic weapons.
Objection, leading a witness.
Sorry?
You're leading the witness. You never said that they would keep dropping bombs. You just...
If there was no indication, then the bombs would continue to be dropped on Japan.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hypothetical scenario. I don't know what would happen.
I'm sorry.
Maybe there were more...
You didn't let my witness finish.
I'll allow it. I want to see the answer. I want to hear the answer. Go ahead.
No, can you please repeat the question?
So, if atomic bombs would be used extensively if Japan wouldn't surrender, how is Mr. Truman protecting the Japanese people?
Okay, if you had read like the rest of my article, I mentioned Japanese young soldiers had no idea they were losing the war and they would continue to fight.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. And that Japan would never surrender, only when everyone was killed and they still wouldn't get defeated. So by dropping the bombs, we led them. Yeah. So, okay. By dropping the bombs, we led them to surrender, to save Japanese, but also American soldiers and civilians.
All right. Thank you. All right, prosecution, your next witness. Excuse me, defense, next witness.
We're calling on the stand Robert Oppenheimer.
let's go Oppenheimer.
Please state to the court your name and your position.
My name is Dr. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, and I am a professor at Princeton University.
Thanks.
I was also the lead director of the Manhattan Project.
What was your involvement in the atomic weapons program?
I was the lead supervisor at the Los Alamos Laboratory, where we worked on producing the bombs and testing them and their effectiveness.
What was your reasoning to work on the bomb?
Well, my first reasoning was my mother was a Jew, and so was my father. And at the time, many people in Germany were being prosecuted for their beliefs, including my own family. And once there was an opportunity from the US government in 1941, they approached me to work on this weapons program. I took it to support the war effort. Also, in a letter that addressed in the first piece of evidence, first document, from Albert Einstein, he addressed his concerns in the last paragraph that Germany was, in fact, banning the sale of uranium from Czechoslovakia, which meant that they were producing, or were trying to at least produce enriched uranium.
What was the intention of the U.S. for making the bombs and for the persecution to look also at evidence 3?
Well, let me get it out of here. The U.S. intention for the bomb was its national security. And what was expressed to me, if the Germans were working on the bomb and they already had multiple years ahead of us and other allied forces, and which was indicated to us that they were able to create a supercritical reaction, we were years behind them. And if the Germans managed to beat us and the Allies to making this weapon, it would be one-sided. They would use it and they would not discriminate on where they would use it.
Do you believe that the use of the atomic weapons was justified, and please state why?
I believe that the use of the atomic weapons was justified. In our research that we did at the laboratory, we resulted, you can see this on evidence 3, on the last paragraph, or no, the second one, sorry. We conducted and we thought about the use of just a technical demonstration on an uninhabited island to demonstrate that we did have the ability to destroy multiple cities, but we came to the conclusion that the goal of this project was to put the final nail, if you would, into the Japanese coffin, and a technical demonstration would not achieve that. Considering also the atrocities in Nanking, the Philippines, and the Japanese ferocity as they're fighting on the home islands, we deemed it necessary that this bomb would need to be used to save American lives.
Thank you. No further questions.
Prosecution?
Hello. Please present evidence 1. In 1952, the U.S. government denied you access to restricted data and then fired you due to accusations of being part of the Communist Party. Are these accusations correct?
Well, before my work on the atomic weapons, and while I was a professor and just got out of college, I did have some sympathy for the Communist Party. And after the war, there was a lot of threat that the Soviets would also be working on this weapon and they would use it aggressively. And I had suggested that we should share information about the bomb to them. So I think they were justified in denying me access, as at the time I did seem as a possible intelligence threat.
But as you can see on the evidence, on the first line, it says, the statement attributed to me that while I was not a communist, you were not an active communist,
No.
but you said that you were like had communist
Objection. This was published in 1971, so he hasn't said that still.
No, it was not. It is a hearing from, it's a transcript from the hearing when they were questioning him if he should be accessed data or not.
Overruled. Continue.
And also, if you could please tell me, why did you oppose the hydrogen bomb?
Okay, well, to answer your first question, when this was asked, it was also the heat of the moment. I was the director of 6,000 people, and I was working countless hours on this weapon in my country, and I did feel betrayed. But at the same time, I do understand the things that they had to do to protect their own intelligence and their security. Also, on the topic of the hydrogen bomb, as you asked, for context to the jury, the hydrogen bomb is a two-stage nuclear weapon, and it is far more powerful than an atomic weapon. On the way that we had simulated and the things that we had seen, the hydrogen bomb would have immense power and at certain scales would be able to wipe out entire continents. I oppose this because the threat that we could potentially completely annihilate our entire species was very existential to me, and it should be to everybody else. The atomic bombs, on the other hand, were a lot smaller and less destructive.
Do you think that your opposition to the hydrogen bomb had anything to do with having your security clearance revoked?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation.
No, overruled. He can answer that question.
But it calls for speculation. He doesn't know.
Well, it's what he thinks. Does he think that's why he was removed? I mean,
Please present evidence too. In evidence A, you said that you opposed the hydrogen bomb on moral grounds. Was your opposition to the hydrogen bomb affected after witnessing the death and destruction caused by the atomic bomb?
What is the evidence B? I don't know what that is.
That is not my question.
Well, then what is your question? Okay, repeat the question.
Was your opposition to the hydrogen bomb affected after witnessing the death and destruction of the atomic bomb?
No.
Then in evidence B, which is what you quoted after witnessing the Trinity explosion, could you please explain that? And
I'm pretty sure I said this in 1969.
no, it was after the Trinity explosion?
I
Okay, sorry. Please present evidence 3. Please read what is underlined in red.
Mr. President, I have blood on my hands. I told him, Truman said, the blood was on my hands. Let me worry about that.
Did this conversation with the president actually take place?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
all right, defense, call your next witness, please.
We are calling Henry Stimson to the stand. Please state your full name and profession for the court.
I am Henry Louis Stimson. I was Secretary of State and Secretary of War twice, the second time underneath Truman from 1940 to 1945.
Can you please tell us the decision?
One second. Quiet, please. Quiet.
Can you please tell us the decision process that you went through?
The decision process to use the atomic bomb.
Sorry. Please bring forth evidence 1.
The decision process to use the atomic bomb took a lot of months in consideration. We had a lot of discussions about where the dropping would be done. For example, what city. For example, I personally pushed for Kyoto to be removed from the cities that we had considered for the atomic bomb to be dropped, since I believe that Kyoto had a lot of cultural significance to the Japanese. And when I brought this up to Truman, he immediately agreed with me and we removed it off the list. The final verdict, we had considered that during the Potsdam meeting on July 16th, the New Mexico test of the atomic bomb was conducted, and it was immediately clear that the bomb reached our highest estimates. We had developed a weapon of such revolutionary character that its use against our enemy would give them the correct shock that we wanted for achieving complete destruction of their military, which meant that they would surrender. Yes.
Please bring forth slide number 2. Was the use of the atomic bomb the only option to long-lasting peace?
Yes, we believed and still believe that the usage of the atomic bomb was the only way for long-lasting peace to be achieved, since the Japanese are fighters that fight till the death, and we knew that the only way that we would be able to achieve peace was if we completely destroyed their military.
What would have been the casualties and results if the attack had happened without the use of the atomic bomb?
We had estimated that the war would have continued till 1946 and maybe even longer. We also believed that around 1 million American lives would have been killed, maybe an even larger number from our allies. And if the war had gone the way that we had wanted, an even bigger number of Japanese casualties.
Please go back to slide number 1. Do you have any regrets?
I think.
Is this one it?
Yeah, wait. Anytime someone has to make an immense decision as the one I had to do, there is a lot of back and forth and doubts if this was the correct decision we had to take. But as shown also in my letter, I did have some doubts. I didn't want to go down to the level of the Japanese, and I didn't want to do the same things that they did. But in the end, through discussion and thought, I truly believe that to end this very, very deadly war, this was the only option we had.
Thank you.
Prosecution, your witness.
All right. So, Mr. Stimson, first I would like you to consider the fact that you just said that you considered the bomb to be the only way to achieve long-lasting peace.
Yes.
How would you consider long-lasting peace if you bring in the fact that the bomb is what inevitably brought in the Cold War, which would objectively not be characterized as peace?
My goal was to end this war, and looking at the casualties, if we had gone the other way, which would be through air bombing and through land, there would have been a larger number of casualties. So I believe that this was the only way that they would surrender. So that was my goal, to stop this war.
Do you value soldier casualties less than civilian casualties then?
I value the fact that the combined number of deaths were smaller than what we had estimated if we'd gone the other way.
Okay then, let's move on to evidence number 6. So, as Secretary of War during the development of the atomic bombs and the decision to drop them, you had tight involvement with the decisions made, of course, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like for you to explain the quote, see the second part here. At no time from 1941 to 1945 did I ever hear it suggested by the President or by any other responsible member of government that atomic energy should not be used in war. You wrote this in a magazine article. So did you believe that this decision to drop the bomb was inevitable?
Yes, I think that if it wasn't for us, it would either be dropped by Germany or Russia. So we believed that it was going to happen either way. So we thought that this was the only way that we could achieve what we wanted.
So you believed that the atomic bomb on Japan would have been dropped by Germany or Russia to end the war?
No,
there was no other consideration made.
We believed that this was the only way, and also we had thoughts that it would have been dropped by other countries. There were speculation on this topic, but again, this reason that this happened in the end was, as I've said before, to end this war. This was the reason.
Okay, so there was no other decisions considered. Let's move on to evidence number 7.
There were other, but again, they were going to be more deaths the other way.
Okay, so this is an interesting excerpt that you published in your own article about the decision that you made for dropping the bombs. Could you please explain why the committee decided that the bomb should be dropped around buildings that can easily be destroyed, as you can see in point 3 over there?
Sorry, what's the
Oh,
question?
sorry, point 2. Why did the committee decide that the bomb should be used at a target adjacent to houses or other buildings most susceptible to damage?
Because this would weaken the Japanese more.
So you also use the word houses. Houses are definitely not a military target. Why is it that you found destroying people's homes this crucial?
I mean, I guess at this point, the war had gone into a little bit of a more total war. So we thought that by giving this shock to the Japanese, it would make them more likely to stop. And I mean, when we dropped the first bomb, they didn't surrender. And we had to drop the second bomb, which shows that they weren't going to surrender, even though they were losing also people who were in military.
So just because it had already turned into a total war, you decided that the best step to take was for the United States to also go with the worst possible way to use the bomb.
It wasn't the worst possible way, and we wanted them to surrender, and this was the only way to give them the shock that they needed to
It was
surrender.
dropped right in the middle of a civilian center with houses. I'm pretty sure that is the worst target for that. Anyway, let's move on to evidence number 8 then.
Last question.
Yeah, of course. So finally, I would like to ask about the events that transpired at Potsdam. According to John McCloy, who was your Assistant Secretary of War, everyone was so intent on winning the war by military means that the introduction of political considerations was almost accidental. So I would like to ask, during the Potsdam Conference, which you took part in, were the victims of these decisions even considered, the victims of the dropping of the bombs?
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said before, we had estimated that even if the war had gone our way and we hadn't used the atomic bomb, a huge number of Japanese lives would have been destroyed, and a lot of their property would also be lost. So we were using the atomic bomb because we believed it had the highest chance of ending the war with the lowest amount of victims. So yes, we had considered the victims too.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Your Honor, before we continue, I want to...
Charge my laptop. Show it to those judges so we can move on from here. Oh. Breaking news story coming up.
Hi, this is Philip Oahu. I'm a reporter from Pearl Harbor who was invited here to report on what's happening here in Berlin. And this is my colleague,
Arietta Kaufer. We're in the Cold War. This is Arietta and Philip, and this is Channel 7 Berlin. It is June 1948. We're currently in Berlin reporting live, and there are a lot of disagreements along the ideological lines. The Western Allies combined their zones today to create currency. Soviet Union is currently trying to bring Berlin down, holding the limited supplies and items only to West Berlin. Countries are getting involved, such as Britain, France, and the United States soon. The western half of the Berlin, known as the Tri-Zone and governed by France and Britain and the US, was entirely cut off. Philip, what do you have to say about this?
well, Arietta, the tensions are rising between the Soviet Union and allied countries after the Soviet Union found out that the US was sending aid resources to Germany. As seen behind me, you can see a US plane, judging by the US Air Force insignia, being filled with supplies and relief resources to be sent to Frankfurt, Germany. Germany and America's collaboration has severely upset Stalin, and he has threatened to completely block off the city of Berlin to the rest of Europe.
2,000 daily tons being brought to the Berlin starting from today. Great Britain and France to travel to their sectors of Berlin, which is within Russian-occupied East Germany.
Stalin has also told countries in the Warsaw Pact to stand by in the event that Stalin wants to carry out his threats to Berlin. His threats are essentially that they will cut off all access to Berlin. This means that all ways to get to Berlin by land, air, and water are completely shut off.
Hello, America. We are coming to you live from Berlin in 1948.
June 24th, the Soviet Union blockades all roads and tracks to West Berlin. They also cut the electricity.
In June, General William H. Turner is appointed as the leader of the airlift.
June 25th, Operation Vittles begins. The order to start the airlift is given.
In June 26th, 32 C-47 planes flew to Berlin delivering 80 tons of food, medicine, and fuel.
June 28th, Britain starts making deliveries to Berlin.
In August 12th, the airlift meets its 4,000-ton goal for the first time.
In September and October, Gil Halvorsen was named the Candy Bomber after dropping candy on children in Berlin for 3 weeks. He was sent back to America to raise morale.
Stuff is going better for Americans now. Our people have gathered in support of our poor heroes stuck in Berlin.
May 12th, Joseph Stalin puts an end to the siege of Berlin, taking down the blockade and putting an end to the nerve-wracking airlift.
Even with the blockade lasting 11 months, it managed to rack up a cost of $224 million and the delivery of 2,323,000 tons of food, fuel, machinery, and other supplies.
The Berlin blockade set a precedent of how sudden crisis will be handled and adapted to in the Cold War.
A total of 101 fatalities were recorded as the results of the airlift operations, which included 40 British folk, 31 Americans, 17 Americans, and 8 British aircraft crashed during the operation, causing most deaths of the airlift.
With the world watching in happiness that the restrictions disabling basic resources for the people of West Berlin, we can say thank you and good night. Hello.
Hello, Mark.
So, Robert, I understand you were in charge of delivering food with the C-47 Skytrain in the Berlin airlift. Would you care to tell us a bit more about your experience?
Yeah, so it was a tough challenge. We had to fly in all seasons, all type of weather. It was 3-minute intervals between takeoff and landing, and there would be 5 planes in the sky at once at different altitudes to maximize efficiency.
Wow, that sounds like a challenge. So how much cargo did you fly into Berlin every day?
We determined that to keep Berlin from collapsing, we would need to bring 4,000 tons of food, fuel, and medicine every day.
So was it a difficult task?
It took a while to get it right. It took 48 days to deliver 4,000 tons.
So Robert, how many resources did it take for the West Allies to conduct such a massive operation?
It took about 2,300,000 tons of fuel, machinery, and medicine to make everything work and run so smoothly.
Wow. So, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your service. Godspeed and God bless.
God bless America.
All right, thank you. Defense, please call your next witness.
We would like to call up General Leslie Richard Groves. Could you please state your name and title for the record?
My name is Leslie R. Groves. I was born in 1896. I went to West Point Military Academy and graduated from MIT. I'm a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the director of the Manhattan Project.
All right, can we please bring up evidence 1? Could you please describe in further detail the Manhattan Project and your involvement?
I was the director of the Manhattan Project, as I mentioned before, and was appointed on September 17, 1942. To help the jury understand, the Manhattan Project was a code name for the project that was working on developing the first functional atomic bombs. As director of the project, I oversaw the technical, the scientific, military intelligence, security, process development, enemy activity, and lastly, the use of the bombs itself. I worked with many different scientists and closely with Oppenheimer. Under the project, there were roughly 100,000 that worked with us in the creation of the bomb. The first test we did from the bomb was Trinity, that was done on July 16th, and the other 2 bombs that were dropped were in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Little Boy and Fat Man. I also oversaw ALSUS mission that was one of the most important missions the Manhattan Project dealt with, and it dealt with enemy activity. The United States had concerns regarding the creation of atomic bombs by the Germans and the Japanese, and in the ALSUS mission, I successfully managed with my team to capture scientists and uranium and raw materials to prevent that from happening. We could never have known what bad things would have happened if Hitler and Japan actually created the bombs then.
Thank you. Can we please bring up evidence slide number 2? Do you think that Truman was cruel or inhumane with his attack?
Truman was neither cruel nor inhumane. He just simply did what had to be done in that situation. The United States did not want to just kill people. They wanted to send a message to Japan to stop this endless war. The attack was not one of revenge, but a matter of national security. In the end, the attack lives were considered because it was done in a rural area, and the emphasis was military destruction. Everything Mr. Truman was aiming to do was to end the war and bring peace between the nations and generally the world.
All right, can we please bring up evidence number 3? Was Japan aware of the fact that there would be an attack?
Yes, Japan indeed was aware of the attack and still did not surrender. They were warned by the U.S. sent leaflets to inform the citizens, and they urged to tell others, to tell their neighbors that there would be an attack. Also, on the other hand, the second piece of evidence, again, it shows an announcement made by the U.S., Great Britain, and the Republic of China against Japan and warned them to surrender, and if not, they would face serious consequences, yet Japan did not surrender, and they chose to continue this bloody and chaotic war.
Can we bring up evidence number 4? To conclude, do you think that the bombs were an effective way to end the war?
Yes, I do think it was an effective way to end the war. Truman had tried to warn Japan, yet their stubbornness and pride did not allow them to agree to end this war, and that resulted in the dropping of the 2 bombs. And as it shows in the evidence, I even told my officers that allowed American lives to be saved, as in battle, more lives would have been lost, and also more destruction would have been caused due to other bombs being dropped and attacks.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, prosecution, your witness.
Hello, Mr. Groves. Hello. So you witnessed firsthand the devastating effects and devastating and destructive power of the atomic bomb as tested in New Mexico on July 18th, 1945. Is this correct?
Yes.
In a letter to Henry Stimson, please bring up evidence slide 1. In a letter to Henry Stimson, the Secretary of War, you described this as seen on the screen. I will give you a second to refresh your memory if you like.
Is there a specific part you want?
You just look at the highlighted areas. So in your opinion, was President Truman fully informed about the results and immense destructive power a bomb of this size would have on a civilian population like Hiroshima or Nagasaki?
Yes, he was informed, and yes, he was informed, and he knew what would happen, but lives would have been saved in the end, because if war continued, it would have been way worse.
Okay, but he was fully informed.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So even if one can understand the logic of using the first atomic bomb in Hiroshima to save lives, supposedly, there are serious questions whether a second atomic bomb was actually needed.
Well, they did not surrender. Did they surrender?
I have not asked my question yet.
Oh, sorry.
If Truman was aware of these devastating effects, as you have said, and he was aware of the tens of thousands of innocent lives that would die, why, in your specific opinion, do you think he decided to drop the second bomb?
Because
Objection. This document was classified 1970. Declassified, my bad.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. Please move to evidence 2.
Sustained.
Evidence 2.
2.
But actually, my question still stands. So if he was aware of these effects that you supposedly had told him, why did he do it, in your opinion?
In my opinion, he did it because Japan did not surrender, and if the war had continued, there would be even more destruction, even more lives would have been killed. So he decided to send a second warning to Japan. First, he warned them, as I showed in my evidence with leaflets, again after the bomb in Nagasaki, and then he dropped the bomb again because they would not surrender, because they had pride and were stubborn and decided not to.
Okay, so the plan was to drop the second bomb if they had not surrendered. Yes or no?
Objection, asked and answered.
Leading question as well.
Next question.
Okay. So if you look at the evidence, according to an order drafted in late July, which was around 2 weeks before the bombing in Hiroshima, the president had already authorized the dropping and creation of additional bombs on Japanese cities of Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki as soon as the weather permitted. So does this mean that Truman had already taken the decision to drop more than one bomb regardless of Japan's reaction to the first bomb?
No, I think Truman was just preparing in case Japan was not going to surrender, and he was just thinking ahead, not that he was going to actually throw more bombs.
Lots of money and resources are put into creating these bombs. You think he would just create it just in case?
Yes, because in the end, indeed, they did not surrender after the first dropping of the bomb.
Okay. No further questions.
If we could please call Mr. Winston Churchill up to the stand.
So before I start, I want to give you this.
Thank you. Here you go.
So please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
My name is Winston Churchill, and I was the British Prime Minister which led Britain to victory in World War II.
If we could please bring forth evidence slide number 1. So what do you think of Truman's decision to drop the 2 atomic bombs in Japan?
The influence of the atomic bomb had in Japan during World War II was critical for the Allies and for the Japanese own good, to say the least. The reason World War II was able to end so fast in Japan was ultimately because of the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb created a lot of destruction and casualties, but it averted even greater losses, as the use of the atomic bomb prevented from an invasion to happen, which would put at risk millions of Japanese and American lives, and half the number of British.
If we could please move on to evidence slide number 2. What is your relationship with Harry Truman?
My relationship with Harry Truman was very close, and I would like to think it still is. We came to trust one another, even though we didn't agree a lot. But as the war went on, we were able to set our differences aside and focus on the success for the Allies. I respect a lot his braveness in sending the atomic bomb to Nagasaki and Hiroshima, as it saved the world from war and famine. He was able to put down a threat in a matter of days rather than years if the atomic bomb was not used against the Japanese.
How exactly did the United States and Britain help rebuild Japan after dropping the atomic bombs?
It is evident that the atomic bomb created a lot of destruction and casualties, I can admit that. But it was for the best of the world, preventing millions of deaths and other countless catastrophes. It traded off 80,000 lives for the cost of millions of American, British, as well as Japanese. What the United States and Britain did after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was to reform the country by demilitarizing Japan, as well as providing economic reformation, which we did by reducing the power of rich landowners and helping the farming industry get back to its feet. Another stage was to revive their economy, which ranged from tax reforms to controlling inflation. And most importantly, we created an alliance with Japan under the terms in which the United States would set up military bases in Japan.
Do you agree with Truman's idea to participate and fight in the Korean War?
Without a doubt, I agree with Truman's idea to fight against the North Koreans. This war was important in the containment of communism in Korea and ultimately stopped the spread of communism from taking over South Korea. Our goal was not the complete and total defeat of the enemy, but rather the goal of protecting South Korea from transforming into a communist state, which would give the Soviet Union the access for Stalin and the Soviet Union to be surrounded by communist countries, which would act as a layer for protection at times of war. So yes, I agree and would have to do it again if I had to.
Please bring up evidence slide number 4. 3, my bad. Do you believe Japan was properly warned about the dropping of the 2 atomic bombs if the country had not surrendered?
I believe Japan was fairly warned about the dropping of the 2 bombs. As we can see, my organization, together with Mr. Truman's, had sent a message to Japan, which would apprise of the meaning of an unconditional surrender and what it meant in terms of Japan's future. Can we please refer to evidence slide 4? If you can't read it, I'll read it for you. It says, It is now for Japan to realize in the glare of the first atomic bomb, which has hit her, what the consequences will be of refusing surrender. The revelation of these secrets should arouse the most solemn reflections in the mind and conscience of every human being. We must indeed pray that this awe-striking technology will be made to accomplish peace among the nations, and that instead of wreaking havoc upon the entire globe, it may lead to world prosperity.
No further questions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
All right, prosecution, your witness.
Mr. Churchill, you were in office from 1940 to 1945, correct?
Yeah.
So this happens to coincide with the time of the Blitz bombings in London, correct?
Yeah.
Could I please have evidence slide number 1? This is a newspaper article from one of the days of the bombings. Could you please read the title and what it says?
Bombs havoc in crowded public shelter.
All right, thank you. So,
Objection. Relevance.
I'll get to it.
What's that source? It's not MLA. It just says The Guardian.
Yeah, because it's a newspaper.
Yeah, it's fine. It's still not
All right, it's fine.
Yeah,
My mistake, I'll find it afterwards.
Don't be petty.
Okay, if I could please move on to slide number 2. And these citations are correct as well, so just excuse me for my mistake. So, after looking at these photographs, what would you say this event was like for the London citizens?
Well, no bombing is nice. These people lost their homes.
Could you please elaborate on that?
They bombed their houses, they bombed the cities.
Right. So, could you please state whether or not you would consider this a crime against humanity or a war crime?
This was at time of war, so if we want to connect it to the Japanese bombing, we can say that it lost less lives. We helped the world. We didn't, for example, if I refer back, can we please?
We can't go back.
Oh, we can't go, okay. So if we didn't drop the bomb in Japan, an invasion would occur, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which would lead to millions of lives lost from both American, British, and Japanese.
You're not answering my question. Would you consider this a crime against humanity or a war crime?
No.
Could you please move to slide number 3? Could you please read what the highlighted
Article
text says?
6B of the 1945 IMT Charter lists wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, or devastation not justified by military necessity as a war crime.
So could you please reflect on what you said previously?
I believe it's still not a war crime. It was at time of war, and we sent bombs to their countries, they sent bombs to our countries. That's how it works.
This was years before the bombing of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So could you please move on to the next evidence slide? Looking at these two pictures, how would you say that they compare?
They're very similar.
Right. So, how would you feel, so since this happened to your country as well, how do you think it compares to what you were comfortable with the Truman administration doing to Japan?
Can you please repeat that again?
So the picture that you see of the London bombing was something that happened to your country and your citizens while you were in office, correct?
Yeah.
How would you say that it compares to what you were comfortable with the Truman administration doing to Japan?
They bombed our country, and we also bombed theirs. What else do I have to say?
The Germans bombed your country.
Yes.
Yes.
And as being one of America's allies, we had a very close relationship together. I supported America in the bombing of Japan.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, defense, please call your next witness.
We're calling on the stand, FDR.
How are you calling it to stand?
That would be former President Franklin Roosevelt. No acronyms here, please, defense. Full names.
She helped her up. Oh, him.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and your role in this case?
I'm Franklin Delano Roosevelt, publicly known as the 32nd President of the United States of America. I have served an unprecedented time of 3 terms while ruling and guiding the country through a depression as well as a world war. It is an unfortunate event, whereas my death had taken place on April 12, 1945, due to polio. Nevertheless, I have awakened from the dead in order to speak on the behalf of the Vice President I had single-handedly chosen, Harry Truman. My role in this case, I have taken Harry Truman as my Vice President under my own decision in 1944. It was nothing but a pleasure, and no regrets have surfaced to the edge. I am quite satisfied with the duties he has accomplished with my death in place. As I have served this huge involvement in this trial, it is nothing but right to aid Mr. Truman's defense. It will be a matter of defense towards the actions of any involvement of America with the war, especially Japan. I believe that he is innocent of all charges held against him, since there was an intrusion of several actions that needed to be put in place for the safety of the U.S.
Could we please show to the court the first evidence slide? Where were you when the bombing took place?
My existence in this very moment is to prove that my former vice president is innocent. My funeral is proof of my death. I'm not a single bit full of any regret, whereas I handed this great country to the trustworthy Harry Truman. This also means there isn't any relevance to any information after my death.
Could we please show the second evidence slide? Mr. Roosevelt, have matters been discussed with the Japanese before the attack?
As seen, there's a whole document of a proposal message going from me to the Emperor of Japan that fully shows our aim towards peace, proving that matters were taken into hand from the United States side, however, rejected by the Japanese Emperor. This proves an obligation towards the bombing that had taken place and a true necessity. If I were to be alive, the same decisions would have been made. It is always the hardest decisions the higher placements have to do and proceed with. A shift to the dark would have been a result of avoiding this. This was sent December 6, 1941, and the Pearl Harbor attack was the day after, being December 7th. This puts huge emphasis on the importance of Japan being the one to begin. It was asked for me to eliminate any form of military threat between Japan and the U.S. It was a matter of pre-relations that have placed Truman to proceed with this decision.
Could we please move on to the third evidence slide? Were you aware that this would happen?
I completely knew about the creation of this atomic bomb, as the document above, sent from Einstein Szilard to me, states everything about the atomic bomb. It specifically states the creation of it and the power it holds, as well as the material asked and needed. This was a weapon in the creation, aiming for the protection of the U.S., which was let on used after Japan had pulled the trigger themselves.
And for my last question, could we present the fourth evidence slide? Mr. Roosevelt, was Truman obligated to send this bomb to Japan?
3 months after my death, Truman had wrote Mr. Cavort a letter stating that nobody is more disturbed over the use of atomic bombs than he is, but he was greatly disturbed over the unwarranted attack by the Japanese on Pearl Harbor and the murder of our prisoners of war. He was also proceeded to say that when you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat him as a beast. It is a more regrettable but nevertheless true. It is in fact the Japanese fault for the unwarranted attack by the Japanese on Pearl Harbor and their murder of our prisoner of war. As it is a complicated matter, the clear image is nothing but only proof that it's Truman's right to protect his people.
Thank you. No further questions.
Prosecution, you may now question the witness who has proven that he is dead, but that's okay.
So, Mr. Roosevelt, could you please state why you initiated the Manhattan Project to be secret? And just that.
The Manhattan Project needed to be a secret since security was a way of life for the Manhattan Project. The goal.
So you don't think it was because you would fear the disapproval of citizens?
No, it was only a secret from Japan and the Soviets.
So everyone else knew about it?
No, it was a secret from also Harry Truman.
And from everyone else,
Yes.
a resident of the United States,
Yes.
correct? Right. So, why did you feel the need to not inform Mr. Vice President Truman at the time?
So, this is a repeated question. The goal was to keep the entire atomic bomb program secret from Germany and Japan. And even though I trusted Truman, it needed to be secret from everyone.
Could you also please move to evidence slide number 6? Thank you. So here it just says that you didn't inform Vice President Truman. So as your vice president and as someone, you were sick during your 4th presidential term, as someone that might have been in the position to take over, and he was, don't you think that he should have known about it? Doesn't that show that you didn't fully trust him?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Thank you.
All right, defense, call your next witness, please.
We would like to call Dwight D. Eisenhower to the stand.
We would like to call up Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yeah, he's already here. No, but we never said it.
Please state your name and profession for the court.
I am President Dwight D. Eisenhower and former general of the Western Front during World War II. I was born and raised in Denison, Texas, and I planned the invasion for Normandy that resulted in the retaking of France and eventually the collapse of Nazi Germany. 9 years ago in 1950, I was appointed Supreme Allied Commander of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. In 1953, I was elected as the 34th President of the USA, and I'm currently on my 2nd term. In addition, I was the one to end the Korean War in 1953, and recently I created the Eisenhower Doctrine to check communist expansion in the Middle East.
Do you agree with Truman in the way that communism should be contained? Please bring forth the evidence number 1.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly with the idea that communism should be contained. Similarly to the Truman Doctrine, my doctrine, the Eisenhower Doctrine, is meant to contain communism outside the Middle East, inside the Middle East, by allowing Middle Eastern nations to have economic or military aid for exchange that they will not exercise communism. Communism, if it was present in those certain countries, would restrain the free will of the people, making more of the world's freedom fall into communist hands. This is why it should be contained at all costs.
Please go to the next evidence slide. Do you think Truman was right to use nuclear weapons?
Personally, I do not think use of atomic weapons was completely justified, but I do agree with the concept that the war had to conclude fast. The way the war ended, it is clear to see that countless more lives, American and Japanese, were spared with the dropping of the atomic bombs. My visit to the Ordrev concentration camp during the final years of World War II has shown to me firsthand the atrocities being committed by the Axis powers, as also seen in the city of Nanking a few years prior.
Please go to evidence slide number 3. What is your opinion on the Red Scare?
My opinion on the Red Scare is that it was both necessary and unnecessary. McCarthyism took over our nation, and it was to some extent good for the nation, because even though it was a huge exaggeration, there were still communist spies in our society and in all parts of it, as seen with the Rosenbergs. Now, I failed to deal with McCarthy. I will admit that. I did not act fast enough, and I only acted when he went after the army, which by that point the whole nation was in a frenzy to figure out who was communist and who was not. My banning of the American Communist Party contributed to the ending of the communist rumors and ensured that our society would not fall into communist hands.
Please bring forth evidence slide number 4. Lastly, how did you end the Korean War?
I had personally visited soldiers in Korea back in '52 and saw the progress happening with my own eyes. There, I saw that nothing was happening and it was a static front, but still reporting casualties in. That's just pointless. When I realized that I wanted to end the war as soon as possible, after I would win the election, because small attacks on small hills would not end this war. 7 months after I won the election, an armistice was signed, leaving combat behind. Still, looking back, I do think that we left Korea as divided as it was right after World War II, which I do regret. I believe that it was up to the leaders of the North and the USSR to cool down the situation, and that we tried to do what we could to stabilize the region.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And that's
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President.
Hi.
So, as you mentioned earlier, atomic weapons, you believe, were an atrocity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you not believe that it was a crime against humanity then?
Well, I think morally we shouldn't have used atomic weapons in that situation, as I was stunned when I heard about it first. But looking back, the amount of casualties that would have happened would be a crime of humanity itself. The estimates are in the millions, Americans and Japanese included.
Well, crimes against humanity are specifically targeted towards civilians, while casualties of soldiers wouldn't technically be a crime against humanity.
But still, in full...
No, I wanted him to say his opinion on that.
But still, invasion of Japan, imagine the casualties upon the Japanese people who would still not be willing to surrender. The atomic bombs were a way to ensure that, well, not many people would have died after.
Okay, let's move on to evidence number 2 then. Please. Thank you. Okay, so you comment here that atomic bombs and other nuclear weaponry should only be used against military targets. So, do you believe that the Hiroshima bomb was needed to be used in a civilian target instead?
Well, Hiroshima was a city with military targets along with civilian, and I do agree, it wasn't correct to be used on civilians, but in the same way, as I said before, we had to, there was no other way. It was either that or a full invasion of Japan.
Okay, interesting. Let's move on to the Korean War. So, okay, can we have evidence number 3? Okay, so one of your first actions as president was to end the war in Korea. You mentioned that the Korean War was never inevitable here, and that it can be traced back to the incompetence of the previous administration conducting world affairs. So, do you believe that if it weren't for the previous administration's...
Objection vague. What administration specifically?
The Truman administration. If it weren't for the Truman administration's incompetence in conducting the Korean War, do you believe that many lives could have been saved, both military and civilian?
Can I just read this 1 second?
Is there a specific
sure.
part you
Is there
want
a-
to,
yeah.
you want the witness to read?
Wait, where is it? You can read the second part where it says, we fail. There's no other reason than this. We failed to road an outward totalitarian mind.
Well, yeah, what I said here is basically that the first administration had to deal better with how they handled the communists in the region, which is why the war happened, because the North invaded the South, which is why when I went, I saw that it had to end because it was a stalemate, just above the 30th parallel. So it had to end, which is why I actually signed the armistice.
Okay, so do you believe that the United States and South Korea and the UN troops should have gone into the North at all then?
Well, yes, I do believe so, because another attack would have been inevitable by the North, because they were aggressive with communist China too, and the USSR. There were just too many. I don't think they should have gone into China though.
Okay, can we move on to evidence number 4?
Last question.
Yep. So this quote from your speech about Korea shows how you believe that seeking war is considered something that a dictator wants. Do you believe Truman's decision on moving the war in Korea into the North is an action that could be considered tyranny?
Well, no, as I said before, they were gonna attack again. Let me just read this real quick. Well, look, Truman wasn't a tyrant. Like, what he did, how he just attacked the North without any, how he just told them, with MacArthur too, that they just went into the North. Well, overall, I think it was a good action, the correct action to take, how they should have gone into the north. But I don't think they should have told the Chinese that they should have assured them that they weren't going to go into China. I think that's where the mistake happened, not that they went into the north.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Witness is excused.
Is that it?
Could we please call George Smith Patton to the stand?
All right, I know the bell rang, so as you're leaving, some of you just please be quiet on your way out. Thank you.
Please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
I am George S. Patton, commander of the U.S. Third Army in the Western European Front, and I fought in both world wars.
If we could please switch to evidence slide 1, please. What do you think of Truman's decision to drop the 2 atomic bombs in Japan?
I don't think that... Okay. I believe it was a right... I don't think that was a slide.
Which side would you like?
It says evidence 1.
About 2.
Evidence 1.
This is 1.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Okay. So I find it rightful that they dropped the bomb on Japan because the Japanese committed many war crimes, and as you can see here, some of the war crimes committed are massacres, mass rape, looting, exploitation of forced labor, the murder of 3 million Soviet prisoners of war, and participated in the extermination of Jews. These were the war crimes committed by the Germans.
Which theaters did you command, and what was it like?
Yeah, that was supposed to be the first letter. The theaters I commanded were the North African, the North African theater, the European theater, and the Mediterranean theater. So this war was like nothing I've ever seen before. The war crimes committed by both the Germans and their allies were very inhumane. Some of the crimes, as I mentioned before, the German ones were the massacre, mass rape, looting, the exploitation of forced labor, and the murder of 3 million Soviet prisoners of war. The crimes committed by the Japanese were cannibalism, the slaughter and starvation of prisoners of war, the rape and forced prostitution, and murder of non-combatants, and biological warfare experiments.
If we could please switch to evidence slide 2. What did you think of the War of the Pacific Theater?
The War of the Pacific Theater was one of the most harsh fronts. As soon as the Germans surrendered, I wanted to mobilize my battalions and go help the Americans there to make sure that no more American soldiers would be lost. However, I was not given permission because of some political maneuvers. I'm glad that Truman dropped the bomb, because without it, it would take more time, possibly months and years, and loss of many more American lives than the ones that were lost there. You can see that during the last of the Pacific War, more than 30 million soldiers and civilians were killed.
If we could please switch to slide 3. Do you believe that the bomb was more catastrophic than every other event in World War II as it concerns casualties?
Not at all. From just one battle, I happened to command the Battle of the Bulge. 75,000 American casualties. There were 75,000 American casualties, while in the drop in Nagasaki, there were a total of, including injuries, of 75,000 casualties. And keep in mind that the war had 60 to 80 million people dead. Yeah.
Thank you. And finally, could we go to slide 4? If you could end the war sooner in Europe, would it be worth it to use something so terrible like the bomb?
Yes, it would definitely do. Please keep in mind that we are facing a total war situation, and the enemy's life is worth less than our soldiers. If the bomb would guarantee that no more American lives would be lost, I would use it. you can clearly see how many Americans would be saved if the war ended in 1943, where it says that 73 were the total casualties, and in 1944, 521,000. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Prosecution, the witness is yours.
Hello, General Patton.
Hello.
So, you lived through and witnessed 2 wars, is that correct?
Yes.
So, would you say that the atomic bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki caused equal, if not more, casualties as those 2 wars did?
Objection, asked and answered. There's testimony. He testified. He already gave.
It was the first question, it's fine.
Can you
Go
repeat the
ahead.
question, please?
Would you say that the atomic bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki caused equal, if not more, casualties as those 2 wars did?
They caused less casualties.
So, you said that the great mistake of the U.S. was not. Could you please open evidence slide number 10? The great mistake of the U.S. was not to drop the 2 atomic bombs on Moscow instead of doing it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You said this after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Could you explain why?
Which part?
It's in Spanish or Portuguese, I'm not sure. But the translation is, the great mistake of the U.S. was not to drop the 2 atomic bombs on Moscow instead of doing it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Why did you say the great mistake of the U.S. was not to drop the 2 atomic bombs on Moscow instead of doing it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Because the Soviets were not the actual enemy, but they were just allies because we had a common enemy.
So you were against dropping it on Japan?
No, I wasn't against dropping it on Japan. What I wanted to make sure is that no more American lives would be lost.
You call the bombing a mistake. Wouldn't you call the explosion that killed an estimated of 80,000 people and then tens of thousands more due to radiation exposure laid a little more than just a mistake? Wouldn't you go as far as calling it a crime against humanity?
If you read the crimes, if you paid attention when I talked about the crimes of humanity that the Japanese committed, these are not, they're much greater than this one.
Exactly, but you called it a mistake. A mistake is a little thing. You're saying that it's much greater.
Where is the such a mistake here?
That is what the quote says. The great mistake of the U.S. was not to drop the 2 atomic bombs on Moscow instead of doing it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, what I meant is that the bombs have
Objection.
also dropped.
Say that.
The quote in context was translated. This on Google Translate is what it says, but through the whole article, that is what the context is saying.
Doesn't mention Nagasaki once and Hiroshima.
Isn't that for?
That is the context of the
Let's not
quote.
argue about it. The jury decides if it's valid or not, right?
The judge doesn't speak Spanish, so I have to take the prosecution's word for it.
Okay, so it was obviously not literal what I said. The bombs were necessary to stop the war, but the Soviets were the actual enemy, and as you can see of all those years in the Cold War.
Okay, so back, you were against on throwing it on Japan. Instead,
No,
you
I
wanted to
wasn't
drop it on Moscow.
No, I wasn't against dropping on Japan.
Next question. You have witnessed the invasion of Poland and then Italy under the leadership of Benito Mussolini, correct?
Yes.
Throughout all these atrocities, an atomic bomb was not used. Can you, with clear conscience, say that the United States responded adequately to Japan during their naval base of Pearl Harbor? Or given your military experience, you say they were probably waiting for an alibi?
First of all, when Italy invaded Poland,
That's what I said?
yeah, the bomb wasn't created then.
That's what I said. I'm saying with clear conscience, could you say that with all the atrocities, there were no atomic bombs used? Or given your military experience, would you say that they were waiting for an alibi regarding
Objection.
the
That's a
US?
compound question. It can confuse the witness, the judge, and the jury.
All right, split the
It's a
question up.
It's a straightforward question. Would you say that they were waiting for an alibi?
What they were waiting for?
An alibi?
Like an excuse. Were they waiting for an excuse?
No,
Who
they
was
were waiting
waiting?
for an excuse to drop the bomb. The reason they dropped the bomb was because the Japanese were
No further questions? Thank you.
I'd like to call James Harold Doolittle to the stand.
All right, it may be 1959, but we have this new technology, and James Doolittle will be joining us on this screen behind us.
Do I still have to go?
Oh, wow. Technology. Witchcraft.
Your Honor, do I stop?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Iris, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, General Doolittle can hear us.
Great.
Should we begin?
Iris, can you hear us?
Yes, she can.
Okay.
All right, General Doolittle, can your lawyer's going to ask you your first question.
Okay, because I cannot see the evidence from the screen. I have it printed out, but can we say when we're in each evidence so I know?
I will mention it.
Okay.
Question, what about my evidence? If she cannot see the slides.
You'll have to tell her that.
Oh wait, actually no, it's on Zoom. What am I saying? Sorry. Anyways, yeah. Okay.
Let us know when the screen is shared with you, Iris.
Now I can see the camera, but yeah.
You can see the screen now?
I can see the camera where it shows all the port.
But when I say see the screen, can you see the evidence slides on your screen? Are they shared?
Okay, now I can see it.
All right, let's begin.
Could you please state your name and your role in this trial for the jury?
Oh yes, my name is James Harold Doolittle, Brigadier General. I was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor after the Doolittle raids in April 18, 1942.
Could we please show evidence 1A for the court? Okay. What was the purpose of the mission, your mission, and your intentions?
The purpose of the mission was military, strategic, and political, to affect the Japanese morale and to create psychological damage after they attacked us in Kauai, Pearl Harbor. Also, another reason was to help the American people's confidence to be restored. Our intentions were not to kill people, but do some damage to industrial and military bases.
Now, referring to evidence 1B, what were the preparations for the task and your impressions of the rest of the crewmen?
As I wrote my reflection to the General of the Army of Air Forces on June 5, 1942, there was special training and low-altitude approaches to bombing targets. Moreover, we practiced bombing land and sea targets from 1,500, 5,000, and 10,000 feet. The impression of the pilots and the co-pilots is that the pilots were all excellent, and the leading pilots, and the co-pilots were good for their position. For the time period they were training, there was mutual respect, and they were exceptional professionals to work with.
Could we go to slide 2? Evidence 2. Now, referring to both pieces of evidence, what were the final instructions and the targets? And also, I'd like to inform the jury that we are talking about the Doolittle raids.
Yes, that's indeed true. And the final instructions that were given were to avoid non-military targets, especially the Temple of Heaven, and to proceed as west as possible. And as I wrote again in my reflection to the General of the Army of Air Forces, and to proceed as west as possible, said that the objectives that were given to the pilots included targeting stillworks, all references, airplane factories, and old-time farms. We took off from the deck of the Hornet, and the bombs were generally delivered to the designated targets that each airplane was instructed. But there were some difficulties, such as targets being camouflaged and taking off 10 hours earlier due to contact being made with enemy surface craft, and were not as accurate as we wished. The accuracy was not ideal.
Could we please move on to evidence number 3? Where did your airplane land, and what happened to the rest of the crewmen from the other airplanes?
Personally, I jumped at 12:20 in the morning from 8,000 feet, and I landed near Tianmunsheng, which is about 70 miles from Chanko. After I landed, I immediately contacted General HO Director of the Western Branch of Kennan Province, who agreed to help me find the rest of the crewmen, locate the ship, and find the other airplanes in China. We found most of the airplanes, but there were just some strange cases, such as airplane 40-2261, in which most of the crewmen were badly injured, and it landed west of Sancho. Estelauso was the worst injured, and least injured was Thatcher, who was also the engineer, and helped save the other crewmen. But if he was not accommodated by some Chinese fishermen, this would have resulted to be captured by the Japanese forces that were only 3 miles away. However, I was the most downhearted with airplane 40-2298, which landed near Nanchang area, near Poyang Lake. The interior reinforcements are missing, and the Japanese have also captured 3 of my crewmen who I deeply respected, Hallmark, Mander, and Elsie. Also, we have information that these 3 crewmen are resisting capture, but they're not killed.
And for the last question, could we please refer to evidence number 4? referring to both pieces of evidence, A and B, are you aware of what some witnesses said about what happened in the city of Nanchang after your mission?
First of all, I'm aware of estimations that the nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek made that about 250,000 Chinese lives were lost by Japanese forces after my raids. Also, from what I read from the March on Time and the Mollucky Journal, there are two pretty revealed tragic events that happened in China, especially in the city of Nanchang. The terrible images of the people who went to Father Vandenberg, hangry, with tattered clothing, desperate, asking for help. However, Father Dunker's experience was even more terrifying. Seeing the Japanese soldiers shooting and raping anyone who saw in front of their eyes. The image of the bodies lying on the ground with the cows unburied. The savages who just killed and left with no consciousness. Furthermore, I think it's not a coincidence that all these events took place only 50 miles away north of Nanchang, where Airplane 402298 landed, and it was the case that some of the crewmen were captured by the Japanese. Finally, after taking into consideration that all the events that happened in China after my raids, President Truman's actions are clearly justified because it saved thousands of lives in China and the rest of the world from Japanese aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Prosecution, you may cross-examine the witness. Let's make sure General Dubin can hear us.
The camera's not that, maybe I can do something.
All right, do a test.
Iris, can you see me? Oh, sorry. General.
I moved the screen a bit bigger, but I cannot see you for a while.
Okay.
It's okay, I can see the evidence though.
Okay. So, you stated earlier in your testimony that you instructed the pilots to only bomb military bases. This is correct, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we can give some examples also.
Yeah. So can you confirm and reassure us that no civilian deaths took place and no urban infrastructure was harmed?
There were some very few cases of civilians, but as I said before, the main targets, I mean, there were zero non-military targets, but because there's an example actually that there was actually a job on a school, but it was an accident because it looked from the top. The pilot assumed it was a factory because there was a lot of smoke. Otherwise, there were only military targets such as the Ashley Electrical Manufacturing Corporation, the Shunka Naval Base, and the Japanese Steel Corporation, or the Nagoya Gas Company. But there were some exceptions, but they were clear accidents.
Okay, thank you. Let me just refresh everyone's memory, yours included, about what exactly the so-called Doolittle raids resulted in. Could you please read the highlighted sections? Or, it's okay, actually, I'll read it, sorry. So, destroyed 52 homes, damaged 14, 10 civilians died, some were burning to death. There were 87 fatalities, so it wasn't just a few exceptions, there were 87 deaths. And also the story that you recounted to us about the primary school. A primary school was bombed. Many students had stayed to help clean classrooms, and one of them died in one of these attacks. There's also a middle school that was bombed, and it killed a 4th grader, a child. So now I ask you, how many Japanese bombardments were there on American soil?
From the 1942 or generally talking?
No, generally talking.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Okay, well, there were none.
I'm not exposed to this information. I'm exposed to information about my mission.
There were 0 Japanese bombardments on American soil. So could you please clarify what the reasoning behind these raids were?
As I also said in my testimony, it was to affect the Japanese morale after the attack in Pearl Harbor. And this is an example of Japanese, it is considered to be the attack in Pearl Harbor, which was a bombardment, and there were civilians that were killed too. But as I said, it was clearly a political purpose and military purpose, the Doolittle raids. And these were some accidents because when you're dropping a bomb, you cannot have full control for you're going to kill, but I said that what our targets were, and these were accidents. We did not want to kill these people.
So you mentioned Pearl Harbor. How do you justify bombing Tokyo, a capital city, and the death of civilians as a retaliation to Pearl Harbor, a military base where no civilians were hurt in comparison to 87?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I agree. Sustained.
Okay. Comparing the two, Pearl Harbor and your raids, do you see them as proportional, the two?
Yes, the damage in Pearl Harbor was more severe, and since they were both for military purposes. And yes, as I said before, because we mentioned what the military targets were and some examples. Do you want to mention them again? That were bombed, and they were the military importance to to Japan. I'm sorry. So yes, I can compare them, and I can say also that Pearl Harbor was even had more severe damages to the U.S. than the Doolittle raids to Japan.
So do you see the death of military personnel the same as civilian deaths?
I'm not exactly aware of the civilian deaths of Pearl Harbor, but you can remind me if you want, though.
Pearl Harbor had 0 civilian deaths.
Objection, Your Honor. There's foundation issues because there were actually civilian deaths.
68 civilian deaths in Pearl Harbor and 2,400.
Yes, there were actually. Yes,
Okay.
sustained.
Okay. I did not remember. I did not recall the
All right, that's
Okay,
it.
no further questions.
Thank you. Before the next witness, can the audience please keep it down? It's getting louder back there. Thank you.
Should I continue watching from the live stream, or should I stay here?
No, log out and go back to the streaming.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, sir. Bye. Your Honor.
Bye-bye. Thank you. All right, defense, please call your next witness.
Please call to the stand Curtis LeMay.
Before I start, a quick message to the prosecution. I speak Spanish, so don't make up any translations with me, please. And check your evidence a few times over before you ask me some questions.
Put the cigar away.
I'm sorry, sir.
This is a non-smoking building. All right, go ahead.
Go on.
Please state your name and occupation for the court.
My name is Curtis Emerson LeMay. I was a general of the U.S. Air Force, and I was by far the most effective one. I was in charge of most of the firebombing campaigns involved in Japan in cities like Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, and yeah, that was me.
Why did you decide to start firebombing cities in Japan?
See, we were fighting a key battle, and the single bombs that were being dropped were just missing the targets. The wind would blow them off track. It just wasn't effective enough to continue working like this. And also, these cities were big hubs, not only for the military, but also for industry, many factories and other such things that are very important during times of war.
What do you think of Truman's decision to drop the bombs?
Honestly, it was the best possible course of action to save the largest amount of people. Like, not only that, but if we pull up evidence slide number 1, please. These were leaflets that were dropped on most Japanese cities right before the bombings of Hiroshima. And they pretty much just say that, get out of the city. We are in possession of a very, very dangerous weapon that we need to use at this point. And we were just trying to save as many civilians as possible. And these leaflets were dropped in pretty much most cities, warning of the bombs. And if we didn't drop them, what would we do? Would you rather continue, have Operation Downfall, have 10 times more people die, both Japanese and American?
Excuse me, can we have a translated version of this?
I have it in my slides if needed. Let me
Okay.
find it.
Where was the translated version when...
All right. We're not arguing.
Sorry, I'm
We gave
sorry.
the translated version.
Everyone settle down.
I don't like people lying, sir. What can I say?
That's your honor to you.
Lastly, what would have happened in your opinion with the casualties if the bombs weren't dropped?
Excuse me, could you repeat the question?
Yes. In your opinion, what would have happened with the casualties if the bombs weren't
If the
dropped?
bombs weren't dropped, with the casualties, we definitely would have continued with Operation Downfall, invading the Japanese in the mainland through the islands in Okinawa, and that would have caused incredible casualties, not just for the Americans, but for the Japanese too.
Thank you, General.
Thank you. Prosecution, you may cross-examine.
Hello, Mr. LeMay.
General.
General LeMay, excuse me. So, was Japan already seeking to surrender before the dropping of the atomic bomb?
Are you kidding me? No, they weren't.
Please
Did
pull
you
up
see
evidence slide number 1.
Go on.
May you please read the highlighted area out loud?
Of course. Japan was attempting to use the Soviet Union to mediate a negotiated peace in 1945, a doomed effort since the Soviets were already planning on breaking off their non-aggression pact and invading.
So, if there were plans of surrenderment, even a smaller chance of the war ending without the use of an atomic bomb, what is the justification of the use of atomic bombs?
I mean, the way I see it, the Japanese can say this all they want, but if you look at the actual hard evidence, if you look at the invasion of Okinawa, over 100,000 Japanese soldiers died. You have reports of Japanese soldiers fighting 20 years after the war ended because they just did not give up for their country. The Japanese were not going to surrender.
That was not the question. I said if there was a smaller chance for Japan's surrenderment, what is the justification of the use of the atomic bombs?
I don't see how this is valid because there was no smaller chance of the Japanese surrendering.
Could you please reread the source?
I can reread the source all you want, but I don't get what you're trying to say here.
Please pull up evidence slide number 2. May you please read the highlighted area?
No problem. And exploded underwater with little spectacle or apparent damage. Though criticized by rival Navy commanders, LeMay was impressed by the explosion he saw. It strengthened his conviction that nuclear weapons had the power to destroy entire societies.
You already knew that the amount of damage from the atomic bombs could be used, and you were impressed, as you say, with knowledge of how many innocent lives could be hurt. So, was it intentional for that amount of destruction, knowing how many innocent civilians could be killed?
Honestly, the way I see it, what we were doing already before with my firebombing campaigns that I started, they weren't too different from what we did with the atomic bombs. In fact, there were less casualties with the atomic bombs compared to the firebombs.
Really? Hundreds of thousands deaths of innocent civilians is less
here's the
casualties?
thing. You got to see that as collateral damage at a certain point because with all the factories, the industry, the military that we're actually aiming for, at some point you just have to do what's best.
Please pull up evidence slide number 3. The highlighted section of this evidence explains that if Japan had won the war, the United States would have been charged with war crime against the Japanese. But with their surrender, there were no consequences for the abundance of lives lost due to the bombing. Is the justification of the US left unscathed from the controversy of the dropping of the 2 bombs when Japan would have been held accountable if they had done similar? Do you think this is justifiable?
Honestly, in a war like this, especially the largest war in human history, complete total war, there are no good sides. The Americans, the English, the French, the Japanese, the Germans, the Italians, everyone has had their fair share of bad moments, and there's nothing really you can do about that.
Yet again, not answering my question. I am asking you.
I have answered your question.
No, you have not. I am asking you that if Japan had done the same that America did to Japan, Japan would have been held accountable for war crimes. But America was not held accountable. How is this justifiable?
Objection, asked and answer.
No, it wasn't, so overruled.
All right, could you repeat the question, please?
If Japan had done the same thing that America had done to Japan, Japan would have held accountable for war crimes. But America did, and they didn't do anything about it.
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation.
Who said Japan would be?
There's evidence. The evidence is right there.
The evidence is an article. You mean to tell me that?
That is up for the judge to decide?
No, answer the question.
All right, well, I mean, I agree. I don't really think that this is speculation, to be honest, that this is actually speculation.
Please answer the question. Is this justifiable?
Objection. This calls for speculation and it's from 2003, so he can't know the evidence.
This is up for the honor to the judge.
The witness is wasting time.
That's what I was waiting for. It's not actually from 2003, but it said he said it when he was in the Kennedy administration, so
And Kennedy
close
got
enough.
elected in 1960.
So it's past the date, so yes. That's the right objection.
Next question.
Let's go.
Please pull up slide number 4. It was clearly stated that the object of the attack was not to bomb the civilians, yet you still did. Do you think that you would have obtained the same? Do you think that you would obtain the same result of the war with a smaller bomb by following the objectives of not killing innocent lives?
Could you repeat the question?
Do you think that ending the war with a smaller bomb by following the objective of not killing innocent lives would have obtained the same result?
Most likely not, because as I said before, I don't think the Japanese would have ever surrendered. I think we did what was best and we did what we had to do.
My last question to you, Mr. LeMay, could you please define the term democide?
Democide? I can't
Okay,
say from
so
here.
let me help you out. According to Collins' dictionary, democide is the killing of members of a country's civilian population as a result of its government's policy, including by direct action, indifference, and neglect. Do you understand?
You're stuttering a little. Could you repeat that?
According to Collins' dictionary,
Cry about it. Okay.
According to Collins' dictionary, democide is the killing of members' country's civilians population as a result of its government policy, including by direct action, indifference, and neglect. According to the Hague Convention, evidence slide 5, please. The Hague Convention of 1923, Article 22 and 23 state that the attack on a military objective is illegal. Above all, if the attacker thought it was very likely that the population would be harmed. With the mass killing of the innocent civilians, how is the bomb not considered a crime against humanity and, overmore, democide?
Because at the end of the day, it did what it was supposed to do. We did what we had to do to get the Japanese to surrender.
Democide is the killing of a mass population done by the government.
Is the killing
Please
of the
let me finish.
population by their own government.
By the own government, a mass population of a government through the destruction of population. This is considered democide through the definition of it. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I read you exactly. Democide is the murder of any person or people by their government, including genocide, politicide,
By
and
the
mass
government.
murder.
By their own
government.
government.
Okay,
Check
but
your
it's still considered.
evidence, please.
That is what the definition is stated by the Collins Dictionary,
Find a better
and that is still not my question. I am saying if killing if innocent civilians, how is it not considered a crime against humanity?
Because sometimes innocent civilians have to die.
But that is not sometimes. I'm asking you if it is considered a crime against humanity.
I don't think it's considered a crime against humanity.
And why not?
in this
We have to
situation.
end it here. We have to end it here.
Thank you.
If we could please call General Richard Sutherland up to the stand.
What are these? Yo, that highlight reel is gonna be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
My name is Richard Kern Sutherland. I am a man who has served 30 years in the U.S. military. My most notable period was under General MacArthur and in charge of the Far East. I was ultimately promoted from lieutenant colonel to major general. My main objective in the Far East was being one of the main strategists of Operation Downfall, a last resort plan to invade Japan if they were not willing to surrender conditionally. As a man who was involved in World War II and as someone who knew the immense power and death toll of Operation Downfall, Truman's decision to put an end to the war via dropping 2 atomic bombs was evidently the best one.
Thank you. What is your connection to this case?
So as I stated, I was one of the main strategists of Operation Downfall. Truman's decision to use advanced technology to put a stop to the war was more than a viable and the better decision. It saved millions of Japanese lives and US lives, and it was the fastest way to end the brutal war in the end, the most beneficial.
How is Operation Downfall related to this case?
You could go to evidence slide 1. So Operation Downfall was set to take place in October of 1945. It was going to take place if Japan were not willing to surrender to the American forces. In late July of 1945, the War Department provided an estimate of the entire downfall operations will cause between 1.7 to 4 million US casualties, including near 800,000 US dead and 5 to 10 million Japanese dead. So we can see that the estimated casualties in Operation Downfall are immense compared to the casualties from the use of the 2 atomic bombs, thus proving that President Harry S. Truman's decision to use newer technology on Japan was indeed the most viable one.
How exactly was Operation Downfall going to be carried out?
So Operation Downfall consisted of 2 separate operations, Operation Olympic and Operation Coronet. Operation Olympic was intended to capture the island of Kyushu, which is the second biggest island in Japan and most populated. And Operation Coronet was intended to capture the island of Honshu. So, evidence slide 2, please. So I had signed the strategic plan for the Operation Downfall, since I was one of the strategists behind it. The amount of personnel, vehicles, and equipment that would have been required to carry out this operation is beyond one's imagination. And this proves that Operation Downfall was indeed worse than the atomic bombings. The amount of damage it would have caused to Japan would have been much greater than the blast. Evidence slide 3.
On September 2nd of 1945, you were on board the USS Missouri. What happened on that ship?
So on September 2nd of 1945, as you correctly stated, I was indeed on board the USS Missouri in Japan's Tokyo Bay. On that ship, Japanese Emperor Hirohito sent out Japanese Foreign Minister Mamura Shigemitsu to formally sign Japan's surrender after Emperor Hirohito had announced it about a month earlier on August 15th to the public. This paper is recorded evidence that Emperor Hirohito sent out Foreign Minister Shigemitsu to sign the paper, ending the most catastrophic and bitter war recorded in history. The signature of that paper and the approval of the President of the United States of America, Harry S. Truman, marked the end of World War II.
And lastly, do you think that Harry Truman's decision to end the war using new technology was a liable and correct option?
In the end, Harry S. Truman's decision to end the war using new technology was by far the best option. As one of the main strategists for Operation Downfall, I can assure you that the damage that would have been caused from Operation Downfall compared to the atomic bombs would have been immense. He saved millions of Japanese lives and, more importantly, American lives. Using new technology was the fastest way to put an end to this bloody and bitter war. The Japanese should be thankful they willingly surrendered and did not continue the war with us. Thus, we should thank President Harry S. Truman for his immediate and tactical actions against the Japanese.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland.
You may cross-examine the witness. Before you do, I'd like to remind everyone that court is in session, and it's very important that we hear the testimony and we can focus on it. So please, we need it quiet, or I could still hear people speaking. Remember, it's not recess. Trial is in process. I will ask one of the bailiffs behind me to escort you out. Thank you. So listen.
You mentioned that the dropping of the atomic bombs was the better option compared to Operation Downfall because it had fewer casualties.
That's right.
In your opinion, would Operation Downfall had started a nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union in a way that the atomic bomb did?
Well, Operation Downfall was intended to completely destroy Japan, killing incredible amounts of people. And that would have obviously, since we said earlier, Japan and the Soviet Union were in, they were talking, they were in discussions, I think would obviously rose attention between them. And I don't know about the arms race, but since this is a question I can't answer, but yeah, maybe.
Could you please tell us what is your relationship to General MacArthur?
I served under General MacArthur in the Far East. He was a person I would talk to. He would give me instructions. He would tell me how to carry out operations. He was my commander-in-chief.
Evidence 11, please. Please read what is underlined in purple.
Sutherland told Brereton that MacArthur was too busy to see him and that he was to prepare for an attack, but to await further orders before launching one.
This happened during the Pearl Harbor attack. So, did you really think in a crisis like this there wasn't much time for Aviator Brereton's hearing with General MacArthur?
I mean, obviously, it was wrong, since if he was too busy, especially after an attack on Pearl Harbor, he should have made time to see Brereton, and they should have had time to prepare for an attack on the Japanese. Though I'm not aware of the reason as to why MacArthur was too busy and was not able to attend the meeting with Brereton.
Evidence 12, please. Underlined in pink, it says that even though you passed on Brereton's request, MacArthur said that there wasn't much time. Why do you think General MacArthur declined the hearing with Brereton? You already answered that. Yeah. Evidence 13, please. Evidence 13. So as you can see in evidence 13, highlighted in red, the attack finally happened 5 hours later than the original request. If the attack had happened immediately, as Beretor insisted, do you think there would be less damage?
I mean, that's a theoretical question. I can't.
Well, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, depends. Maybe. That's not an answer. That's not a question I can answer fully.
Do you think MacArthur is at fault for the delay?
Possibly, but I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
Sure.
Please answer with yes or no.
Yes.
You're leading on with
Sure replies, yes.
Okay. No more further questions.
Thank you.
Can we please call to the stage General Douglas MacArthur?
General.
Would you please state your name and title for the record?
Yes, my name is General Douglas MacArthur. I was born in 1890 in Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have served as a general for the United States Army and the commander of the Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific Theater.
General MacArthur, what were the casualties in the Pacific Theater during World War II?
If you can move to evidence slide 2, you can see the exact numbers, but the casualties for the United States in the Southwest Pacific Theater War were very significant. At least 200,000 United States soldiers had casualties, and as many as 70,000 American soldiers were killed in the Southwest Pacific Theater. And overall in the Pacific Theater War, around 300,000 U.S. casualties and more than 100,000 U.S. soldiers killed. Of course, other Allied forces had many casualties, and of course, the opposing forces of Japan suffered many losses too.
Would you say that the war in the Southwest Pacific Theater was successful?
Well, that is hard to tell, but to go there, we have to. Our main goal in the Southwest Pacific Theater was to push back the Japanese forces and regain control of the Philippines, which we very suddenly lost in 1942. And after almost 4 years of lethal battles, and after strategic plans from going to small islands to island, we were able to regain the full control of the Philippines in June of 1945. We landed, if you can move to evidence slide 3, as you can see, we landed on Leyte Gulf in October 20, 1944. It was a major success and achievement for our forces, but the Japanese would not surrender anytime close, and there was still some resistance in the islands. We were planning then on the invasion of Japan, but the 2 atomic bombs were dropped and the war ended.
What was Operation Downfall? What were its casualties?
Operation Downfall was a planned invasion of Japan by myself and other generals. It was to finally defeat Japan. It was planned to be executed on November 1st of 1945. Of course, by that time, the war had ended due to the 2 atomic bombs drop. The war was already over. The invasion was going to be the bloodiest battle, the bloodiest invasion of the United States in its history. The casualties were going to be immense for both sides. Estimates reached up to 4 million casualties for the United States and up to 10 million casualties for Japan, up to 1 million American losses.
After all the information you've given us about the unimaginable amounts of casualties and the state of everlasting war, do you feel like Truman's action was to quickly end the war were justified?
As it might be known, I myself haven't had the most agreeable ideas, at least in the beginning, with former President Truman about the atomic bombs. I might have thought at the time that there could be a different way of ending the war without the 2 bombs. I once also wrote a paper report about war crimes, which was about the Second World War and the Japanese people and the safety of the Japanese citizens, which was sometimes misinterpreted about being about the atomic bombs. Though the atomic bombs at the time were not under my full train of thought, and now 14 years later I can look into the matter clearly and have a more correct statement. At the very beginning, everyone was shocked by the bombs. It was truly terrifying. It was mass destruction. It was the worst weapon ever created. But also, one always has to look to the benefits and the facts, of course. The facts are that without the atomic bomb, we would have to act on Operation Downfall, which would have brought millions of casualties and deaths for both U.S. and Japanese forces and eventual Japanese civilians. It's pretty clear that with the two atomic bombs, Japan finally surrendered incredibly quickly, actually, officially around 3 weeks after the second bomb. Lastly, in order for you to understand, I served in the United States Army. If the bombs are moral or immoral, it's not to be judged by me. I was doing what I was ordered by the commander-in-chief, and the commander in the government was Harry Truman. So, yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may cross-examine the witness.
Hello. Please bring up evidence 7. As you can see in evidence A, you were present at the Wake Island conference. Could you please tell us what was the reason this conference took place?
If you give me some time to read. This was about the North Korean War, right? And about the fact there was a meeting between me and the president, as you can see here, about the fact of the Chinese Communist forces and the fact if they would intervene if we moved up to North Korea during the Korean War.
Please present evidence 8. I won't waste your time with reading this, but it's a letter sent to you by President Truman on your birthday in 1950, and you were in good terms then. So let me remind you that you were fired and had a public feud with him. So what caused this falling out?
The firing. I was relieved of my duties in 1951, and the fact was the Korean War. It was my choice to move up to North Korea and try to defeat all the communist forces in the whole of Korea, South Korea, North Korea. And at some point, I even want to use nuclear bombs. And the fact that Mr. Truman fired me is because he didn't want to waste more human lives and resources on that war.
Please bring up evidence 9. It is known, as you can see highlighted in red, that President Truman had agreed to help South Korea reclaim their land. And it is also known that after you successfully defended South Korea, you continued the battle beyond the border.
Right.
In your opinion, why did President Truman order you to attack North Korea when he had promised to only defend the South?
I believe he wanted to. It was a war. He wanted to kind of even gain more land to kick the communist forces out of North Korea, which that was what I wanted to.
Do you think it was proper since he hadn't officially declared war?
I mean, if you think about it, there's no. At war, whatever happens, happens. There's nothing official.
But he wasn't at war directly.
Well, many Americans died in that war, so I think that's war.
Please bring up evidence 10. Here we see President Truman firing you for wanting to bomb China. Dare I say you were one of his best generals. This is not the first time the conversation of bombing a nation has been brought up in the White House.
Right.
Do you find it reasonable that President Truman refused your suggestion, yet he had no problem dropping bombs on Japan and permanently damaging and scarring not only a nation, but the world as a whole?
I think you look at the two different wars, and I think it's a totally different thing, right? The first war was the greatest war and the worst war in human history, right? World War II. 6 years going on, and you know, Mr. Truman in 1945 had to make a choice, former President Truman, had to make this hard choice, and of course it was hard, but he made a choice that was necessary and that didn't kill any more American people, American kids. So yeah, that's what I understand. So he didn't want to bomb China because I think if you compare the two wars, it's not the same thing, China.
No more further questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, General.
Could Louis Zamperini come up to the stand, please?
Sir, I have a piece of evidence to present to you.
What is this I'm looking at?
This is a letter from FDR declaring my death in 1944.
FDR declaring your death.
This is a signed letter from FDR declaring my death in 1944.
Is this something the lawyers should see? Will you make this part of your case?
Yeah, this will be part of my case, yes.
Or your testimony, rather? Who's the cross-examining?
Reference is on the back.
So, please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
Hello, my name is Captain Louis Silvio Zamperini. I am an American, a former Olympic athlete and Air Force pilot for the B-24 Squadron. I am here today to reflect on my experience as a multi-year-long prisoner of war in Japan during World War II.
So how did you become and how were you treated as an American prisoner of war?
My plane crashed upon engine failure over the Pacific. Only 2 crew members and myself survived the crash. My crewmates and I, as well as many other American prisoners of war, ended up being detained long-term on Kwajalein Island.
If we could pull up evidence slide 1.
In the camp, living conditions were appalling, and we were treated worse than animals. More importantly, we were starved and systematically tortured. In particular, there was a specific guard at the camp. His name was Mutsuhiro Watanabe, more commonly referred to as the Bird. The Bird possessed the strongest hatred for me. For example, you can see that on my slide, for instance, after he beat me with a thick, heavy web belt leaving me to bleed in pain, he would pretend to be sorry, offering me tissues to stop the bleeding, only to strike me in the head again. Besides...
One moment, Mr. Zamperini. I'm sorry to interrupt such testimony filled with pathos from what you've endured, but I'm having trouble focusing on your testimony because there is a lot of noise in court right now, so I'd like you to stop speaking, please.
Sir, bang your hammer.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Are we ready? You may retell your experience from the point that you feel
Should
is
I repeat?
appropriate. Yes. Thank you.
On the first one, please. Should I repeat the last?
From the point where you feel is pertinent,
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt the flow of your testimony, so you decide.
For example, he had beat me with a thick, heavy web belt, leaving me to bleed in pain, pretending to be sorry, offering me tissues to stop the bleeding, only to strike me in the head again. Besides the constant beatings, our living conditions were appalling. As you can see at the bottom left of my slide, our cell was around 1.8 meters wide and 1.8 meters tall. It's in feet. With flies coating the vents, unbearable heat, endless mosquitoes, and a hole in a tin can functioning as my toilet, with a tin can filling up with maggots, and being forced to sleep with my head near the hole in the floor. The food situation could be even worse. We got prison guard leftovers, otherwise left to the pigs, showing how we were really treated as animals. Or a soaked, slimy rice ball thrown at me, making me pick up the mess, grain by grain, hour by hour, off the filthy, bug-infested cell floor, while the prison guards howled at me in laughter. Second evidence slide, please.
What emotion do these pictures invoke?
These pictures tell 1,000 stories of hunger and torture that all these prisoners endured. These pictures remind me of misery. They remind me of a time where narrowly avoiding death was so frequent, I constantly felt like I was already dead. These pictures remind me of the scene of tortured, overworked, miserable, and tired people who were starved and likely ready to end it all. It was a scene that lasted so many years. To think I weighed 30 kilos as a fully grown man, weighing as much as a 6 or 7-year-old is absolutely insane. We essentially lacked fat and flesh, and we were almost just skin and bones, leaving us to freeze in the cold night air. Next slide, please.
Why did the Japanese keep you, specifically you, alive?
They wanted to use me to help win the war. Not because they had minimal decency. That was the least of their priorities. They discovered my past as an Olympic athlete and had note of my publicity. And they solely kept me alive for war propaganda. Not only for my existing publicity as an athlete, but also since I was publicly proclaimed dead, signed by FDR himself. That's the letter I previously referenced.
Okay, you have that evidence.
They aimed to use me to lower morale back home and paint the US to be incompetent. They offered me proper living conditions with things I would dream to ever have at the time, like proper food rations or a bed for all things. They're all basic needs that everyone in that camp lacked. I refused to cooperate with their outrageous plan to use and abuse me for war propaganda. It infuriated them. I was sent to punishment camp in which I was further tortured for my actions. I still can't believe I made it out alive.
Okay, well, we need to move on to cross-examination at this point because
Can I finish the
You
last
can finish
question?
with the statement, yes.
Next slide, please.
After the war, how was your life affected by being a prisoner of war?
For years on end, the experience I had throughout the camps tormented me, whether I was conscious or whether I was asleep. It was taking control of my emotions, my relationships, and fundamentally, my life. For years, I couldn't sleep. The torture that left a scar in my brain stopped me from ever being able to sleep without my PTSD creeping into my dreams and turning them into horrible nightmares.
Okay. Well,
Am I able to?
We'll stop because for time purposes.
Thank you for your time.
Take a moment because I know this has been very stressful for you. Cross-examination may commence.
Hello, Mr. Zamperini.
Hello.
So, how many bombardment missions did you undertake for the U.S. Army Air Force in the Pacific from 1941 to 43?
I am unaware. I was captured in 1943, but I am unaware of the amount of bombing missions that I underwent during that time. I can't recall the exact amount.
Would it be true to say that the U.S. Air Force carried out maybe hundreds of bombardments during the Pacific War between 41 to your death? Just an estimate, do you think?
This could be feasible, yes.
Yes. Okay. So please bring forth evidence 7. Without looking at the screen, do you know how many military deaths the United States suffered during the Pacific War?
I do not know the total figure.
It was 111,606 deaths. Without looking at the screen again, do you know how many Japanese military deaths there were?
I am
Military.
I am unaware of the figure.
It was 1,740,000. Do you know how many civilian deaths the U.S. suffered during the Pacific War?
I am unsure of the civilian deaths.
There is no precise number, but it is definitely within the hundreds, max. Do you know how many civilian deaths Japan suffered during the Pacific War?
No, I have no way of knowing these figures myself.
Yes.
I'm following orders and
I'm just
I don't
simply
count
asking
deaths.
as you had a role in the Air Force.
Of course.
Well, it was, as you can see on the screen, 393,400. So the ratio being, let's say, 60, 70, 80 American deaths to 393,400 Japanese civilian deaths.
Yes. From
Mr.
what time
Zamperini.
period does this occur? I have a question.
Say again?
From what time period
to what time period this occurred? The questions will be asked by the lawyers at this point.
I'm sorry.
This is, to clarify, this is 41 to 45, so 1 year after Goethe. So, Mr. Zamperini, you're clearly a war hero, and your courage and bravery in combat is unquestionable. We would like to recognize that today. However, we're not here to discuss your credentials and your brave actions during World War II. We're here to expose the imperialistic nature of American foreign policy and the role President Truman played in this.
Is there a question?
Question is, do you believe that these deaths were proportional?
Proportional to?
To each other, the civilian deaths or military deaths to Japanese deaths.
In what context?
Do you believe they're proportional to each other?
As in, are they
proportional? Are the number of deaths proportional to each other, yes or no?
I can't necessarily answer that question.
Okay.
Objection. May I ask how exactly the number of deaths is relevant to the torture happening in the Japanese camps?
I'm not only...
I'll allow the question. Because Mr. Zamperini was a
he was an Air Force
acknowledged as a war
bombardier.
hero and also a prisoner of war under horrid conditions. However, the point is you're making comparison between civilian casualties. I think it's relevant to the case at large. Yes, so you may proceed.
Okay. So, the ratio of military deaths in Japan to the US was 17 to 1. Okay, so let's take the torture you experienced and times that by 400,000. Okay, do you believe that it was fair for these deaths to occur?
I don't think we can compare the torture I endured to the direct death of citizens. Being instantly shot and being tortured for 2 years on end, nearly dying multiple times, countless times, for thousands of prisoners within the camp aren't comparable.
I understand. That must have been very difficult for you.
Asked and answered. I think we need to bring this testimony to a close right now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
However, we do have a news flash.
I know we can, but as soon as this is over, if I make the announcement, lunch is on the after this.
Let's see how long it is. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Tian reporting on USC News.
I'm Juliana reporting on USC News.
This ongoing conflict between North Korea and South Korea has reached since North Korea armed forces crossed the 38th parallel into South Korea on June 25, 1950.
The UN force entered the battle in early July and quickly turned the tide for South Korea. General Douglas MacArthur of the United States Army intended an amphibious operation to reclaim the Seoul region.
On September 15, the United States Marine Corps landed on Incheon. About 75,000 troops and 261 Navy ships were involved in the operation. Let us bring one of our reporters for more details.
Hello, we're here with General Douglas MacArthur.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great today, and thanks for having me here.
We would like to know more about the strategy you used during your command of the Korean War in order to defeat the communists and give the South its freedom.
To cut it short and simple, the strategy I used is what I like to call hit them where they're weak. What we did, we would draw them out somewhere where they didn't want it, and then we'd hit them right where they didn't expect it.
Very interesting. Was the Incheon landing an example of you using this strategy?
The Incheon landing would be the most excellent example of this strategy. We drew them out in South Korea, and then we hit them as we landed in Incheon, and then we hit them where they were the most vulnerable.
I have one last question for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
What was it like being relieved after so many years of being there?
Well, 52 years is a lot of years, and I was devastated, but I guess at some point it would happen. I was 72 years old. I was an old man.
I can't imagine what that would have been like for you, sir.
It was very, very devastating, but I guess at some point it would happen.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Let us send a big thank you to our reporter Silas and General Douglas MacArthur. Following on this, on December 15th, approximately 100,000 UN forces were trapped in the North Korean port Hungnam.
On December 8th, General Douglas MacArthur commanded the X-Corps to leave Hungnam. Between December 15th and the 24th, UN soldiers and North Korean residents were evacuated from the port of Hungnam. Our second reporter, Ines, is with our former president, Mr. Truman, to talk about this evacuation even further.
Today we are here with our former president, Mr. Truman. How are you, Mr. President?
I'm glad to hear that our fight for democracy in Korea is going well and near its end.
What do you think about the Korean conflict?
I think it's disgusting how the USSR believes it can force its communist ideologies on unwilling people, and I know the government will do everything in their power to preserve democracy in Korea.
Why did you decide to send your troops to support Korea?
The communist attack on the Democratic Republic of Korea made it clear that the international communist movement is willing to use armed invasion to conquer independent nations.
I heard that the Hungnam evacuation was very successful. How do you feel about this success?
As I said on Christmas of 1950, it was a Christmas miracle for America, Korea, and democracy. As mentioned in the newspapers, we evacuated 14,000 civilians and soldiers from Hungnam on the Meredith victory. They were evacuated from North Korea to South Korea by General Douglas MacArthur.
Any further plans in the near future?
For now, all I'll say is that the government is working on bringing back peace and maintaining democracy.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you to our reporter, Ines, and our former president.
Finally, after about 3 years, we're seeing a closure to this war. Today, 27th of 1953, an armistice was signed by Panmunjom, a joint security area in Korea by the United States Army Lieutenant General William Harrison and the North Korean General Namil after 2 years of negotiation.
This is for today. We are anchor Tina and Juliana, and we hope to see you next time on USC News.
Okay, that was very informative. Ms. Koklas, I think you have an announcement.
Yes, all right, guys, listen, pizzas are being delivered right now. They're on their way. We have, listen. We have 2 tables set up in the atrium with the pizzas set up. They forgot to bring napkins, so we have like a roll of paper there, so kitchen paper. Not toilet paper. And so we would like to have lunch between 12:30, and if you could be back in the theater by 1:20, all right? Pardon me? So this is for grade 10 and the jury members, okay?
So you're out 5 minutes early, but you come in 5 minutes early.
Right. And you may go outside to the grade 10 eating area.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, like, am I irrational?
about, but they're not going to take into consideration as much traditional yesterday
What,
as they are.
let me ask you something. Do you prefer to,
Guys, take your seats.
I didn't ask. Stop insulting my
Please sit down. Aku home. Hi. Hello.
everyone, we're starting in 2 minutes, so get into your seats. We don't have much time.
You don't insult my people.
All right.
Why is there a knife at the same time? Can I walk right through the door? Who's playing now?
All right, 1 minute. Everyone take your seats.
Everyone take now.
Yeah, right. Who's that out there?
And here I was thinking that,
Se carto Rick 3.
Where's that Miss Anonia? Oh yeah, earlier I thought you disappeared.
take your seats, please. Seats. Oh, lovely.
So let's go over this.
Okay. Great.
Oliana, where's Femi? Oh, she's over there.
There's three things that way. What is the word Linda? Hello? Test, test. Test.
Okay. You guys know what time Truman is called? Like what time is it? Yeah, but like, do we have a specific time? They said that it depends.
Ανοιχτό είναι.
Like, if they don't...
Τώρα.
Δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω.
Απλά αυτό ανοιχτό.
Το αφήνω εδώ.
Syngman Rhee.
Δεν νομίζω να κάνει.
Good sir.
So it's not. Okay. Let's call her now. Email that.
Begin?
We're gonna remember that out of, remember how Rhee was in the call Rhee not a list. Okay, then we'll go back to Gu South Korean survivor the way it was. Okay? So we're adding Gu and Rhee now. Save it.
Have a seat, everyone. Mr. Gonzalez, if you could.
We would like to call
Syngman Rhee.
Syngman Rhee.
Thank you. Syngman Rhee, come to the stand, please. Mr. Gonzalez, if you could come.
Are we ready to begin? There you go. All right. Please state your name and your role for the record.
Okay, my name is Syngman Rhee. I'm the president of South Korea.
All right, can we please bring up evidence number 1? How did nuclear coercion of the U.S. link to the armistice, and what is its world impact?
So after the armistice, the war isn't renewed. Nuclear coercion of U.S. played a significant role in that. The Eisenhower administration continued to define plans to use nuclear weapons against People's Republic of China. And most importantly, the weapon had been proven to be so destructive in Hiroshima. If the war is renewed, the U.S. will definitely get involved in a war with China and even the Soviet Union. Although the bomb wasn't dropped, it also had an impact on the changing of the present state of war opinion that U.S. could not use an A-bomb again.
Can we please bring up evidence 2? How has the Korean War affected your country?
Obviously, my country has suffered a lot from the war. The economic was really bad. A lot of infrastructure is destroyed. Although personally, I am against the armistice because I seek the unity of the North and South Korea, and my people would definitely want armistice and get some rest from the war.
Can we please bring up evidence 3? How did the U.S. help you put an end to the war quicker, saving your country?
I think this is a wrong evidence.
Or not for evidence 3?
Yeah, it's for evidence 2.
Which evidence do you want?
Evidence 2.
Evidence 2? All right, I'm sorry. Evidence 2.
Okay. So I have always been against armistice and communism, and I believe that the only way to reunite North and South Korea is by military force. And a military defeat is what strikes communism, because it is something that communists couldn't hide from their people, which fails their system. So if it wasn't the Americans who had negotiated with and threatened China and North Korea, the war would never come to an end.
Can we bring up evidence 4, please?
Okay.
Oh, hold on. What did you ask from the U.S. for you to accept the armistice with North Korea?
I had a variety of requirements, including most importantly, U.S. military protection and help in economics. The reason why I had these requirements is because North Korea and communism China has always been a threat to my country. The war had also hit my country's economics so badly that I had to ask for help in economy. Armistice is really needed for my country, although it's against my belief.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Defense, your witness.
President Rhee, could you please state to the court any relations and communication that you had with President Truman while you and him were in office during the time?
Our relationship?
Any communication or relations that you might have had, yes.
We are close allies. Of course, we had a lot of communication, but how is it related to the court?
I'm just asking a question just so that the jury can also be informed of any communications that you may have had with him. So, on another note, how would you describe Korea and Japan's relations?
Well, Japan had been conquering our country since World War II, so we don't have a peaceful relationship.
Exactly. So, as you said, during the time that Japan ruled your country, did you believe that they would surrender in any other way?
Can you repeat your question?
During the time that Japan ruled your country, as you mentioned, did you believe that they would surrender in any other way?
No.
No other way?
No.
Okay. So, as a fellow politician, what's your opinion on the bomb being dropped and the use of such powerful weapons?
I believe, because I'm a Korean president, for the interest of my own citizens, the drop of the bomb is good for us because then the conqueror is gone.
Would you have done the same in President Truman's position?
Yeah, I would.
No further questions.
I would like to call President Kim Gu to the stage.
Oh, no, I'm prosecution. Or, sorry, I'm defense.
please state your name and occupation?
I'm Kim Gu, President of the Provisional Government of Korea. I was born in Korea in Hangwai in 1876. From a young age, I have witnessed the inhumane actions the Japanese rule of empowerment did to my nation and the innocent civilians that were a part of it. Since 1910, when Japan officially took over Korea, I devoted my whole life to making sure Korea would become free and united for the benefit of my people.
How do you view the Japanese establishment?
They are cruel with no soul and no care for human life. Excuse me, 1 second. They are cruel with no soul and no care for human life. After the start of the Pacific War, the Japanese forced thousands of women from just the age of 15 to provide sexual services and referred to them as their comfort women. They raped them and made them their sex slaves. Their idea of power and lack of empathy led to huge massacres in Korea and China. Unit 731, a secret camp disguised as a water purification facility, was built for the main purpose of turning prisoners of World War II into lab rats and testing theories on them. These innocent people were dissected alive, infected with bubonic plague, and used as human guinea pigs. All these experiments were tested on women, men, and even kids using no anesthesia so that the results would have no effect from drugs. Limbs were amputated from prisoners, and documents even show that they were reattached to the opposite sides of the body. These prisoners were exposed to extreme temperatures in order to develop frostbite, in which the Japanese would study and see how long a human could survive. Doctors injected prisoners with animal blood and forced them to share cells with deceased inmates to test how infectious the conditions were. Women were raped in order to get them pregnant and then infected with multiple diseases to see how the fetus would be affected by it. The list goes on about these atrocious experiments. There were no survivors of Unit 731. Overall, 6 million people lost their lives due to the Japanese. I show no mercy towards them, just like how they did not show any to human lives.
So why do you think of the Japanese establishment like that?
In cases of war, it is understandable to see some badness in action, but Japan had completely gone too far. They did all this solely for the purpose of their own benefit. They killed and tortured innocent civilians, showing no guilt for their actions. They killed people with no thought if they disobeyed and used people like objects and tossed them around like garbage. Their idea of power has overcome their mind, making them lose their sanity and compassion for the world. No words can describe their actions, and in general them as people. They are unjust and needed to be put into place.
Can you go to evidence 6, please? Do you think there could have been an alternative option to stop the Japanese?
Wait, the evidence for 6, it's on the paper? Okay. I believe that this was the last resort. We cannot deny the fact that Japan had great power, and it would have been a huge difficulty to make them cease. With the start of the Second World War, Japanese dreams and ambitions only grew as they sought to expand all over Asia. Even as the tide turned against Japan, they refused to surrender. History proves that the atomic bombs were the only thing that could force the capitulation of Japan, and as such as the only path for Korean freedom. The Japanese had every chance to surrender, but they did not ever take it. Even if so, they would have never surrendered due to their moral code, Bushido, which is printed in the evidence 6. The Japanese military code embedded the ideals of self-sacrifice, extreme and total courage, contempt for fear, cowardness, and complete refusal for surrender.
And could you please go to evidence 4? How do you feel about the bombings?
First, I would like to say this is the official document of Japan-Korean annexation. Japan led a cruel and terrible empire that for 35 years occupied Korea. These bombings put a full stop to Japan's cruelty towards Korea and many other nations. Violence is rarely the answer, but when it is usually the final resort. Oftentimes, you do not have too many options in pressuring times, and sometimes drastic measures need to be taken. Although the atomic bombs were by no means the perfect solution, in times of war, these perfect solutions usually do not exist. You asked me earlier about my opinion on the atomic bombs. Although despite the terrible destruction that they caused, they are the reason why China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and my homeland, Korea, are finally free.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I'd like to have some quiet in the courtroom, please. Some quiet.
Hello, Mr. President. Was Japan already defeated by the Soviet Union at the end of World War II, before the atomic bombings?
I cannot answer that question.
Please bring up evidence slide 6. May you please read the highlighted area?
Yes. Nuclear weapons shocked Japan into surrendering at the end of World War II, except they didn't. Japan surrendered because the Soviet Union entered the war.
So, you say in your testimony, kill people with no thought. Are you aware about how many Koreans died during the atomic bombs?
The ones that Truman did?
Yes.
Yes, I am aware. But I believe that Truman's actions have prevented Japan from continuing, and even though the casualties were extreme, if Japan had continued, they would have overpassed these casualties by a drastic change.
Please bring up evidence slide number 7. So you still have no problem with justifying the atomic bombs, even with the mass murder of tens of thousands of deaths of your own people?
Could you repeat the question?
You are still justifying the atomic bomb, even with the mass murder of tens of thousands of innocent people from your own country?
Yes, of course I am.
I'm sure your people will be very happy to hear that. As the president of the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea, how do you think the atomic bomb helped manage the liberation of Koreans in Japan?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you very well.
As the president of the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea, how do you think the atomic bomb helped manage the liberation of Koreans in Japan?
Well, these bombs finally brought peace to all the countries that were taken over by Japan.
So then, would you agree or disagree that the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had nothing to do with the ending tyranny and liberation of Koreans, and was motivated by other alternative motives that specifically targeted the Japanese people?
But once the bombings were dropped, Korea was not officially free because there was still the conflict between North Korea and South Korea. But it was the first step for them to gaining their independence that they've always wanted of, and I have dreamed of for my nation.
So the bomb was targeted specifically towards the Japanese?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No further questions, thank you.
Next witness, please.
I would like to call Haijin Yang up to the stand, please.
I'm going to ask the audience to be quiet, please. Thank you.
Please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
Hello, my name is Haijin Yang, and I'm a South Korean survivor of the Korean War. And I've come here today to share my experience during the war, a war that changed my life forever.
So what was your experience during the Korean War like?
Please present evidence number 1. It was June 28, 1950, when the monsters of North Koreans invaded my home Seoul, the capital of South Korea. The invasion was unexpected. Previously, Korea was separated by the 38th parallel, a border that divided the North with the South. The North was occupied by the USSR, and the South was occupied by the US. After the Soviets withdrew their troops, so did the US. The North Koreans were well organized and well trained, while we had just come out of a civil war, much weaker. That scared us all. This day not only changed my life, but it was crucial for the spread of communism worldwide. Please turn to evidence number 2. My husband had left to fight for our country. I was alone with my newborn. I would observe the troops from the kitchen window, but I avoided it because I couldn't handle what I was seeing. South Koreans, Americans, and civilians were shot down like mosquitoes, one body after the other, added to the sea of thousands of corpses that filled the streets of Seoul. That is why we stayed in the dark basement. I didn't dare set foot outside because I was well aware that the communists would kill me. Fear consumed me throughout the war. Please turn to evidence number 3. The North Koreans were dangerous, brainwashed by their dictator's words, Kim Il-sung. They would do anything to fulfill his one wish, to unite Korea. Fear consumed me throughout, I prayed for my country, my family, and the troops. On September 25th of the same year, Seoul was finally recaptured with the help of the UN forces.
So what happened after the war?
Please turn to evidence number 4. Seoul was unrecognizable, utterly destroyed. My nightmares and flashbacks of the war continued. But above all, the unknown if my husband would ever return haunted me. Little did I know that the unexpected things would continue after the war.
And why do you say that?
It was around 6 p.m. when I heard 3 subtle knocks on my front door. A figure stood before me. It was not a man. It was more like a ghost, a moving corpse. I couldn't make out who he was. His face was covered in mud, his eyes half closed, bruised, his nose and ears bleeding. A piece of cloth hung from his shoulder, covering the skeleton of his arm, in the place of the skin, which was no longer there. His body trembled, barely able to stand upright. In fact, within seconds Of opening the door, he had collapsed at the door, unable to support his own body. I rushed to him, checked if he had a pulse, nothing. Shock filled me, confusion about what had happened. I then noticed a pile of envelopes sitting next to the body. To my Haijin, they read. I felt numb. My glass heart was shattered in a million pieces. I didn't know what hurt more, my love dying or the 23 letters in which he described death itself. He was captured by the North Korean troops during the war and sent to a labor camp to work on their coal mines. His words made the horrors he experienced come to life. His wounds, his burns, and 3 missing fingers described the pain he felt. Fatal accidents, death, hunger, violence, propaganda, discrimination. My husband was called a traitor who fought in the puppet army. Little kids on their knees in a blood pond after being beaten for asking for food. Men disappearing after mentioning home.
I'm sorry to hear that, but how did your husband come back?
The Korean War ended on July 27, 1953, and an armistice was signed. And it said there was an agreement between the North and the South to exchange the war prisoners, but once again, the communists proved they cannot be trusted. They only returned 8,000 of the war prisoners, and the rest never came back home. But it was too late. It didn't matter. My husband was long before he came back dead already.
So do you support Truman and his actions during the Korean War?
Do I support him? I don't only support him. I'm beyond thankful for him. Former President Truman saved my country from the eager North Koreans. They took my best friend, my first love, the father of my son, my everything. All this pain caused because of the communist greed for power. Who knows how many more lives would be taken if it weren't for the UN forces intervene. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today, sharing my story. Harry S. Truman was a savior, and without him, my freedom would have also been robbed from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Prosecution, cross-examination.
Hello. I would firstly like to start by saying thank you so much for traveling this far. I cannot imagine what you've gone through and the trauma you've experienced as you described. I only have a few questions for you in terms of America's involvement in your country's prosperity, so I'll get started. So the South and the North wanted to negotiate the terms of unification prior to the war. Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Yes, perfect. Okay. So please bring forth evidence 4. Perfect. In June of 1952, 11 of 13 power plants were deemed unserviceable because of American bombardments, which destroyed more than 90% of North Korea's electric power potential. Would you say, these were done by the US, by the way, these bombardments were done by the US in North Korea.
Yes.
So would you say that repeated air raids from the American Air Force were a deterrent to peace negotiations between the North and the South?
Okay, I don't have a military detail, but if you explained it, thank you. So I don't see the point of me arguing the fact that there were deaths, but we have to keep in mind that this war started because of the communists. Former President Truman tried his best to end the war. He had to apply force, or else the war would never end. And yes, there were deaths. It's inevitable when they started the war. But all deaths are important, and I don't understand why you show me this evidence. It means nothing to me right now because I don't have an opinion on this.
Okay. Please bring forth evidence 5. It took 2 years and if you look at the evidence, it says it took 2 years and 575 meetings to reach an armistice agreement between North Korea and South Korea, leading to a ceasefire in July 27 of 1953. This armistice agreement, however, was dependent on a peace treaty. Okay? I would like to present you with a short text on how the U.S. Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, was going about peace negotiations concerning the Korean issue. Could you please read the text?
All of it?
All of it, yes.
Okay. Negotiations took place in Geneva in 1954, but no progress was made and no peace treaty eventuated. The U.S. Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, would not negotiate and was not prepared to shake the hand of the Chinese Foreign Minister, Zhou Enlai. Zhou described Dulles' attitude as obstructionist. Other representatives, including those from Britain and Belgium, were privately critical of the approach of the United States at the conference. at the conclusion of the conference, duels who became Times Man of the Year.
Objection, Your Honor. Let's not waste the court's time
Yeah, I
because this
don't
is
know.
irrelevant
How is this
to the
relevant?
witness and the defendant.
Yeah, what are you getting at, Counselor?
I'll get
This
to my
is a
question.
survivor.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
she
can
doesn't.
get to my
about
question,
this,
that's
I'm
all right.
sorry.
As you said in your testimony, you claimed Truman and the U.S. was a savior to your country. Having in mind this specific petty attitude towards a peace agreement for your country, do you think the United States really had South Korea's best interest in mind when they deployed someone like this to discuss peace?
He stood by us from the very start, so I don't see your point here. He was the first country, it was the first country, America, to come to aid our country. We needed his support, and I'm not here to accuse him of the guilt and everything that you're presenting to me right now. I don't support it at all, and I'm not going to say anything about it.
You believe that not engaging with people not engaging with diplomats to create peace, you believe that is valuing your country?
I don't understand the question.
Yes or no? Do you believe that?
Objection. Leading question.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Next witness, please.
She isn't here today.
She's not here today. Then let's move on to the next witness.
So I would like to call the Holocaust survivor Daniel Lee to the stage. Can you please state your name and role?
Me. Okay. My name is Daniel Lee. I am a Holocaust victim and a survivor. I was a victim of the Nazi war crimes.
In your experience as a detainee in a concentration camp during the Holocaust, do you think that Western countries did enough to address the Nazi situation?
No, not at all. Western leaders failed to stop Hitler before 1940. They refused to take decisive action against the Nazis, and the leaders of the nations remained literally divided in the face of fascism and a growing threat in Europe. They undermined oppositions to Hitler via resolution and very half measures. These mistakes proved disastrous and indirectly caused the Holocausts and countless atrocities of my people and countless other atrocities.
Can you describe the manner in which the concentration camps were run so that we get an understanding of the conditions you, as a Jew, face there?
Let me describe to you some events that occurred while I was in the concentration camp. I was imprisoned because I witnessed the murder of my brother by a Nazi officer, beaten brutally to death and stabbed 37 times. So they knocked my brother into the ground, they threw him into a pool of water, and they kicked him mercilessly until he died. And they allegedly made his flesh into soap. I filed a complaint which led to my imprisonment and eventually my transfer into the Holocaust camp.
Can you please explain how the Nazi crimes against humanity are related to those committed by the Japanese?
Although, you haven't switched slides.
It's in front of you.
Yeah.
Which slide would you like?
The first one. Western leaders failed to stop the Nazi rise. Atrocities of the Holocaust. Although I am not fit to describe some of the brutal Japanese war crimes, these are some of the brutal atrocities they committed. I believe that where Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan are truly comparable, not only in the crimes committed by their armies, but the atrocities committed to the victims. There have been reports of female prisoners who were raped so that weapons and trauma experiments could be done on them and their fetuses. That is not unlike at all the superficial and vile treatment of my people, and their flesh is being disposed as garbage or made into literal products like soap. They both ransacked and bombed entire cities, did mass shootings, massacred women, children, mistreated prisoners of war, and looted on a massive scale. The bestiality of the Japanese army conducted was matched by the Wehrmacht of Germany. Nanjing, Bataan, Manila, and Singapore have their countless sequels in tons of places in Europe. In fact, many historians will agree that the Japanese Imperial Army was even worse than the Nazis, and maybe I'm inclined to agree.
In your experience, though there was no atomic bomb used in the case of Germany, was there a moral line drawn to how the West dealt with Germany when it came to finally eradicating the Nazis?
No, not at all, and there should not have been. Western powers bombed entire cities like Dresden and killed thousands of innocent civilians, even when Germany was on its knees. Perhaps the reason why there is no moral debate over that, because unlike Germany's atrocities, which are well reported on, Japan's aren't that well known, and even their government refuses to and always downplays the atrocities that they committed in Asia.
For a final question, I'd just like to clarify, how are you related to all this? Why do you have such a say in such a critical matter?
I may not have been a victim of crimes against humanity of the Japanese, but I am an innocent kid who experienced crimes against humanity as a Jew in the Holocaust. I experienced acts of violence just as terrifying and horrible, just as the Japanese victims did. I barely survived and had to witness the torture of so many men, women, and children. Even if my life were in danger, should the Western powers have intervened sooner, I would have still supported that move to drop the atomic bombs if it was Germany.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You're a witness.
Thank you, sir, for joining us today and for your testimony. We cannot imagine the horrors which you endured, and I can speak for everyone, I'm sure, when I say that no human being should ever be placed in a situation like that again. I'm sure that you would agree. Before proceeding with my questions, I would just like to bring forth evidence 3 with some pictures of the atrocities Holocaust survivors had to go through because of Adolf Hitler's tyranny.
Yes.
Now I only have a couple questions for you. So in your testimony, you elaborated a lot about the Japanese, and I'm curious, did the Japanese play any role in your imprisonment?
No.
In the concentration camps?
No, not at all, in fact. But the crimes they committed are nonetheless war crimes.
Yes or
no? Okay. So you claim that the Japanese were also more aggressive than the Nazis. Can you also elaborate on that, please?
Yes. The brutal mistreatment of Asians and the tons of raping of women, historians would argue, is even worse than what the Jews faced in the Holocaust.
Okay. Okay. So if the Japanese played no role in your imprisonment and were supposedly more aggressive than the Nazis, how come you know so much about what they did to their victims?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How much you know so much information about what their victims experienced, if you experienced Nazi aggression? How can you compare the two?
Because I believe that crimes against humanity is one thing, and I cannot support the continuation of a nation doing these crimes against humanity. I believe that Truman should have dropped the bombs the moment he saw these acts being committed.
Can you answer the question?
Yes?
How come you know so much about what the Japanese victims experienced? You were a Nazi Holocaust survivor, were you not?
Yes.
Yes. So.
Yes.
How can you
That's
speak
not
on
really answering
their?
the question.
How can you speak on their experiences if you?
Because I believe that I'm a victim of crimes against humanity, and so are they.
Okay, talking about being a victim of crimes against humanity, do you believe that Adolf Hitler should be tried for crimes against humanity?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you. Perfect. And do you also recognize that there were others that played a role in the World War II? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And do you think they should be tried for crimes against humanity if they have violated them?
Everyone should be tried against crimes against humanity, whether it be Hitler, even Truman.
Even Truman. Okay. So thank you. So given.
Sorry.
So given.
I was trying to make a point.
Okay. No further
no
questions.
crimes. Okay.
Can I go somewhere? I want to throw you out. I can't.
Wow.
The witness is clearly not sane in the mind. He's been traumatized by the events of his life, and he does not know what he's saying.
Good afternoon. Could we please call our next witness?
We're calling on the stand the widow from Pearl Harbor, Miss Olivia Milbourne. I would like to start by saying that I'm sorry that I'm going to have to question you about something that was so traumatic to you. So the first question I have to you, if you could please state your name and title for the court, please.
My name is Olivia Milbourne. I lost my husband when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941.
On your account, what happened in Pearl Harbor on December 7th, and what did you experience?
Well, it was early in the morning. My husband had left early for work down at the Navy. I was woken up by windows shattered and loud bombing noises that were followed by screams. I was terrified. Outside my window there was smoke. So much smoke and fire. My husband. Where is my husband? That is all I could think of. My ears were ringing. I rushed to the port to find him. I could see men. They were jumping into the water that was on fire because of the oil spills. Bodies getting blown into the sky. When I entered the hospital, there were nurses working to help as many men as possible. Blood and screams of pain. It was pure chaos. I was shaking looking for him. Suddenly I looked to my left. I see him being rolled away on an emergency bed. He was dead on arrival. I never got to say goodbye. It took me an entire month to be able to visit the docks again. In a single day, I lost everything.
If you could please pull up evidence too. How do you feel about the Japanese army that bombed Pearl Harbor?
These were men on the planes, and they were dropping the bombs, looking at all the suffering, and still continuing the attack. They knew the devastation they caused us. They hurt us when we were the most vulnerable. I feel pure hatred. They came to us, unprovoked, and took my husband. My husband, the person I love the most, is gone. I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it was the Japanese until I saw the flags on their planes. There was talk in the news of peace with the Japanese. We never expected such a turn of events.
Can you please pull up evidence 3? What is your opinion about President Truman dropping the bomb?
Now, I'm no politician. I'm just a widow. But I can give you my humble opinion. I acknowledge the devastation it caused, but I know it prevented many more horrendous attacks like this one, not just in America, but all over the world. Before experiencing war, and before watching my husband lose his life in the hands of the horrible Japanese, war for me was just numbers. But after watching the Japanese deprive so many human lives, war wasn't just numbers, they were souls. Souls that had been lost since the war wasn't reaching an end. It was only the beginning. The bombing was the best decision to stop such atrocities from being repeated.
And for the last question, we have the evidence printed. Were you the only civilian affected by Pearl Harbor?
Of course not. Many of my friends lost their lives, their homes, their spouses, their family. 68 innocent civilians died that day. They had no say in their fate. Pearl Harbor was devastated for many, many years after. We will never get over this.
I'm sorry for my condolences and no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Milbourne, I want to preface this by saying that I understand that the circumstances in this case are truly tragic, and I hope that my questions are not insensitive or offensive to you, but we have to do this. So you were present during the attack on Pearl Harbor, if I understood correctly.
I was.
So could you describe the first emotions that you felt after seeing the attack?
Fear? Confusion?
All right. Did you by any chance also feel the need for revenge for the U.S. to, I guess, avenge the attack?
Yes, of course. I was very angry.
Okay. So, can we move to evidence number 10? Number 10.
10. Thank you.
All right, so the attacks that the U.S. did on Hiroshima and Nagasaki under President Truman's orders were ones that also affected and killed many more innocent civilians who had no affiliation with the war themselves. The men on the planes, as you were talking about before, in this case, they were Americans doing the same thing to Japanese citizens, innocent citizens. Do you find this just?
Objection, foundation issues. Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor with no justification, while the U.S. was provoked first.
Overruled. This is a discussion about revenge and what she felt and if she could think about what other people felt.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Okay, so do you find the fact that Americans were bombing the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki with many innocent civilians, do you find this just?
There's no such thing as just in this case. It was more of a matter of ending people's suffering, such as I went through.
Okay, can I ask you, are you a Christian?
Sorry?
Are you a Christian? Do you believe in the Word of God?
Objection, relevance.
No, I'm getting somewhere with this.
I do.
Tread very lightly, counselor.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the Bible teaches that you shall not take vengeance, nor bear any grudge against the sons of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Do you... Yes, I am quoting the Bible.
Well, she claims that she did state that she's a Christian. So.
Exactly. So do you believe that this applies in this case? You should not hold a grudge against what people did to you?
I'm not perfect. Of course, I was very hurt by the Japanese. It is normal to feel the need for revenge, and I am still working to get over it. But I do not believe that the decision that Truman made was an act of revenge.
Okay, can we move on to evidence number 11? So finally, I want to show, for the sake of the trial, some citizens that were directly affected by the attacks that the U.S. did on Japan. Many who may not have died, many have had to live with their entire lives with terrible injuries and diseases for years after. I'm supposing that you know how it feels to lose many things due to an attack over a war. Do you feel that those innocent people deserved such a thing to be done to them?
I do not, but I do think that there was no other option.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like to call on the stand George Kennan.
Welcome, sir. Have you been sworn in?
No. Yes. Yes.
Please state your full name and title for the court.
My name is George Frost Kennan, and I was the first director of the policy planning staff and the previous key advisor to the U.S. ambassador in the Soviet Union, and I'm the author and founder of the policy of containment.
What does containment of communism look like? And please bring forth evidence 1.
As a State Department Russian specialist, I am an expert on Soviet affairs. And in this excerpt of the sources of Soviet conduct, which I wrote, we can all understand that the Soviet Union is pressuring free institutions. And the only way that they can be contained is through vigilant application of counterforce. Even when the USSR is constantly shifting its pressure, politically and geographically, we must counter these forces through corresponding pressure. There are many ways to do this, and Truman and I may have some different ideas on what the best way of corresponding pressure is, but in the end, we both have the same common goal of encouraging and supporting democracy and freedom while stopping the spread of communism. One example of containment includes the Marshall Plan in supporting non-Soviet countries in the rebuilding in their war-torn regions. It removes trade barriers, modernizes their industry, and improves European prosperity. This prevents the spread of communism by preventing them from leading a communist revolution.
What do we need to use contentment against communism in terms of the people? And please bring forward evidence too.
The people who live under communist control suffer greatly. If we do not contain communism, we are committing immoral acts. I'd like to direct your attention to image A. This shows a terrible yet common practice in Soviet Russia called gulags. Gulags are labor camps which hold criminals, suspected traitors, those who are suspected to be unloyal, opposing intellectuals, and ultimately innocents. This is an offense to democracy. We do not want this practice to be spread throughout the world. We must contain it. I would like you to now look to image B. It shows the destruction that occurred during the man-made famine of Holodomor. This famine was caused by the Soviet Union leader, Joseph Stalin. In a display of communist values, he forced wealthier peasants to give up their land to collectivization, and this caused a major decrease in production of food. It caused disorganized economy and caused drastic food shortages. Instead of seeing the damage that Stalin and his supporters did, instead they restricted the food further from getting to the people, and they blacklisted regions and prevented many people from finding food. In the end, 5 million people died because of these communist values and these men. These are just some of the effects of communism, and we must not let it spread for the sake of these people.
And also, why do we need to use containment against communism in terms of politics? And if you can, please bring forward evidence 3.
Thank you. First, I would like to acknowledge that excerpt 1 is a classified document, so please ignore it. It's important to understand this question. We must understand the USSR's point of view. The leaders of the USSR will do anything to advance their strength nationally and internationally. They also use every opportunity possible, exploiting conflicts, pressuring powers to reduce the influence of democracy and democratic capitalism. And instead, they encourage communist revolutions. The Soviet powers are pressuring and exploiting capitalist governments as much as possible, and the Soviets will not stop until they are on top of the world. We must push back against this force so that communism does not spread. This Soviet propaganda poster shows how nationalistic Russia has been in the past and continues to be. It translates, Comrade Lenin cleanses the earth from scum. This shows how dominating the USSR plans to be. We cannot let this dominance happen. We must contain it. And the people of our earth so that the people of our earth can have democracy and freedom. If the Soviet Union cleanses the earth, then, as Truman stated in excerpt 2 of the Truman Doctrine, confusion and disorder might well spread throughout the entire Middle East. In this speech, he gave one example of where communism would spread. If we don't contain this infection where it is now, it will spread to the rest of the world.
And now moving on to...
We need to wrap this up. Thank you very much for your moving testimony, Mr. Kennan. We need to move to cross-examination.
No further questions.
Okay, perfect.
So, Mr. Kennan, could you please explain your relationship with President Truman?
Yes, I used to be under his command as a diplomat, and I'm here to testify that his actions of dropping the bombs were necessary in gaining the upper hand against the Soviet Union and stopping the spread of communism.
Okay, so how do your beliefs on containment tie in with the Japanese bombings?
As I just explained, by dropping the bombs, we gain the upper hand against communism, and since they have many deficiencies in their society, then with the pressure, the communism will fall.
Yes, but Japan wasn't communist.
It shows our power of being able to drop the bomb and gives us the upper hand.
So you just wanted to drop the bomb to show power amongst all the people that you killed?
This is one reason, one benefit of the dropping of the bombs.
So you don't think that dropping a nuclear weapon is excessive?
I think,
just to show power?
I think that I'm here to justify...
Objection, that's argumentative.
Okay.
Let the witness speak.
Go ahead, please.
I think that this is the reason I'm here is to justify the bomb in terms of containment, not the other reasons.
Okay. In your testimony, you also mentioned that the USSR was exploiting capitalist governments. Could you please elaborate on that?
This is a mindset of the USSR, a plan, not a thing that was put into action.
Right. So could you please explain the statement? How do you think that they're exploiting capitalist governments?
They would exploit if they have had the opportunity.
How?
Asked and answered.
When?
No, overruled. But can you make the line of questioning a little bit more specific?
How would they exploit capitalist governments?
I'm not really sure.
No further questions.
Okay.
I would like to call Senator Joseph McCarthy to the stage.
Do we have a newsreel?
No, he's before the newsreel.
I agree. What's next? Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name and occupation for the trial?
Senator Joseph McCarthy. I have served in the Senate for 10 years from 1947 to 1957.
Senator McCarthy, why do you believe Truman issued the Internal Security Act of 1950?
If you could please present evidence slide 1. Truman is a man who values and respects people's safety. This is why he wanted to keep the government intact when he implemented this act. He did this to make sure everything is maintained properly without fraud. Loyalty to the government should be valued, and breaking trust not only outside but inside the government is not acceptable on our behalf as Americans. This is the reason why this act was put into place, for the security of the people and America as a whole.
On the same note, how have communists infiltrated the U.S. government, and how has this impacted society?
Communists have infiltrated the government in many different forms, although Soviet spies are mainly the ones that are causing the real damage. The rate of communism has increased so severely that it is uncontrollable. There is an estimated 100,000 registered Americans in the Communist Party. This is why the trials happen to be conducted to find these people and prosecute them. This is why, with the help of President Truman, conducting of the Internal Security Act to find these people will keep the government safe, as people from within the government are causing harm and gathering information which should only be viable to the American government.
And how have communists pushed America back and forced investigations to happen?
If you could please present evidence slide 2. The danger of communists in the government gives the upper hand to the Soviets in this bipolar world. The Truman Doctrine correctly forced investigations to take place because of this reason. Stalin finding access to these American passageways and is exploiting them to the best of his ability.
You have been accused in the past of false accusations. Can you please elaborate on that?
You have to understand that these allegations are created because of the need to have a stable government. Allegations are caused by fear, and when there is fear, especially in the central government, expectations have to be met. This is why Truman signed the United States Executive Order 9835, which is the Truman Doctrine, and the Act of 1950 to maintain society as a whole and to prevent it from its collapse. Although, if you could please present evidence, slide 3. This is why I urge President Truman to take action by sending him this letter, even though reports have come out blaming me, and although other efforts from the board have been immense.
So what impact did the Red Scare have in society, and what did you do about it?
If you could please present evidence, slide 4. When two countries are in arms race, tensions start building up, and then it becomes a moral war. Although communists, which has infiltrated the American government, are creating espionage and are sending vulnerable information back to Russia. Do I make myself clear? This information is getting sent back to Russia, and we are doing nothing about it. President Truman has implemented these acts to protect our government, but society is seamlessly detrimental toward itself.
Thank you, Senator. I have no more questions to ask.
Thank you.
Prosecution, your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCarthy.
Good afternoon.
You have accused members of the State Department and the government many times of being communists. One of your most prominent examples, was your speech in Wheeling of West Virginia. Am I right?
That is correct.
Right. Did you have any evidence for these accusations?
Well, there was never intention to accuse the army, although my belief was that the people trying to protect the civilians are communists, and how can there be security if the people that are protecting their own government are communists? Although rightly so, these allegations were too far, hence causing me to be censured from the government.
So you said that the allegations were too far-fetched?
For this specific cause, yes.
All right, thank you. I think, can you remind me, were you put as head of the House of Un-American Activities Committee, also known as HUAC, in 1953?
I was never a part of WAC.
All right, you say so. You investigated people suspected communists, am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know roughly how many?
There was a list of 207 communists.
I mean, in general, how many? All over your career?
In general, over my career, I don't know the specific number.
Is it in the millions?
Excuse me, objection, foundation issues. Where's your evidence?
I'm just asking.
Yeah, but you're...
But there should be some backup.
Yeah.
Do we have any evidence for this?
I'm asking Mr. McCarthy.
And he can answer
Yes.
without Mr. Christos answering for him, because then you need evidence. Okay.
So you don't know the specific number?
No, I do not know specifics.
All right. But you did prosecute American people based on their political ideologies.
Yes, because if we have communists, as I said, in the government, the arms race between America and Russia, this would not only cause thousands to die, but millions.
I didn't ask why. I just asked you if you did.
Yes.
You did. In the freest country in the world, the United States of America, a senator is investigating American people because of their political beliefs.
Listen.
That was brought on by the Truman Doctrine of President Truman.
Is there a question at
This is my conclusion for the people of the jury to hear.
But there needs to be a question
Can I
attached.
continue?
There needs to be a question attached, or you can leave that for your closing statements.
Can I say something?
Yes,
so,
you can.
Listen, would you rather give up some civil liberties and not have a nuclear war, or would you keep your civil liberties and the whole country's gone? So that's
I'm asking the questions here,
Yes.
Mr. McCarthy.
You accepted to asking a question.
You're not.
Okay.
What?
You agreed to ask.
In a cross-examining situation, the lawyer asks the question. You can have a little bit of an introduction, but you need a question at the end, and then the witness can testify to anything that he feels fit to add to your question, of course.
All right.
So is there a question or?
Oh, no, I was just saying.
I think you made the point.
I was just saying for the people of the jury to hear. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is ABC Television Network.
Are we not doing the news?
We'll wait till the end if there's time.
I'd like to call George Catlett Marshall to the stage.
Thank you.
Please state your name and occupation.
Your Honor, my name is George Catlett Marshall, Secretary of Defense of the United States of America.
So
I am also the former Chief of Staff, and I'm responsible for almost tripling the U.S. Army during the Second World War.
Mr. Marshall, please tell me what the Marshall Plan is and what it achieved with the help of Truman.
The Marshall Plan is a plan in which America gave around $15 billion to Europe to rebuild as it was in shambles after the Second World War.
And what are the main goals of the Marshall Plan? How did America benefit from it?
The main purpose of the Marshall Plan was to rehabilitate Europe, stop the spread of communism, as well as establish stable trading partners with Britain and France.
Moving on to a different topic, why was Truman's decision to drop the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki necessary for ending World War II?
Throughout the construction of the atomic bomb, and while Truman had to decide whether to drop the bombs, I was guiding him and with him in finding an answer for America's future as well as that of the world.
Can you please show evidence 5?
Japanese. The last one. Here, this. If the atomic bomb had not been used. Here, as you can see, the Japanese refused to surrender and said that it was a disgrace to their culture and infrastructure. If we had continued fighting, we would have gone on many short of the Japanese, and many more would have killed. It has been estimated that for every 250,000 Japanese that were killed, 2 million Americans would have died.
What caused America to research and create atomic bombs? Please show evidence 4.
Yeah.
The next slide.
Here, Einstein-Roosevelt letter.
The one before.
Yeah. Here is Einstein's letter to Roosevelt, which informed him that the Germans were constructing atomic bombs, which in turn caused America to also start researching the Manhattan Project, in which many people were involved, for the greater good of America and the world.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marshall.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Can you remind me, and can you put evidence number 15? When were you sworn in as Secretary of State? You were, right? You were Secretary of State
Yeah,
of the
Secretary
United
of
States.
State in 1947, I believe.
Right? Being Secretary of State, you would naturally know about the Truman Doctrine.
Yeah.
And you're very familiar with it.
Yeah.
Can we please put up evidence number 16? So, you don't need to read this, but I will bring up a point that is there. You can read for proof if you want. It says that it will give military aid to Greece and Turkey. That's Truman, right?
Yeah.
I ask you, this is 1947. You're sending military aid to Greece.
Correct.
This is on the grounds of containment of communism. Am I right?
Correct.
Were there any Soviet troops in Greece in 1947, Mr. Marshall?
There was an ongoing conflict within the country with the democratic government of...
I'm aware of that. Were there any Soviet troops in Greece?
no Soviet troop, but there was a threat of communism within
There was
Greece.
no Soviet troops. If there was no Soviet troops, there was no Soviet presence, meaning that the Soviet Union would never
There was,
occupy
however, a threat
Greece.
of communism.
Yes,
Communism.
but that's not what I'm asking, Mr. Marshall. Meaning that Joseph Stalin would never occupy Greece, even if the communist forces did win the Civil War.
The Soviets were supporting the communist side within Greece.
Yes, I know that, but can you answer my question, please? It wouldn't be part of the Soviet Union.
It would eventually be if it fell to communism.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. It's been asked and answered. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, yes. I'm sorry, I will continue.
No, you made your point.
Yeah. So you're giving military aid to a country, to a government, to kill its own people, am I right?
I am giving money to a country that is in dire need of resources and
kill
is
its own
currently
people.
having an
Objection, argumentative, let him answer.
No, it's not argumentative. He's answering the question
And
the way
it's
that
having
he sees the question.
a conflict within its own country, and we needed to intervene as communism is something that is written in the Truman Doctrine and America is very against. And therefore our help was needed for Greece to overthrow, to beat the communists and become a democratic country.
Right, thank you. I have one more question for you. You said that you were chief staff, right?
Chief of Staff, yes, correct.
Yes. So you were involved in the process of the atomic bombs, of the
I was
making of
involved in the
construction?
Manhattan project.
Yes. I'm going to ask you what I asked Mr. Compton earlier. Was there any indication of how many bombs would be manufactured and dropped on Japan?
President Truman warned Japan that
Yes, yes. Was there any indication of how many bombs would be manufactured?
no.
All right. So,
We need to wrap this up.
all right. So you're saying that upon failure of the Japanese to surrender, you would keep bombing them with atomic weapons?
Objection, you've made this point before and you're just
Yes,
guessing.
another witness. I can do it again.
Yeah.
We knew for a fact that if we had dropped those two bombs on the industrial areas, that Japan would not be able to fight anymore.
Would you keep bombing them if there wasn't a surrender with atomic weapons?
Just answer the question, then we'll finish. Do you believe that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Should I?
We
call
would
your
like
next
to
witness.
call Trigvid Lee to the stand.
How many?
Please state your name and profession for the court.
My name is Trigvid Lee, and I'm the first former Secretary General of the UN. I began my time as Secretary in 1946, and before that I was a Norwegian Foreign Minister.
Please bring forth evidence number 4. Did the UN succeed in its mission of peace during the Cold War?
The UN prides itself in being a neutral force of power. However, once during the Cold War, our institution sided with President Truman after the communist attack North Korea made in South Korea. The Security Council granted President Truman the authority to send American troops to defend South Korea from the communist attacks. At the time, the Soviet Union was boycotting from the Security Council, so they failed to exercise their veto at that time.
Could we please move to evidence number 3? If we could go back. Evidence, yeah, thank you. What decision did you come to about the war between the North and South Korea?
I strongly recommended that we respond to the outburst of aggression with force to stop the spread of communism in Asia and inevitably in that way give the Soviets more power.
Okay. If you could go back to slide number 2, evidence number 2. Thank you. What was the UN's and Truman's response to Mao Zedong's request to remove the Chinese Nationalist Party from the Security Council of the UN?
Mao Zedong telegrammed us our request to remove the Chinese Nationalist Party from the Security Council in the UN on the grounds that the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China are of the opinion that it is illegal for them to be in the Security Council and therefore they should be expelled. I would like to include to that Mao Zedong was chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and president of the People's Republic of China, which makes his request very biased. Both of us, the Security Council and the Truman administration, decided that the Chinese Nationalist Party was not going to get expelled from the Security Council. The US government didn't want to be charged with the loss of China to communism, and because of this decision, no one else in the Security Council wanted to either, so we came to the mutual decision of not expelling the Chinese Nationalist Party.
Thank you, Ms. Rhee.
So, Mr. Lee, before I ask you any questions, could I please get evidence slide 12 on the board? The next one? Could you please read what it says?
Those who gave their lives in order that we may be free, those who lost their homes, those who suffered and still suffer from the consequences of war, have given us sacred mandate. That is to build a firm foundation for the peace of the world.
So, how would you summarize this quote?
Well, this was in my entry in the UN, and summarizing the quote, I think I'd say that I'm asking for world peace and peace in general.
Right. So, as you said, as a secretary of the UN, don't you think that peace is one of your biggest priorities?
Definitely.
Okay. So, how does the dropping of the bomb completely entail with what you just said?
Oh, well, when the bomb dropped, I wasn't yet part of the UN, seeing as the UN hadn't been founded yet, so I don't see how that has anything to do with me. The UN was founded in 1946. The bomb dropped before that.
Okay, no further questions, no further questions.
Thank you. You may step down. Next witness.
We are calling on the stand Conrad Adenauer.
Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Please state your name and position for the court.
Hello, I am Conrad Adenauer, Chancellor of West Germany.
Is West Germany interested in the manufacturing of nuclear weapons? And if you can, please bring forward evidence 1.
West Germany is not interested in developing any nuclear weapons to be used in the case of conflict. However, West Germany would like to build a nuclear reactor in the near future. Since nuclear energy can be used for other purposes and it is even better for the environment than traditional energy sources.
Do you believe that the production of nuclear weapons has contributed to conflicts, or do you think that it has brought peace? And if you can, bring forward evidence too.
I believe that the production of nuclear weapons has brought peace, since all the countries know that if a war was to break out between two countries, both countries could be destroyed by nuclear weapons. So the mutual fear of nuclear weapons essentially brings peace. There is a mutually assured destruction between major powers, so I believe that, especially after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world saw the destructive powers of these weapons. The creation of these weapons is essentially what is protecting the world from another war.
What did the US offer to Germany after the war? And if you can, please bring forward evidence 3.
Germany had received a large amount of aid even before the Marshall Plan. The part of Germany that was occupied by the Allies, or West Germany, received US goods that amounted up to $1.7 billion US. Germany received funds that allowed it to pay a substantial amount of its debt and goods, such as medication, for those who were injured in the war. The United States helped Germany and many other countries that were affected by the war recover and rebuild.
And also, what is your opinion on the Marshall Plan? Do you believe it has helped Germany and Europe, or that it has caused bigger problems?
The Marshall Plan saved Germany after the war. Despite Germany's position in the war, the U.S. helped Germany, and Germany was helped just as much as other European countries. President Truman offered financial support to Germany after its division to help put the nation back together. So of course the Marshall Plan helped Germany to recover after the war. The Marshall Plan also created better relationships between Germany and the U.S. After the war.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Prosecution, your witness.
Hello.
Hello.
Would you please move to evidence slide number 8? So, during the North Atlantic Treaty Organization of 1949, you stood with the commitment of not using any nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
Not to produce any nuclear weapons, yes.
Can you please move to evidence number 9? Additionally, on the 23rd of October of 1948, you signed on the Brussels Treaty in agreement again not to manufacture any atomic or nuclear weapons, as shown on the board. Could you please read the highlighted area?
Yeah, it says not to manufacture.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, Germany was not being threatened at that point. Actually, it was in a state of recovery. So producing any atomic weapons would not make sense, I think.
Could you please explain why atomic weapons was not something you were looking forward to, even in peace, at all, for nuclear weapons not to be manufactured?
Objection, asked and answered. You just answered that.
I'll allow this.
Okay, so Germany was not in a state of war anymore, and it was actually recovering. So I think that atomic weapons, Germany was not supposed to produce any weapons even after the war.
So you are against the manufacturing of atomic weapons?
Asked and answered.
I am asking for clarification.
Yeah, not when, maybe when...
Yes or no?
Yes, when a nation is threatened.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
As someone who worked so hard to defeat the Nazi Party in Germany, don't you think it's a bit hypocritical on your part to remain silent and an ally of America after the latter had nuked Hiroshima?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
As someone who worked so hard to defeat the Nazi Party in Germany, don't you think it's a bit hypocritical on your part to remain silent and an ally of America after the latter had nuked Hiroshima?
After the latter? You mean the United States?
Yes, the U.S. helped stop the war.
That doesn't answer my question, but I can move on
and
forward.
on the Pacific front.
That doesn't answer my question, but I'll move forward. In your expert opinion, would you agree that when there's a will, no matter how tough things get, there's always a way to avert a nuclear war?
Well, there would be more casualties, but yes.
Yes, thank you. I hold my point. No further questions.
As the defense, we'd like to call upon James Warren to the stand, please.
You're a very popular man, Mr. Warren.
Thank you. So I just sit down. I just sit down and ask, and that's my side.
There you go.
What? What?
Why would you take the microphone? Come on, let's go.
All right. Can you please state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Can you hang on 1 second? I need order in the court. I need it to be quiet, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you please state your name and occupation for the record, please?
My name is James Warren. I am an American diplomat and the coordinator of the Marshall Plan, mainly in Greece.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Evidence 1, please. Tell me about the impact of the World War and the Civil War that followed and how it affected Greece.
After the war, Greece was left in shambles. Its infrastructure was ruined, to say the least. The people had nothing left and nothing to eat. Roads had been destroyed, leaving no way for people to resupply with food. All that is not to mention the economy. which had been decimated. The livestock had been destroyed by the Nazis, leaving nothing for the common people. People were misplaced and were taken out forcibly, leaving villages deserted. Greece was brought down to her knees, not only during the war, but shortly after the Civil War, which made an already weakened country unable to function without proper help. This is where the Marshall Plan came into play, where the Americans were able to help our fellow Democrats.
Can we please bring up evidence 2? What did America do to help Greece regain its strength, specifically?
After the two wars Greece had recently fought, America, under the Truman administration, acknowledged the troubles the country had and wished to help any way we saw fit. With the Marshall Plan ready, we could calculate a sum that would help Greece get back on its feet and get the birthplace of democracy up and running. We gave Greece $300 million in military aid, in particular 50% for the military, 48.5% for the economy, and 1.5% for the administration. With the help of us, the Americans, Greece was able to gain stability in just a few years and has a bright future ahead.
Can we please bring up evidence 3? Why was Greece aided after the war? What compelled America to do so?
Greece has been one of our most cordial allies and one of our oldest. After all, Greece and the US have been allies since the Greek independence more than 100 years ago. As trusted allies, it was our obligation to help where we could. Moreover, another reason would be that Greece had been affected a tremendous amount by the war, leaving the people of Greece hungry and slowly dying. With no economy and most of Greece's infrastructure destroyed, Greece had nothing. In addition, one more reason would be that after the destruction of the country's economy, the road to communism seemed imminent. In the eyes of the US, under the leadership of the Truman administration, it would be a shame if the birthplace of democracy would throw their ways just because of how certain events had unraveled. Because of this, we, the US, decided to use some of the money from the Marshall Plan to aid Greece in its recovery.
Thank you. Can we please bring up evidence 4? How does Greece look today, and how did the Marshall Plan help?
The legacy of the Marshall Plan stands tall even today. After a few years after the end of the project, we could see its effects in action now. In reality, the Marshall Plan touched every aspect of Greece and its recovery after the war. It did not only help make a European country more advanced and helped it with its economic issues, but it touched the lives of the citizens who just a few years ago were struggling to find food to eat. Now, with the help of the US, it transformed the lives of the citizens.
Thank you. No further questions.
Your witness?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, for clarification, could you please explain what the Marshall Plan is?
Well, to sum it up, the Marshall Plan basically generated a resurgence of the European industrial enterprise and brought investment into the region.
Okay, and do you know if there was ever a Marshall Plan for Japan?
No, I don't know.
Okay, continuing on. Is it safe to assume that Japan never constituted a real threat for the United States, and there was never an existential threat that condoned the use of atomic bomb?
I don't know how that connects to me. I'm just a coordinator of the Marshall Plan.
Yes, I know, but the Marshall Plan was to rebuild, am I right, for funding?
Yeah. It was known to rebuild, it was to stop the spread of communism.
Do you want me to continue on to my next question?
Yeah.
Could you please bring forth evidence number 14? Could you please read the highlighted areas?
By the time Marshall aid started to flow in the spring of 1948, Western Europe was hardly a wasteland. Most of the region's industrial infrastructure, electrical grids, water systems, roadways, and railways had already been rebuilt. The real problem facing Europe in 1948 was fear. People were afraid of runaway inflation and political turmoil and skeptical of the free market.
So by 1948, most of Western Europe had already been rebuilt. Don't you think that the whole Marshall Plan rebuilt Europe is quite an overstatement, and there might have been an alternative motive?
Objection, foundation issues. This evidence, there is no fact. This is just an opinion of...
This was not, actually it is a fact because this is public knowledge.
You get what I mean?
This is public knowledge.
Hang on.
People in Europe already know if it had been rebuilt or not by 1948. And the Marshall Plan, let me finish. The Marshall Plan started in Western Europe in 1948.
We'll accept it. What was the question again?
If the whole Marshall Plan rebuilt Europe is quite an overstatement, and there might have been an alternative motive.
It's your opinion.
Well, my opinion. Well, there was many reasons for the Marshall Plan to help European countries. One of them was to help rebuild countries, but the other was to stop the spread of communism. There was two reasons.
Okay, but do you think there might have been an alternative motive?
Who am I to know?
No, that's speculation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Can we please call upon President Batista to the stand? Can we please call upon President Batista to the stand? Can you please state your name and your role for the record?
Hello, my name is President Fulgencio Batista.
1 second, Mr. Batista, I do apologize. I apologize on behalf of the court. Thank you. Please do.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fulgencio Batista, and I'm the President of Cuba. I served two presidencies. My first was from 1933 to 1944, and my second was from 1952 to 1959.
Thank you. Can we please bring up on evidence 1? Why was the U.S. concerned about Cuba's government status, especially about communism?
The United States of America wanted to stop communism from spreading. They wanted to restrict it within the Soviet Union. The U.S. feared that communism would spread from one nation to the other, destabilizing a nation, then destabilizing another nation, and eventually Cuba becoming communist. Their solution was to eliminate communist power from the source, or attracting weaker nations with more financing than the communists were willing to provide.
Thank you. Can we please bring up evidence 2? How did the U.S. support you for being the president of Cuba?
The U.S. supported me into becoming the president of Cuba. I aligned myself with a U.S. corporation. 70% of the available land was foreign-owned. The sugarcane industry was also primarily foreign-owned. I censored the media, I prevented strikes, and I suppressed oppositions in the name of fighting communism. I never tried to confiscate private property. The U.S. was benefiting because I didn't try to expropriate American-owned property. American companies were not only gaining money, but they were also offering jobs to Cubans.
Thank you. Can we please call upon evidence 4? Evidence 4. Explain how you came to power again.
First of all, we all know that the United States is a democratic country and that they expressed support for me becoming the leader of Cuba. The U.S. expressed support of me becoming the leader of Cuba because they were in support of an anti-communist government. Therefore, a bloodless coup was organized in order to overthrow the government that was ruling Cuba for the 8 years that I was out of office. Although as time passed and I gained more power in my hands, I made some bad decisions that I regret making, such as killing 20,000 Cubans that did not support my dictatorship. After this event, unfortunately, I lost the support of the United States for my regime, and I also lost the freedom of going back to the United States at my house.
1 second, just to clarify, in the coup, they did not help you plan anything, right? You just did it on your own. They just let you do
they
your thing.
they supported me, but they didn't help in any way.
Okay. Can we please bring up evidence 5?
This needs to be the last question.
Last question? Yeah. Oh, you have it printed, right? Evidence 5? Yeah. Did you show it to them?
Oh, I haven't, no.
What, you have it on your computer?
I don't have it, yeah.
Should we, here. We'll still ask the question.
I better have it printed.
Then we can't present it.
Does the question still stand or no? No? All right, no further questions.
Sorry. Can we keep it down a little bit?
Hello, Mr. Batista. Do you believe you prioritized American businesses over your people?
I believe that I did what to do in order. I believe I did what I had to do in order to help my people, and
It's a yes or no question.
He can expand on that.
in order to help the economy of Cuba, and also, and so the people can live a good life.
So you prioritized American businesses.
Yes, to help my people.
What would you say the weight of U.S. companies in the Cuban economy was from 1951 to 1958? Or just around? What
I'm not
weight?
sure, but in my evidence slides, we have a chart that we shown.
Okay, well, let it be known.
Oh, it's in the slides?
Yeah.
If we can go back, do you remember which slide it was on?
2 or 3.
It's 2 or 3. Can we go back? It was the one.
I have the information. I have an answer. Okay. Well, let it be known to the jury and to the audience that at the end of 1958, U.S. companies owned about 40% of Cuban sugar lands, almost all cattle ranches, 90% of mines and mineral concessions, 80% of utilities, practically all of the oil industry, and supplied 2/3 of Cuba's imports. You heavily said in your testimony that U.S. companies were benefiting from all this weight, from all this power. How was that supposedly helping your people?
The U.S. companies were, as I said before, were not only gaining money, but they were providing jobs to Cubans in order to support their families, have an income, and to develop the economy.
And these workers were getting livable, fair wages?
I'm not aware of what the wages were.
So it's very possible that the
foundation issues. Where's your evidence for bad wages?
It's a simple question. I'm asking if the wages.
Do we have evidence for this? I mean, because you've named a lot of statistics. So
These statistics, he even has them himself on his slides.
You're going to depend on the witness's evidence to help your case.
All right, let's move
It was
forward
public
with
knowledge.
the questioning.
I don't.
You don't have to answer that.
Anyways, fine. Please bring forth evidence 8, please. Is it true that in 1957, IT&T Corporation presented you with a golden telephone?
Yes.
Do you recall why?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Well, it was an expression of gratitude for the largest increase in telephone rates that you granted at the urging of the U.S. government.
Objection, relevance?
There's
I'm establishing context about the relationship he had with U.S. companies. Okay, fine. So how do you believe the United States helped you maintain power from 1951 to 58?
As I said, they helped me with a coup to overthrow the government, but I made some bad decisions after I gained more power.
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe they helped you? Yes.
They helped me at the beginning.
Yes, at the beginning. Okay.
One more question.
One more? Okay. Well, in fact, this is absolutely true. I'd like to bring forth evidence 9, please. In December of 1957, so it wasn't only in the beginning of your presidency, also towards the end, 57, a Senate Foreign Relations Committee report stated that, and I quote, "The Batista government from time to time requests that we sell Cuba arms to supply the government forces."
Objection, relevance. Truman wasn't president at that time, so.
It doesn't
Can
matter.
you let me
Truman's
finish
not
my
president.
sentence?
No?
These are, of course, used by the interlocking army and police to maintain the government's power. In March 1958, R. Richard Rubottom Jr., the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, stated that, and again I'm quoting verbatim, "The Cuban government is certainly using the military equipment which it has at its disposal to beat back armed insurrection." Do you believe this to be true?
As it is stated in the source, yes.
Then yes, okay. So it is.
Wrap this up, Counselor.
It is thanks to the support from the United States that Fulgencio Batista was able to turn democratic Cuba into a police state.
Where's your
They were
question?
able to destroy individual liberties and murder 20,000 Cubans in the span of 7
Is there
years.
a question here?
This just goes to show how President Truman valued America's prosperity over innocent civilians.
Objection.
No further
What's the
questions.
What is this monologue? It didn't end with a question. You just put it down.
Thank you. You may step down, President Batista. Thank you. I will instruct attorneys that there is no monologues and there must be a question at the end.
Can you please tell that to the jury and
The jury understands that.
Okay.
Maybe that same.
Could Mr. Montgomery come up? Oh, he's ready to.
I think everybody heard.
Everybody knows.
Don't worry. Welcome, Mr. Montgomery.
Hello, Mr. Montgomery. Please state your name and your position in this case for the record.
I'm Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery, and I served as a British soldier in World War I, and then as a senior British commander in World War II. I have recently retired after 7 years of working at NATO as Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of Europe.
Could we please bring forth evidence slide number 1? So what was your role in World War II as a senior British commander?
In 1943, I commanded the Allies to their first major victory against General Erwin Rommel in northern Africa. Then I led my troops to the invasion of Sicily, where we drove the German and Italian troops away. This helped us end that horrific war, as Eisenhower and I planned the invasion of Normandy. This is one of the greatest invasions ever seen in history, and we assembled 39 Allied divisions to fight with us.
I'm very sorry. I understand that new students have entered the courtroom. Can you please keep it down? Thank you.
I was in charge of all the ground forces in the initial parts of the invasion, and then as we fought hard, I led them to more victories across northern France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany. Finally, on May 4th, 1945, the Germans surrendered to me once we reached Germany. Here's the document we signed agreeing on their unconditional surrender, which led to the end of the war.
Thank you. Slide 2, please. Now, why do you support Truman?
I support Truman because towards the end of the Second World War, he helped me defeat the Germans and organize Germany's unconditional surrender. Then we created an alliance together with other countries by joining NATO in 1949. Through our alliance over the years, I have grown to trust Truman and his decisions, as I have been in his position before. During the war, I myself have had to make difficult decisions in order to try and protect my country. It is not easy, and sometimes we have to sacrifice lives to save others.
Slide 3, please. Do you think Truman used the atomic bomb appropriately?
Honestly, I think the situation was approached in the best way possible. He used these bombs as a weapon of defense, as Japan had initiated this war between America after the surprise attack in Pearl Harbor. Japan was not planning on surrendering anytime soon, and it was time to put an end to this war. Even after the first attack in Hiroshima, they did not surrender. The Germans had already surrendered, and the war was nearly done, yet the Japanese kept attacking. His approach of using the atomic bombs was the quickest way Truman could end the war once and for all. He used it as a weapon of defense, and this is why, during my speech at the Royal United Service Institute in London in 1954, I stated that we at SHAPE agree that nuclear weapons should only be used as a weapon of defense and only if we are attacked. NATO has collectively agreed on this new regulation on the use of atomic weapons after having evaluated the way Truman had used it.
And finally, slide 4, please. What would have happened if Truman would not have dropped the atomic bombs?
Many will believe Truman could have avoided killing so many innocent lives, but the Americans had been fighting for too long. He could no longer let this war prolong. So many lives had already been lost. I have been in his place when fighting my own battles. I have seen so many deaths and the tragedy war can bring. And in these circumstances, we as leaders have to make difficult decisions which not many people will agree with. In addition, he did not want another Normandy-type invasion where there would be around 1 million casualties as shown in these statistics. Either way, lives were going to be lost. This was never going to be a clean war. Truman and Churchill both tried to be civilized and allow Japan to unconditionally surrender on their own. However, they refused, and so dropping the atomic bombs was the best option to end the war promptly. It was also believed by doing this, he would be saving more lives than destroying lives. If we look at the statistics, it shows that if he had gone with another Normandy-type invasion to end the war like I had done, Japan would have lost twice as many lives, and it would have been much more devastating. Overall, having been a leader myself, I understand that during a time of war, we must make hard choices in order to save our country. America was desperate, and this was the quickest and most efficient way of ending it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Prosecution, your witness.
Hello. Please bring forth evidence 14. In the underlined part, you can see that you convinced President General Eisenhower to agree to Operation Market Garden. Could you please tell me why was Operation Market Garden a failure?
I don't know what Operation Market Garden is.
Oh, it was your plan, but it was failed because the troops weren't able to reach the bridge at Arnhem before German forces overwhelmed them. And do you think the U.S. government would let this plan take place if they knew it wasn't properly constructed?
Wait, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Do you think, in your opinion, that the U.S. government would let the plan take place if it wasn't properly constructed, if they knew that it wasn't?
Would the United States government have ever allowed this plan to take place if it was properly
Objection, this is
constructed?
speculation. The witness
This is
is not
going
even
somewhere,
known.
right? I'm assuming this is going
Yes,
somewhere. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
She can make an assumption, but of course, it's just an assumption.
I guess.
Okay.
Evidence 15, please. In the highlighted part, we see you altering your plan last minute. And could you please tell me why didn't you inform your superiors about the changes in your plan?
How is this relevant to the case or the defendant?
I'm going to have to sustain that. I need this to go
Okay,
somewhere.
Evidence 16, please.
Okay.
According to evidence 16, you fought in the First World War. Do you think that you were capable of winning the Second World War with the tactics of the first, since this is what you applied?
Yes.
Then why did these tactics fail and create more confusion amongst the Allies?
The witness to speak into the mic because we can't hear her clear.
If you can go closer to the mic and speak louder. Thank you.
I don't think the tactics failed. I mean,
I can't hear.
I don't think the tactics failed. I mean, Germans surrender. What?
Objection again. How is this
Oh.
relevant to anything?
Simile, get to the point.
Okay,
Because we
so-
keep on, I know
Okay,
you're going
sorry.
somewhere, but we keep on beating around
Do
that
you
bush.
think if you had not let your egotism interfere with your decisions, would you have won the war faster and with less permanent damage?
Wait, please repeat. Sorry.
Do you think if you had not let your egotism interfere with your decisions, would you have won the war faster and with less permanent damage?
Do you think your ego got in the way
No,
of winning the
I
war?
don't think so. I think it would have been the same. I mean,
Despite all of these inconsistencies, you still kept your job as a British commander, correct?
correct.
Thank you for your time.
I would please like to call James F. Barnes to the stand. Could you state your name and your role for the court?
My name is James Francis Burns. I'm a secretary for the Truman administration, as well as a presidential advisor from 1945 to 1947.
What was your role in the whole operation to launch the bomb, and how did you contribute to the atomic bomb plan? And for this question, I'd like to show evidence slide number 2.
I was responsible for developing. Okay. So I was responsible for developing a financial strategy for the war, as well as monitoring industrial mobilization. I met with top scientists on a regular basis to coordinate the war's nuclear policy, the Manhattan Project. President Truman selected me as Secretary of State, often referring to me as Assistant President. I was in charge of coordinating the creation of the bomb and canceling Truman accordingly. I met the scientists to discuss and develop the atomic bomb, as well as to discuss government policy on the bomb. I was also in charge of making sure the Manhattan Project was given top priority in terms of resources and manpower. Furthermore, I was a member of a committee that researched post-war nuclear issues and developed strategies for using the atomic bomb.
Could we please refer to evidence slide number 1? Why did you feel it was necessary to launch the bomb? Wasn't there another way to reach the same goal?
I believed in order to bring peace and end the war, it was necessary to drop the bomb on Japanese cities. I believe in atomic diplomacy as a quick and effective way of ending the war. The bombs kept the Soviet Union's attempt to expand into Asia and Europe. Furthermore, Japan surrendered from the dropping of the bombs, and Russia held back their actions. The United States was forced to respond to the attack in Pearl Harbor. We determined in agreement with Truman that it was a correct thing to do to protect our citizens in a timely and effective manner.
Could we please refer to evidence slide number 3? Number 3. Thank you. What did you accomplish after the 2 bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
By attacking Japanese cities, we not only defeated Japan, but we also prevented Russia from engaging in any additional criminal activity or post-war behavior. On one hand, I was concerned about Russia's post-war behavior and potential expansion, and on the other hand, Japan was the oppressor. It was the first to attack the United States. So Japan initiated the attacks in the United States. We're just attempting to put a war that they begin and to control the United States. We achieved Truman's goals by destroying Japanese cities, forcing the Japanese to surrender, and by doing so, saving American lives.
Could we please refer to evidence slide number 4? If one of your main concerns was defeating Russia, how did choosing to bomb Japan help that?
The decision made to bomb Japan, even if my concern was Russian attacks, is that bombing Japan would influence post-war Russian behavior. It would show American superiority in weaponry. The bombs were intended to scare the Soviet Union and keep Russia away from any expansions to further areas.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Burns. So, if I understood correctly, you were the Secretary of State and a close counselor to President Truman in 1945, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so can we move on to evidence number 12? So as we can see in this picture, you participated in the Potsdam Conference of 1945, right?
Yeah.
So could you please elaborate on some decisions that were made at Potsdam? Specifically, do you believe that the conference, which was crucial to the decision of dropping the bomb, managed to achieve a common consensus among the Allied powers?
Okay, so to start off, the Potsdam Conference, as remember correctly, was a bit before the bombing of the bombs. So
Yes, okay, my question is, did the Allied powers in the conference agree together in the decision to drop the bomb?
yeah, so Japan was given warning in order to surrender. So
It's not about the warning, it's did the Allied
My
powers...
client answered yes.
Okay, yes, that client.
So continue.
Anyway, fine. Okay, also you
Alex,
mentioned...
did you want to redirect that question? Did you want to ask it in a different way?
Well, okay, she answered yes to a different question, honestly. She answered yes to that the Japanese had been given warning. She did not answer he did not answer whether there was a common consensus, that is, whether the Allied powers were in agreement of dropping the bomb.
there was.
They were?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned a committee of post-war nuclear issues, correct?
Yeah.
If there were post-war nuclear issues, wouldn't they have been caused by the dropping of the bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that is showing nuclear power to the world?
No,
Why do you believe that?
because since Japan didn't surrender, the bombs were a way to end the war. So
That's not my question at all. It's since there were issues after dropping the bomb, that being, the Cold War and such, wouldn't they have been caused by the show of nuclear power in Japan?
I guess so, but
Okay, thank you. Yes, all right, no further questions, thank you.
And call your last witness.
Oh, who wants to be honored?
We would like to call our last witness, Mr. President Harry S. Truman.
Thank you. I'd like to remind you, sir, you are under oath. Thank you.
Please state your full name and title for the court.
Former President Harry S. Truman, 33rd President of the United States of America.
When was the Japanese threat clear to you? And please bring forth evidence 1.
The threat became clear when Japan sent an unwarranted attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese active war on a neutral America was the first clear sign of threat. The damage was to almost 20 naval vessels, including 8 battleships and over 300 airplanes, and over 2,400 Americans died that day, and another 1,000 were wounded. It's unsettling to look at the destruction caused to a neutral America, and the photos above truly demonstrate the lengths Japan was willing to go to win the war.
Please bring forth evidence 2, and what Japanese war tactics concerned you the most?
Kamikaze warfare concerned me most. The Japanese kamikaze pilots deliberately crashed their planes into enemy warships, and the photo above illustrates this. The devastating effect of the tactic was especially clear after the Battle of Okinawa, when 36 ships were sunk, 368 ships were damaged, 4,900 men were killed or drowned, 4,800 men were wounded, and 763 aircraft were lost. For them to inflict this kind of damage for the island of Okinawa, which they regarded as inferior to mainland Japan, I can only imagine the tactics they would have employed to defend mainland Japan.
Please bring forward evidence 4. At what point did you realize the cost to American lives a full-scale invasion of Japan would cause?
I realized the cost to American lives soon after the battles of Saipan and Okinawa. On Saipan, our troops endured a banzai charge where over 4,000 Japanese soldiers charged our troops and fought to the death. As you can see in the photograph, on Saipan, our troops also witnessed the horror of women and children jumping off of cliffs rather than accepting surrender in fear, and they did so in fear because of Japanese military propaganda, and adding to the horror of Japanese actions. This continued to happen as our troops pushed towards the Japanese mainland. If you'll go to evidence slide 3. It became clear that the Japanese understanding was that we took no prisoners. In the left photograph, you'll see our soldiers in combat, and on the right, you'll see some of our brave young men who were lost on Okinawa. Throughout the battle for Okinawa, thousands of Japanese civilians died, many by suicide, similar to on Saipan, choosing to jump off of cliffs and blow themselves up with grenades rather than surrender. This once again demonstrated Japanese resistance to surrender and a growing need to use increased force against them.
Please bring forth evidence 5. What diplomatic means were used to end the war before the dropping of the bomb?
On July 6, 1945, at the Potsdam Conference, Winston Churchill, Chiang Kai-shek, and I issued an ultimatum to Japan for their unconditional surrender. Part 1 of this document states, "We, the President of the United States, the President of the National Government of the Republic of China, and the Prime Minister of Great Britain, representing the hundreds of millions of our countrymen, have conferred and agreed that Japan shall be given an opportunity to end this war." This was Japan's opportunity for a peaceful surrender, and they simply did not take it. The Japanese were given diplomatic means to end this war, which they chose to ignore.
Please bring forth evidence 6. When were you informed about the Manhattan Project and the option of atomic weapons?
I was informed about the Manhattan Project on April 12, 1945, the day that Roosevelt passed.
the day I was inaugurated. He decided to keep me in the dark as we had met only a few times before and he was waiting to bring me up to speed on the project. We both understood that I was the party's selection for vice president and it was still early in the term.
Please bring forward evidence 8. How did you decide to use atomic weapons?
I had 4 options when it came to ending the war with Japan. Firstly, I could have done a conventional bombing of Japan, which would have killed hundreds of thousands. However, previous bombing raids demonstrated that Japan would not surrender to conventional bombing. The second option was a ground invasion of Japan, which would have had high casualties on both sides. And I did not want a large-scale repeat of Okinawa. The third option was to demonstrate an atomic bomb on an unpopulated area to scare the Japanese into surrender. However, this presented a number of problems, some of which are who of the Japanese would watch and report on the demonstration, what would happen if the bomb didn't work, was it worth using one of our only 2 bombs on a demonstration, and what would happen if the demonstration only encouraged the Japanese to fight harder. So with all the unknowns of a demonstration, it did not seem a viable option. The fourth and final option was to use the atomic bomb on a populated area. My advisors and I decided that this was the best course of action. Dropping the atomic bomb on a populated military target was the best way to send the message of surrender to Japan.
How did you decide where to drop the atomic bombs?
I had 3 criteria for where the bombs could be dropped. They were that the city should have limited damage so that it couldn't be claimed that anything other than the bomb caused the destruction. The city must mainly work in military production, and the city must not have large cultural significance. These criteria ensured that the dropping of the bombs would be a justified act of war. Hiroshima and Nagasaki met all of these requirements. In the diagram above, Hiroshima's military and industrial importance is clear. Hiroshima was also the headquarters of Field Marshal Shunroku Hata's 2nd General Army, which was charged with the defense of all of southern Japan, plainly making Hiroshima a military target.
Please bring forward evidence 9. Were the Japanese warned?
Certainly, the Japanese were warned. They were warned through the ultimatum issued at the Potsdam Conference on August 6th, as mentioned before, and they were once again warned through the leaflets dropped throughout Hiroshima telling citizens to evacuate, otherwise known as the LeMay leaflets. Both the Japanese government and Japanese civilians were warned.
Please bring forward evidence 10. Did the decision to drop the atomic bombs weigh heavy on you?
Absolutely, it weighs heavy on me. It was an awful responsibility, as I say in my letter to Mr. Samuel Kravitz. Nobody is more disturbed over the use of the atomic bombs than I am. I go on to say, though, that the only language that they seem to understand is the one we have been using to bombard them. When you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat them as a beast. It is most regrettable, but it is nevertheless true. So yes, my decision weighs heavy on me. However, I know I'm justified in it.
For the following question, you have been provided with the evidence. Was the destruction of the bombings proportional?
Without a doubt, the bombing was proportional. I'll read to the court Rule 14 of the 1949 Geneva Convention. Proportionality in attack. Launching an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated, is prohibited. Though this definition came after the bombings, my decision to drop the bombs still meets the requirement of this rule. Quite simply, the direct military advantage of dropping the bombs, ending the Second World War, was not excessive in comparison to civilian losses.
And for my last question, could you bring forward evidence 12? Did the ends justify the means?
The ends absolutely justify the means. Dropping the bombs proved to be the quickest and most effective way to win the war without sacrificing thousands, possibly millions more American and Japanese lives. As you can see in the photograph above, those are the boys who are glad to be home and overjoyed to be alive. Those are the boys I care most about. I did not want a bloody World War I reminiscent stalemate where we would need the Soviets to come to our rescue in Japan. America is strong enough on her own. It is important to It was important that I drop those bombs for the sake of national and global security. I recognize that by doing so, I open the door to nuclear weapons. But better America and democracy lead the way in nuclear weaponry than the corrupt communist Soviets.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Prosecution, your witness.
Yeah, they love stealing other people.
Pardon me?
We're going to use both mics.
Are you gonna redistribute
Okay,
the volume people
if we
equally?
click one, what you'll see is Chris's individual slides and Alex's. So you guys, you can see your slides up here, and then you need to tell us.
You're gonna
And
redistribute
then
the microphone
each slide
equally to all
clicks
your
back
people.
to this particular one.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I like from here you give it.
We need to begin.
Yes, okay, sorry. So, let's begin, Mr. Truman. Let's begin by bringing up evidence number 14. So, in this memorandum that was handed to you, it is clearly stated that Japan has already found itself in a weakened state. Japan is said to have no allies, a destroyed navy, and vulnerable to almost any attack. Why did he not consider alternate options to end the war than just the atomic bomb
Objection,
when this
asked
was
and
given
answered.
to you?
He's mentioned 4
He
ways to
didn't
end the
ask
war.
it. This is his
I
first
have not
question.
asked it. This is my first
during
question.
Answered it in her testimony.
So, I want her to answer it now.
Sorry.
And
Answer-
Alex,
okay.
go ahead.
So, why did he not consider alternate options to end the war than just the atomic bomb when this was clearly given to you?
The Japanese consistently demonstrated that they would rather fight to the death than surrender. So it seemed that a large-scale demonstration of mass destruction would be the only effective way to achieve surrender without sacrificing possibly millions of lives on both sides.
Okay, Mr. Truman, let's make a distinction between the Japanese people, the Japanese soldiers, and the Japanese government. The Japanese people may be inclined to fight until and never surrender, but the Japanese government still wants the best for its people, and sometimes that will be not to fight but to surrender. They were trying to negotiate.
Is there a question here?
Yes.
Thank you.
They were trying to negotiate peace between the U.S. and Japan. Why did you not take it then?
They were brokering peace through the Soviets, not directly with us. How was I supposed to create a surrender with Japan if they were not willing to directly communicate with the U.S.?
You mentioned 4 options of ending the war. I think there's a 5th one. There's a 5th one of considering conditional surrender of the Japanese government. Just like Emperor Hirohito said earlier.
What's your question? What's the question?
Why was it not considered?
Why was it not considered?
Those were the 4 options I was presented by my advisors.
Why didn't you consider it? That's my question. Why didn't you consider changing?
He answered the question.
Asked and answered.
Please answer the question.
He just answered. I was presented with 4 conditions, and that's what it was. The why is hypothetical.
All right.
Okay, furthermore, on the fact that the Japanese were trying to broker peace through the Soviets, well, that's how many countries try and negotiate treaties. Is that not correct?
That's fair.
So that's not really a solid point. Do you not find that?
Okay, that's my answer.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on to evidence number 15 then. Okay, so we can clearly see here. Oh wait, no, we already discussed this. Okay, let's move to evidence number 17 then. So we can see here that you did not know exactly how the new weapon would affect the Japanese. You even mentioned that the military advised you to go ahead with existing plans for Japanese invasion. See the top right one. Furthermore, you stated that the atomic bomb was clearly a military weapon and never had any doubts that you should use it. Did you never consider the fact that this may not be the best option, even just to entertain other methods of attacking Japan?
I did entertain other methods. but I decided that the atomic bomb was the most viable option.
Can you please speak a bit closer to the mic? Thank you.
I entertained other options, but I decided in the end that the atomic bomb was the most viable option.
Even if your military advised you at first that this may not be the best option to go ahead with.
At first, like you said.
Okay.
All right, I would ask you to bring up evidence number 15 from my side. This is a statement in the form of a speech you gave in the White House after the Hiroshima bombing. Do you recognize this?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Here, you say that the Japanese started the war with Pearl Harbor and that they have been repaid 20-fold or many-fold. You see that? They have been repaid.
Yes.
So you're comparing Pearl Harbor to the Hiroshima bombing, if it's repayment.
I'm saying that the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was retaliated for.
Right, it was retaliated for.
Yes.
Isn't Pearl Harbor a military base?
Yes, it is.
Is Hiroshima a military base?
Yes, it is.
No, Hiroshima is a city.
Foundation.
It's a city.
Yeah, but it included military.
Do you want to see proof? We have proof later.
Yes, but it's not a military base. She answered that it's a military base.
It's a military target.
That is very different from a military base, we have to say.
Objection. Foundation issues.
Okay.
You will not,
it's a city.
Are there people living in Hiroshima? Are there regular citizens?
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Hang
so
on.
it is a city.
Okay.
Do you agree?
We all agree.
Yeah, I'm not
Can we
sure
all
if that's
agree that
the
Hiroshima is a city?
No. Why don't, we've established from the prosecution that it is a city. There was evidence. President Truman, however, former President Truman is stating that it is a military target. It is for the jury to decide based on the evidence, because there is back and forth historical presentation on both ends.
Are you aware of the number of civilian casualties of the attack on Pearl Harbor?
Yes, I believe it was stated earlier in the prosecution.
68.
Yes.
Are you aware of the Hiroshima civilian deaths?
Yes, it's in the 100,000s.
In the hundreds, roughly 300,000, as we established earlier.
Okay, so you can see that those are clearly not comparable in terms of civilian deaths. Anyway, let's move on to evidence number 18 of my slides. Okay, so let us take a look at the United States bombing survey, information that was thankfully made public. It is mentioned here that the first bomb was exploded a little off the very city center of Hiroshima. Why was this location selected to drop the bomb?
As I explained earlier, Hiroshima was considered a military target. I did not give the order where directly in the city to drop the bomb.
Okay.
So, and there could have been technical, like, I don't know why.
Okay, that is hypotheticals, we don't know. So it's very interesting to see that the actual factories of the city, as you can see on the right, 74% of the production of the city was all completely undamaged and their workers were unhurt. This meant that the actual target, the industry of the city, what made Hiroshima to a great extent contribute to the Japanese power of the war, was basically left undamaged. And instead, the US focused the bomb on civilians. Yes, there was a question that is coming up. So again, why was the bomb focused on civilians and not the industry of the city?
Asked and answered.
Yeah. What was the question?
Why was the bomb focused not on the industry of the city? That's not really answered.
It was about the location of the bomb.
President Truman, in the prior question, had said, I was not given the exact details of where the bomb would be.
Why was
dropped
President
on the
Truman?
city.
Okay.
However, I knew it was going to. So Can you answer that question based off of the question that you had before, based on your response from before?
Can you quickly repeat the question?
Just the question, not the context.
Why was the bomb focused on the city and not the industry?
The industry was within the city, and I did not.
It was within the outskirts
I
of the
did
city.
not give the specific coordinates on where to
You're,
drop the bomb.
So you're-
excuse me,
Objection.
isn't the President of the United States?
Could we have a citation for the date of this survey?
We can deal with
It's
that.
cropped out. I'm sorry. It should be under there.
We found that it was probably published later on. That's why we need evidence.
It's published at the time. I found that it was published at the time.
That's in document. We need the evidence.
Can we present the evidence later and discuss it with the jury?
Make sure to show the jury.
Yes.
We need to move on. President Truman has already talked about this. So let's move on to the next line of questioning.
Okay, let's move on to evidence number 19 then, because it's pretty important, so. I found that it was published at the time. Okay, so in Nagasaki, the target, okay, no. Let's move on to evidence number 20. Wait, no, actually, no, you can go with your thing.
I can go? All right. So let's go to evidence number 16 on my slides. Right, I know that the citation is incorrect. I will provide you with the correct citation later. Here, this is a response to Karl Compton, an article he wrote and it was published in December of 1946 in The Atlantic. You're saying that the Japanese were given fair warning, but as my colleague Alex will tell you, we think otherwise.
Okay, so let's move on to evidence number 20 then.
Sorry, what was the question?
The question,
Okay,
it's
okay.
this context for this. Because as we can see here, that according to the same survey, due to improper warning in Nagasaki, only 400 people were found in bomb shelters, while it is estimated that roughly 100,000 people could have been in bomb shelters. The Japanese already had knowledge of the bomb, so why was there no warning?
I understand you need to provide context prior to your question, but the context is taking way much longer than it really should. We need questions to come so
There is
that
a lot of
President Truman
context
has a
to give.
chance to respond. Because what you're essentially doing is feeding a narrative to the jury right now through your context giving. Does that make sense?
Well, the jury's going to decide.
Okay.
So they need to have
But
context.
I understand, but you're creating the narrative for them without questioning Truman so that Truman gets to create that narrative, but based off of your questions.
Okay,
Does
so
that make sense?
why was there not a decision to explicitly warn the Japanese of the second bombing in Japan, even though they knew the impact of the bombing when it happened in Hiroshima?
They should have had some understanding that a second bomb might be coming, because we did promise destruction in the Potsdam Ultimatum.
The bomb was dropped nearly 2 days later after the first bomb, 2 or 3 days, okay, 3 days later.
Three.
So, does that mean that there was enough time for the Japanese government
Emperor Hirohito said that there wasn't enough time
to
surrender?
Be able to make an organized effort to surrender or to communicate with the United States in order for the second bombing to not have happened?
I'm confused about what the question is.
Was there enough time given? Do you believe there was enough time given for the Japanese to be able to communicate with the United States on the surrender of Japan or some sort of armistice in order for the Japanese to not have been bombed a second time?
The decision to surrender should have been immediate. They should have understood that we could have employed that destruction on a much larger scale, and they should have surrendered as soon as possible.
After the second atomic bombing on Nagasaki, it still took Japan about a week, 6 days, I believe, to unconditionally surrender. Just like Emperor Hirohito said earlier today, it was not enough.
So,
what do you have to say to that?
So,
We have 1 minute.
This has been asked and answered.
You have 1 minute.
What?
You have 1 minute.
What do you mean?
Okay, fine. Since we're...
Asked and answered. 1 minute.
Okay, so let's move on to
All right, evidence number 19, please, from my slides. From my slides.
There you go.
Oh, no, the next one. Thank you. All right, we have discussed this already with Marshall, George Catlett Marshall. Let me. I can't do it in 1 minute. We were told that there was no time limit.
But I have to get closing statements in, and we're about to leave.
Yeah, but this is not enough time for us. This is no.
I would like the jury to know that we were told that we have as much time as possible for Truman, and this was not given.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Truman. Perhaps if you had taken my advice about not giving a narrative and all that context, then you could have had questions.
The jury needs.
Okay. Please close their
The
mics.
jury needs context in order to understand the questions.
They are not experts on the situation, so they need context.
All right, so let's finish this up with prosecution and defense closing statements. Prosecution, you have the floor.
Where's the water? It's been there for hours.
We need to get people out of here.
Yeah. Guys, remove the water. There's a water bottle right there.
No, keep it, it's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today this trial boils down to one main question. How far are we willing to draw the line before we draw the line for power-hungry leaders who actively ruin thousands of innocent lives? On August 4th and 9th, President Harry S. Truman was responsible for dropping the 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The controversy behind this topic can be solved with one simple fact. Over 200,000 innocent people were killed. Any one of us sitting in this courtroom today could have been in the place of any of those civilians during the bombing. Mothers, fathers, children, all gone. Harry Truman caused permanent damage, permanent scarring. As my counselors and I have argued, there could have been multiple other solutions that could have been prevented the death of hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians.
Although the defense has come up and argued that the atomic bombs were dropped as a last resort with the interest of saving lives from Japanese violence, this couldn't be further from the truth. The United States, specifically President Truman, dropped the atomic bomb in an effort to spread America's imperialist influence. The Japanese lives were treated as collateral, disposable by President Truman. People, innocent people, used as pawns. There were countless other ways to instill peace, but President Truman failed to think of all consequences and the immense power his decision would hold, therefore causing permanent sacrifice, permanent damage, and permanent scarring. Because of President Truman's ill-considered decision, Japan wasn't the only country that suffered because of the bombing. Creating and deploying the first nuclear weapon has opened Pandora's box to an incredible amount of violence. The tension between the USSR and the United States began mainly because of the threat of nuclear weapons that the United States created. This tension spiraled into the Cold War, an era we are still living in today, an impending sense of doom constantly hanging over people's heads. Tens of thousands of people have been killed as a byproduct of the USSR's and the United States' unneeded intervention. Countless proxy wars have been initiated. Politicians and leaders have been allowed to proceed unscathed from harm, and foreign lives have been paying for all the destruction caused. All because President Truman thought prioritizing American lives over all others was the right thing to do.
So now to go back and answer the question, how far are we willing to go before we draw the line for power-hungry leaders who actively ruin thousands of innocent lives? Well, this is where we draw the line. President Truman chose to make the decision that affected and changed people's lives forever, with no regard for anything except what it would do for him and his nation. Your job as a leader is to protect, to educate, to serve, and to respect. Causing unnecessary death and destruction is a complete violation of these responsibilities. President Truman must be held accountable for his actions and therefore must be considered guilty in a court of law for crimes against humanity. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you.
Defense for closing statements.
Honorable judges, jury, and members of the public, first and foremost, we would like to thank you for your attentiveness and advocacy for justice during this trial. We ask you at the end of this trial to consider our case and see what the summary of each side's points boils down to. The prosecution so far have tried to paint a picture of Truman that is far from accurate. They accuse him of crimes against humanity, that is, premeditated criminal acts against civilians committed as part of a widespread policy. The prosecution's arguments are that Truman committed crimes against humanity by dropping the atomic bombs, driving humanity closer to total extinction, giving military aid to fascist governments, harming innocent civilians, and bringing in an era of fear. This is what they have said in their opening statement and what their witnesses have been trying to prove the whole time, and I'm sure the lawyers would have proved if they had more time in the end and they managed it better. We believe that our evidence has been enough to show that these points do not stand and that Truman is not guilty.
Without a doubt, the prosecution team has provided everyone with lots of evidence regarding this case. However, they propose a hypothetical scenario, which includes the repetition of several points. Japan was about to surrender. To our understanding, with the help of evidence provided, not only was Japan not even thinking about surrendering, but they were preparing for total war. And who's to say that they wouldn't have used any nuclear weapons during that war from their allies? In addition to that, they showed their incompetence by being unresponsive to straightforward and rhetorical questions, which could have been responded very easily. Whenever it was asked of the witness to provide us with an alternative or less casualties, as everyone asked countless times, we were never given a valid or clear response. There are many other examples, but I will not waste anyone's time any longer.
On the other hand, we provided legitimate evidence to show that there were no other alternatives, and that Harry Truman, despite being under immense pressure, managed to make the best decision possible. It is easy to judge from the outside, but we must consider that in any other case, either the US or the USSR would invade Japan, or the reverse, and cause millions more casualties. The suffering, not only from lives taken, but from survivors, would exponentially increase. America was fighting a total war against Japan, a total war which ignited from the unprecedented and devastating Pearl Harbor attack. The Japanese leaders prioritized their image, reputation, and personal power over the safety of their citizens. The defendant, who was being tried for crimes against humanity, not only made one of the most difficult choices in history, but also one of the most intelligent ones. He prevented the loss of millions more lives and took action after the war to repair and compensate people that faced injustice. If you truly prioritize saving as many lives as possible, by any means necessary, I'm sure you can empathize with the defendant. This trial, as even a Holocaust survivor said, is necessary because there are still people who are naive enough to disregard the motive behind it, preventing the loss of million more lives had the war continued. Prosecuting Harry Truman for crimes against humanity is equivalent to supporting and encouraging the Japanese government and their beyond vile actions against all peoples of the world, American, North Korean, South Korean, Indo-Chinese, and many more, which have been proven countless times in this trial. Harry Truman is not a perpetrator of crimes against humanity. He is a prime example of a savior of humanity. Thank you.
All right. I know we are down to the wire. Thank you, everyone. Jury, what I would like you to do is this. Take those jury slips home because we only have 3 minutes until the bell rings. I need to get people on buses. I know I need to get you out of here. So what I would like you to do is this. Those slips on the back, all I would like you to do is place your name on it and then guilty or not guilty. It's your opinion. And then do you know where, you can hand it into Miss Torides or Mr. Nicodeme. Who's from Mr. Nicodeme's? Okay. And then they will pass it on to me and we will read a verdict tomorrow. just put your name on it, and then go ahead and then put guilty or not guilty, and I will count the votes tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much for your time. I need everybody to please pick up your mess in the theater. No, vote for yourself.
invite the CCP to discuss the possible reunification and rebuilding of the country before any major war took place. Helping that was the American. Welcome to Channel 71 News. I'm your host, Karnasnakis, and we're going to be diving into history of the special segment on the Chinese Civil War. Formally, the Chinese Civil War started in 1945 when the Second Sino-Japanese War ended. In other words, when the Japanese invasion was stopped heroically by the dropping of the nuke by Americans on the Japanese. After the invasion stopped, the country was thrown into chaos as the nationalists and the communist forces were fighting to control the mainland. The Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang, was supported by the US military, while the Communist Party, the CCP, was supported by the Soviet Union. Before any major conflict took place, the nationalist leader invited the CCP to discuss the possible reunification and rebuilding of the country before any major war took place. Helping that was the American ambassador Patrick Hurley. After months of negotiations and arguments, the two parties came to an agreement to work together towards a united democratic government. But after a series of infighting and aggressions by the Communist Army, the treaty that the Kuomintang and the CCP had been negotiating on was broken, and total war between the two forces started. Thankfully, American President Harry Truman was able, with the deployment of George C. Marshall, to get both sides back on the negotiating table to find a mutually beneficial agreement without the need of war. The reunification seemed to be going well until July 20, 1946, Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Nationalist Party, launched an attack totaling 1.6 million troops from the KMT. The attack was successful at first, having a monumental victory, capturing the CCP capital, Yan'an, in March of 1947. The CCP retaliated by indoctrinating the surrounding villages to fight with them, producing an over 2 million personnel army, counterattacking ruthlessly, trying to seize North and East China. Towards the end of 1948, the CCP captured Shenyang and Changchun, where the KMT faced a horrible loss as their prime army could not defend those cities, leading to the deaths of over 150,000 citizens. Slowly, the CCP continued to move forward and trampled KMT defenses until finally, on October 1st, 1949, Mao Zedong, the leader of the CCP, founded the People's Republic of China, and almost all the nationalist parties retreated to Taiwan or the surrounding areas of China.
I'm Elias Tsakos, and today I'll dive in deep into the Chinese Civil War, as previously mentioned by Kosmak Senaki, our news reporter. China has been a communist party since 1949, but how did it become communist? Starting in 1927, China began fighting civil war. The conflict pitted the forces of Chinese National Party and the Red Army of the Chinese Communist Party. As the war progressed, the eventual leaders of the conflict were Chiang Kai-shek, led the nationalists, and Mao Zedong, who led the communists. Mao Zedong gained prominence in the Red Army because of an event known as the Long March. The Long March occurred in 1934, at the point where the nationalists appeared to be on the verge of victory. As the Red Army retreated, they invaded Chiang Kai-shek forces for 370 days and traveled more than 8,000 miles. In 1937, the Civil War was put on hold when Japan invaded China. At that point, the Chinese nationalists and the Red Army joined the forces with the intent of driving out the Japanese. This war was against Japan and was known as the Second Sino-Japanese War. The war lasted of 8 years and eventually became part of the World War II. Many nations like the US, Great Britain, and many more assisted the Chinese in defending Japan. In 1945, at the conclusion of World War II, the Chinese Civil War resumed. The war continued for 4 more years. Until this day, there has never been a peace treaty signed between the two factions. Therefore, it has never officially ended.
What a series of events we have encountered and heard today. As far as we know, China had always been a communist nation since 1949. From what we have heard, that was mentioned earlier today in the headlines and certain events by news reporters Kosmak Senakis and Elias Tsakos, China remains a communist nation after all, due to the Civil War. The nationalist government, Chiang Kai-shek, had always received the support of the United States, with President Truman supporting both as former ally and as the sole option for preventing communist control, rule, and dominance of China. According to earlier statements made by news reporter Kozmak Senakis, the CCP was unable to find a solution to their union with the KMT, and had gotten to the point where Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Nationalist Party, launched an attack on the CCP with 1.6 million KMT forces, and that happened on July 20, 1946. In the end, KMT was unable to defend CCP, and the CCP emerged victorious, winning the war. As a result of the Civil War, Chinese Communist leader Mao Zedong declared the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. President Truman tried his best to help China, as his mission to do for China was to help the people by providing them aid in the form of money and equipment. He attempted to negotiate a peace agreement between the nationalists and the communists. He only wanted to make peace between the two. In the end, it rather became unsuccessful. Those were the top stories for this hour. We do not just secure the freedom, we defend what people deserve. I'm your host, Cassandra Trumpa, and this is 71 News. News with no bias, news with no exception, delivering nothing but the truth. Thanks for being with us. Have a wonderful day.
This is ABC Television Network.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us along today in ABC News. I'm Maria Yanaki. Today here with our fellow reporters joining us along today in ABC News. I'm Maria Yanaki. Today here with our fellow reporters very interesting events to share with you. Yesterday was a very interesting and unforgettable day for all of us. And we have some very interesting events to share with you. Yesterday was a very interesting and unforgettable day for all of us. Yesterday, on December 10, 1953, George C. Marshall was awarded with a Nobel Prize.
Samtidigt med Nobelfestligheterna i Stockholm utdelades Nobels fredspris i Oslo. Festligheterna är förlagda till universitetets aula, dit bland annat kung Håkon anländer. Tilldelades årets fredspris. Ett obehagligt intermezzo.
I have the great honor to go over to you. I have the great honor of the Nobel Peace Prize, over to you, the diploma, the insignia of the Nobel Gold Medal Peace Prize, the diploma and the gold medal.
George Marshall was the first Korean military officer to receive a prize like this. His work was recognized and congratulated by people all over the world. Marshall and Truman are why his work was recognized and congratulated by people all over the world. Let's all take a look on how amazing of a person Marshall was. And what he has accomplished in the last 3 years in order to receive Let's all take a look on how amazing of a person Marshall did a lot of things. And what he has accomplished in the last 3 years in order to receive a prize like this. He was the Secretary of Defense Marshall did a lot of things. And he was even served as the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. Marshall would have been of Defense and State. Marshall was Truman's right hand of the Red Cross. But Marshall is mostly known for his plans Marshall and ideas. Would have been nothing. Together with me, Marshall was Truman's right hand. But Marshall is mostly known for his plans and ideas.
As we look into the
together
past,
with
we
me,
will
I
see
have
the
Miss
beginning of
Iglesias
the
and
Marshall
Mr.
Plan
Beda.
with Marshall's
Miss
speech
Iglesias,
given
the
on
floor
June
is
5,
yours.
1947. As we look into the Marley past, said we in will see Harvard the beginning of the University Marshall our Plan policies with Marshall's directed speech not given against on
any
June
country
5,
or
1947,
He
but
says
against
Marley
hunger
said
and
in Harvard
poverty, desperation and
University,
chaos.
our policies
As he explained, not
his plan
against
to
any
spread
country or
freedom and
doctrine,
democracy to the
but
lost
against
countries
hunger,
who had been
poverty,
ruined by
desperation,
war.
and chaos.
Truman and
As
him
he
knew
explained,
that his plan to
didn't
spread
the
freedom
tyranny
and
and violence
democracy
would
to the
cost
lost
these
countries
countries
who had been
and
ruined
so
by the
after
war.
his speech,
Truman and
Marshall
him knew that campaigned it and made it possible didn't for the the tyranny Marshall and Plan to violence be would created. conquer these countries. Truman and so Marshall after his joined speech, forces and Marshall made it campaigned and made it possible for the Marshall Plan to be created. Their genius idea to liberate and save these Truman countries. and Marshall so joined came the forces signing of and the made Marshall it Plan to present April to 3, Congress. 1948. Their genius Humber idea to Marshall liberate and stayed save these away as he countries. thought that And the so came the great signing idea of the freedom and Marshall Plan, democracy deserved April the 3, spotlight. 1948. Instead of humble Marshall stayed away as he thought of our nation, celebrating as democracy, economic endeavor is to help spread free will and liberalism into those of our nation. Now Joanna will tell us more about the countries which were impacted by free will and liberalism into those willing to take it. Now Joanna will tell us more about the countries which were impacted by the Marshall Plan.
Truman and Marshall gave
Going
to
back into the
struggling
past,
European
democratic countries like
back in
Britain and
1948
France are flourishing.
If you remember
after the
correctly,
aid Truman and Marshall gave to
was the
struggling
sum amount, and
European
25% of it
back in
went to the
1948,
UK,
while West
If you remember
Germany
correctly,
only got
$15
$9%.
billion
We have only
was the
been
sum
seeing an
amount, and
increase in
25%
agriculture
of it
and
went to
industrial
the UK,
production so far,
while West Germany
the countries
only got
related to the
9%.
Marshall Plan. We have only been
More
seeing
great
an
news this
increase
year,
in
Truman
agriculture
created
and
the
industrial
Point
production
so
the
far,
year after the Marshall Plan in 1949. To help
More
and
great
support
news this year,
underdeveloped
Truman
countries
created the Point
like
for
India,
program
Iran,
a
Brazil,
year after the
and
Marshall
Mexico
Plan in
in Southern
1949
Asia and
to
South
help and
America.
support underdeveloped
This photo
countries
shows
like
celebrating
India,
India, Iran,
1949
Brazil, and
when the
Mexico.
money of the
In
Marshall
Southern
Plan
Asia and
came.
South America.
They celebrated their
This photo
gratitude
shows
like it was a
celebrating in
national day.
1949.
Here comes
When the
Nick
money
and
of the
location
Marshall
George
Plan
Marshall
came,
himself.
they
The
celebrated
face and
their
mind of his whole
gratitude like
life.
it was a national day. Here
Good
comes
afternoon,
Nick and
everyone.
location with
I'm
George
here with
Marshall
Secretary of
himself,
State George
the
C.
face and mind
Marshall
of his
in the
whole
Oval
life.
Office inside the White House with
Good
Marshall
afternoon,
Plan
everyone.
1. I'm here with
Good
Secretary
afternoon,
of
Mr.
State
Marshall.
George C.
Good
Marshall
afternoon.
in the Oval Office inside
Mr.
the White
Marshall,
House. Would you be able to give us a general idea of what
Good
the Marshall
afternoon, Mr.
Plan
Marshall.
is?
Good
and
afternoon.
what its effects will be
Mr.
over the
Marshall,
next 10 years.
would you be able to
give us a general idea of what the Marshall
What the
Plan
main
is?
purpose of the Marshall
and
Plan
what its effects will be
is to
over the next
rehabilitate
10
Europe
years
as it was in
Europe.
shambles after the Second World War. What the main purpose of the Marshall Plan major need for resources is to rehabilitate
and
Europe
America
as it was in shambles after the Second World War. There was a major need myself for and Truman want is for the world to be a better place for everyone that could supply. The second goal of the Marshall Plan was to what myself and Truman want is for the world to be a better place for everyone. Within the second goal of the Marshall Plan was that any countries that have accepted communism within Europe will within the democratic next years. I know for a fact that any countries that have accepted Marshall Plan monies will have a democratic government and will be recovering steadily.
Europe. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for your time and commitment. There's a big mystery to struggling continent that I wanted to ask you about. What would the
Mr. Marshall,
U.S. essentially there's a big mystery to many, given away such a large amount of money to the struggling continent of Europe? What would the U.S.
What the U.S. would gain from giving away all of this money is that it will have established stable trading partners with many European countries. What the U.S. would gain by giving away all of this money is that it will have established stable trading partners with many European countries, such as Britain and France.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
We will have also stopped the spread of communism.
Attempting to rehabilitate Europe. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for allowing me to interview you today. Attempting to rehabilitate Europe. That was Secretary of State George C. Marshall allowing me to interview you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Marshall and Nick. As you can see, Marshall's plan really made a change. Without Marshall and Truman, who knows where we would have been today? As you can see, Marshall's plan really made a change. Because they helped the whole world. Without Marshall and Truman, who knows where we would have been today? Now with us, we have Clara and not only us, because they helped the whole world. On behalf of the Marshall Plan and how it affected other countries like Britain. Mr. Montgomery, the British general, on behalf of the Marshall Plan and how it affected other countries like Britain.
Good, how about you?
This was filmed a few days ago.
We want to learn more about you and what the Marshall Plan
How are you doing today?
Good, how about you? We're all good. We want to
For people who don't know, Bernard Montgomery started serving the British Army in 1908, meaning he has been through both
For
World
people who
Wars.
don't
And now
know,
here you're
Bernard
serving as
Montgomery
NATO
started
Deputy
serving the
Supreme
British
Allied
Army in
Commander,
1908.
meaning he has been through both World Wars.
Good,
And now
a little
here you're
tough,
serving as NATO's
with
Deputy
the-
Supreme
as
Allied
there's a lot going on
Commander.
between the different
How has
countries,
that
but I'm very
been?
grateful for this opportunity. Good, a little tough.
Now get into the
with
specifics.
as there's a
What
lot going on
has the
between the
Marshall
different
Plan
countries,
brought
but
that
I'm
you
very
have
grateful
noticed
for
as a
this
British?
opportunity.
Since the UK, now get into the as we've seen specifics. before, What was the one who has got the the Marshall biggest Plan contribution brought to that the you have sign? noticed as a
Well,
British?
since I have gone through
Since
the
UK,
post-war of World
as
War
we've
I,
seen
I've seen
before, was
how
the
it
one
has
who
led
got
to
the biggest
depression,
contribution to the sign.
and I think the Marshall Plan has helped avoid the post-war of World War I. Although in the beginning we did have a lack of and I think the Marshall Plan has helped avoid this from happening again. Free health care. Although in the beginning we did have a lack of eventually it did money issues, it did help us institute free health care.
How has it affected
eventually
you
it
as a
did
military
stabilize
man and military? Adding to your response,
I think it was hard on
how has it
everybody, as we were part of the
affected
big
you as a
three,
military man?
but we did
and,
survive from it,
military?
and I think that's what's important. I think it was hard on everybody, as we were part of the big three, but we did survive from it, and I think that's what's important.
Okay,
and you
thank
should
you
not
so
count
much.
Britain out of
Thank
it.
you, Mr.
Honestly,
Montgomery.
it
Very
did help
interesting.
us a lot.
This was it for the Marshall Plan.
Okay, thank you
We really
so
thank
much.
that Marshall Marshall deserved the award he won because the impact he made on the world is huge. This was it for the Marshall Plan. Truman and Marshall joined forces deserved the award he won because the impact he made on the world is huge. Congratulations to Mr. Marshall. He really Truman and Marshall joined forces and did something amazing.
This is ABC
Congratulations to Mr.
Television
Marshall.
Network.
He really deserved.
This This is ABC Television Network.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good morning and welcome to CBS News. The Hungarian Revolution is a bloodshed between the Hungarian people and the Soviet Union. What these people are going through is beyond belief and is a massacre to humanity's future. In October 1956, Hungarian citizens marched into the streets of Budapest to protest against Russia's geopolitical domination of Hungary. On that day, Prime Minister Gero ordered the Hungarian police to stop the revolution, and as a consequence, the protesters attacked the Hungarian police and Russian soldiers. On the next day, as riots spread across the country, Imre Nagy took Erno Gero's role as the new prime minister. Soviet troops attacked the protesters outside the parliament and tanks were deployed to the streets. As a response, the people destroyed Stalin's statue, which represented the Soviet occupation. 2 days later, after a negotiation between the two leaders, Russian troops moved out of Hungarian soil. The Hungarian leader instituted Hungary's disengagement from the Warsaw Pact, which ensured this country's neutrality for upcoming wars. It also affected Russia, which was concerned that other countries may follow suit. A month later, Russian leader Khrushchev decided that it was unacceptable for Hungary to leave the pact, and the fighting over Hungary continued. Soviet tanks encircled Budapest, and the Hungarian citizens were terrified. As a solution, Nagy made a broadcast, which was meant to ask for help towards our nation, the U.S. Unfortunately, we were not able to help the country in need. On the same day, the new Hungarian leader, János Kadar, took power and formed a new government, which was supported by the Soviets. This caused fear and panic, and 200,000 Hungarians fled the country. Please keep watching for live footage from the center of Budapest. Thank you.
Hello. We are currently reporting from the center of Budapest. Here in Budapest is another horrifying day for everyone here. The Soviet army has just yesterday tried to reimpose communist rule after Hungary bravely fought for their freedom against communism. After Imre Nagy agreed to the offer posed by Soviet leaders, agreeing to be the new prime minister in exchange for Soviet powers to stay in Hungary, the Soviet leaders then betrayed this agreement. 6,000 Soviet troops entered Budapest and brutally took control of the city. The brave Hungarians, though, did not give up and fought for their freedom against the dreadful communist rule. Unfortunately, today, the beautiful city of Budapest is destroyed and extremely dangerous because of those threatening Soviet troops. And because of these murderous Soviet troops, as you walk down the streets of Budapest, you can observe broken families and take in the painful screams of lost children. We will now report from another area which was also brutally taken over by the Soviet powers.
Reporting here from another part in Budapest, where we can see Russian burnt flags as well as damaged buildings and cars along the heartbreaking sight of dead bodies. This shows the circumstances of the situation as well as the atrocities of this revolution. The feared look on people's faces is devastating, and dust fills your nose with every step. We can see the countless things that protesters destroyed, like Russian flags and posts, and the environment around that Soviet tanks destroyed. The Red Army attacked the Hungarians and over 2,500 people were killed. The resilience that protesters shows is truly inspiring, and their dedication for fighting for what is right. As my colleague mentioned, the courage of the Hungarians standing up to the communist rule is seen through their sacrifices.
We have current Prime Minister Imre Nagy with us here today. I'm aware of your tight schedule, but I would like to ask you a few questions, beginning with, what is the situation in Hungary at the moment?
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I would like to tell the people that we're not going to give up and that everything is under control. As all of you know, Soviet troops are all over our country, but our strong army is prepared for any threats or attacks.
As a new leader of the Hungarian Revolution, what are some changes that you see in Hungary in the near future?
After the war, we're hoping to re-establish some laws, but most importantly, to help the people who dealt with traumatic experiences while the Soviet Union was on Hungarian soil.
Other than gaining independence from Soviet control, what are some other reasons that you're revolting against Soviets?
There's no doubt that the independence and the freedom of the Hungarian people is our first priority and the most important thing in this situation. Unfortunately, with the invasion of the Soviet Union, we have lost our everyday life. We cannot practice our religion anymore because the enemy imprisoned the leader of the Catholic Church. Our people do not have freedom of speech anymore, and it is the most important thing one human being can have.
On October 24th of 1956, you stated that you had Western views. What exactly do you mean by that?
What I meant by my statement that I have Western views is that I believe that in the uptake of human rights, and I believe that Hungary should be a democratic country from now on.
On November 3rd, 1956, you announced that you wanted to leave the Warsaw Pact, which is a European military alliance run by Soviets. Why exactly did you do so?
I made that decision to leave the Warsaw Pact because what I want is for Hungary to be a neutral country in the Cold War and to not take a side. Also, instead of the land in Hungary being state-owned, I want to allow private ownership. Lastly, following our exit of the Warsaw Pact, I want to be able to allow elections and for Hungary to be a democratic government.
Thank you for your time. Back to the studio.
To conclude today's report, my colleague and I are going to discuss the importance of these events as well as the impact that it had on the world. The uprising can be seen as the failure of communism itself to provide for its citizens. The measures taken to put down the uprising in Hungary frightened people all around the world, and the incident led to individuals abandoning communist organizations in numerous countries. The revolution reinforced the necessity for containment in the United States, and as a result of this, around 2,500 people were killed, along with 13,000 wounded. Hungarians were trying to free themselves from Soviet oppression, and it resulted in fear being spread all around the world.
Furthermore, as we talked about, unfortunately, communism leads to dictatorship, as it prevents people from spreading their voice. As our President Truman has always taught us to do, we will keep fighting against the spread of communism and let people speak for themselves. The Hungarian Revolution is an example of what we as a nation are continuously trying to fight for. Once again, millions of lives were put at risk because of the communist oppression brought by the Soviets. Truman has been a strong and courageous leader all throughout these years and has continuously supported our nation in the best possible way, providing us with safety and preventing the spread of communism to our nation. Have a good night, and we will see you in next week's report.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.